everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Hunter x Hunter, Transmigrated with Character Extraction System, Chapter 368-400, HHES, Chapter 368 14 words. However, looking at Kurapika's expression, he's very calm, he doesn't seem impulsive. At this time, Beyond was smiling, he had casually shown off his skills, making these people not dare to take action rashly. This was the effect that Beyond wanted. He hadn't come here this time just to get the Dragon Ball. The players who could arrive here in 3 hours could be said to be the most top-notch players in this game right now. And this group of people was Beyond's target. Just as Beyond was preparing to continue performing according to his plan, he suddenly saw Kurapika walking out of the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to take action? I'll take it as a warm-up. Beyond smiled, not putting anyone present in his eyes at all. The other players looked at Kurapika. He looked so delicate and pretty, and the aura on his body wasn't strong either. He felt somewhat weak and frail. It was completely impossible for him to be Beyond's opponent. Is this kid courting death? Judging from Kurapika's appearance, he couldn't be associated with strength. Even the Nen fluctuations were very weak, seeming not too strong. He's the hunter who's with the Zodiacs, right? What does this guy want to do? Do they also want to snatch the Dragon Ball? Kurapika walked out of the crowd, casually unbuttoning the coat on his body, throwing it aside. Everyone else, you'd better stay away. Hearing Kurapika's inexplicable words, these players instead looked at Kurapika with some anger. Because Kurapika felt equally arrogant, completely not putting everyone present in his eyes. This person is called Beyond, he's a dangerous person who escaped from the Forbidden Land, the Dark Continent, so everyone else had better not take action rashly. The players were stunned. The Dark Continent, this guy actually escaped back from there. Are there still people who dare to trespass into that kind of place? The point is that this guy was actually able to escape back from that terrifying place that's comparable to hell. No wonder he has that kind of terrifying power. Ordinary people didn't know about the Dark Continent, and even ordinary Nen ability users might have never heard of it. But among the players present, 10 out of 10, 5 knew what the Dark Continent was. That was a dangerous place that the previous chairman of the Hunter Association and the 5 vows had jointly forbidden anyone from setting foot in. The Dark Continent was always filled with endless terror. Basically, no one who went to the Dark Continent had ever returned. And this person in front of them had actually escaped back from that hell. Although he had escaped back, it also proved that he at least possessed the power to escape back from the Dark Continent. Being able to escape back was enough to prove that this person was definitely not someone that ordinary Nen ability users could provoke. Beyond frowned. You actually know about this, it seems you're not an ordinary hunter. I'm a new member of the Zodiacs, my name is Kurapika, you'd better remember this name firmly. Kurapika gently pulled out the chain in his sleeve. Because your freedom will be taken away by me. Beyond sneered. You want to capture me? Kurapika didn't open his mouth. Seeing this, Beyond shook his head faintly. Hunters these days are all so arrogant. He opened his eyes filled with majesty, staring at Kurapika. Can you do it, newbie kid? Considering that you're the son of the previous chairman, I'll go easy on you. Mentioning this, the smile on Beyond's face suddenly disappeared. He had heard too many similar words like this over the years. The fact that he was Netero's son made Beyond feel extremely annoyed. That old geezer is long dead, is there still a need to consider him now? The conversation between the two made the surrounding players feel like their brains weren't working, they were about to explode. They had received too much explosive news at once. Beyond was Netero's son. Netero was long dead. These two pieces of news were too explosive. There had been vague rumors in the Hunter Association before about Netero's retirement, it turned out that it wasn't true. And he hadn't expected that Netero actually had a son. And this son had actually trespassed into the Dark Continent, and had escaped back from the Dark Continent. Now it was clear why the Zodiacs had appeared on Greed Island. They had definitely come to capture Beyond. Otherwise, why would so many members of the Zodiacs appear at once? Kurapika, don't rush to take action alone. Botobai walked to Kurapika's side, saying. Crazily also quickly walked out. If we work together, we'll also have a greater chance of success. Afterwards, Mizaistam, Morel, and Nov also followed. Looking at the Hunter Association members who were preparing to take action, the other players silently retreated. Interesting, the Zodiacs are dispatched to capture the former chairman's troublesome son. The players smiled. Since someone was taking action to deal with Beyond, who looked very strong, then they didn't need to rush. No matter what the final result was, they could at least get a lot of useful information. Then they could take action to snatch the Dragon Ball later. No matter who they snatched it from, they would be more confident. Looking at the Zodiacs who walked out one after another, Beyond's expression still didn't change at all. The smile was still there. What a grand welcome ceremony. Raising his eyes, he scanned the Zodiacs. There were unfamiliar faces like Leo Rio, Kurapika, and Nov. However, Nov had already joined the Zodiacs before, and Beyond had also seen his photos and information. Crazily and Mizaistam's strength was neither high nor low, they weren't particularly strong in the Zodiacs. Their abilities were also more suitable for fighting alone. As for Botobai, he had once been known as the person whose strength and reputation were closest to Netero. However, if he was compared to Netero in his prime, then he was far from it. He was only considered to be close to the old chairman. He was considered a threat. But the current Beyond still didn't put him in his eyes. Nov was a newbie, his ability was the auxiliary type four-dimensional mansion. As for Kurapika and Leo Rio, judging from the strength of their aura, they were mostly just responsible for restraining him. The main person who would fight him should be Botobai. This kind of lineup was indeed very good. Do they think they can deal with me with just these people? The Hunter Association has underestimated me, Beyond, too much. And what disappointed Beyond the most was the Hunter Association's legendary chairman still hadn't shown up. It seemed that it was the same as Pariston's analysis. That legendary chairman couldn't appear, and might not even be on Greed Island. As for where he was, it was unknown. Probably waiting somewhere for his decisive battle with Jing. Pariston's analysis was that Loki wasn't interested in him. Beyond, with Loki's personality, he would definitely not have the mind to pay attention to people or things that he wasn't interested in. That's why they dared to come to Greed Island at this time. However, although everyone said that the Hunter Association's chairman Loki was so powerful, so perverted, Beyond instead wasn't afraid of Loki, he even wanted to meet Loki. He really wanted to see what was unique about this brat who had surpassed his old man. What are you thinking about? If you're thinking about escaping, I advise you not to count on it. Kurapika said these words out of nowhere, pulling Beyond back from his disappointment. Although he hadn't met the legendary chairman of the Hunter Association, the people in front of him were all members of the Zodiacs. Even Morel was a hunter in the Hunter Association, his strength was very strong. As opponents, these people were qualified to make him take action. Beyond smiled disdainfully. Don't worry. A warrior's battle is absolutely not allowed to retreat. Kurapika on the opposite side stared at him. Kurapika wanted to take action. Morel stopped him. Don't rush, Kurapika, follow the designated battle plan. Kurapika was silent for half a second, then nodded. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 369, HHES, Chapter 369 12 words. Botobai was the main attacker, with Mizaistum and Kanzai responsible for assisting Botobai. Morel controlled the field. Nov provided support at any time to protect everyone's safety. Kurapika and Leo Rio were responsible for harassing Beyond. This kind of battle plan was also to take care of the newbies. Botobai glanced at Kurapika, who had stopped, turned back, and clenched his fist. Looking at Beyond, this time I won't hold back anymore. Hearing this, the others frowned slightly. Did this mean that the two had fought before? And it looked like Botobai had fought Beyond while holding back. However, Beyond smiled. You still remember things from decades ago so clearly, he. He grinned, revealing an ugly smile. Now you don't need to hold back, you're not my opponent anymore, Botobai. While you were afraid to continue moving forward because of constraints, I never stopped for a moment. Botobai frowned. Is this your reason for violating the chairman's will? That old geezer thinks that what he can't do, others can't do either. Preventing young people from pursuing their dreams isn't what a good chairman should do. Botobai was speechless, he could never win against Beyond in words. Then he could only let his skills speak for themselves. Nin slowly spread out. Botobai's aura didn't feel strong, it was as gentle as a small river flowing. But for some reason, even this gentle Nin fluctuation couldn't be ignored. The slowly overflowing Nin suddenly erupted with amazing power at a certain moment. Like a sea wave, it suddenly spread out in all directions, accompanied by an agitating gale. The surrounding players raised their hands to block the Nin fluctuations in front of them. They slowly lowered their hands after it had calmed down. Their eyes were fixed on Botobai. So strong, is this the power of the Zodiacs? This guy seems to be in the Zodiacs. Giganti, a man who is known as the closest in strength and reputation to the previous chairman. There aren't many hunters in the Hunter Association worth paying attention to, but these people who can join the Zodiacs are all guys who have been recognized by the previous chairman Netero. The people he chose himself are fighting against his own son. I wonder what it would be like if the old man Netero knew that this kind of situation had happened. In the crowd, Loki leaned against the edge of the platform, looking at the battle that was starting in the distance. What Beyond's strength was actually like, whether he could reach the level he wanted in his heart. He would soon have the answer. The stance is very good, and the aura is also very strong. Beyond looked like he wanted to comment. Botobai suddenly took a step. Among humans, his body was considered a rare big guy. The speed that erupted from this kind of huge body wasn't slow at all. Turning into a red shadow, he rushed directly towards Beyond. At the same time, Kanzai and Mizaistum also launched attacks on Beyond from the left and right. The three of them simultaneously attacked Beyond. Standing in place, Beyond put down his hands. Nin suddenly surged. But do you know? Botobai, your aura is still far from enough. Beyond inexplicably emitted a terrifying aura. Like black smoke, it instantly shrouded the entire platform. Everyone here was shrouded in it. The cold aura made people unable to help but shiver. What a strong aura. The killing intent that this guy released in an instant is as terrifying as a beast. Kurapika's body flew out like a cannonball. Even faster than a cannonball being fired. Crashing heavily on the ground. Making a violent sound. Looking at Kurapika's disheveled appearance after being sent flying, the other players couldn't help but think about what the outcome would be if they were hit by this kind of attack. It was very likely that they would be killed in one strike. However, after rolling a few times, although large wounds had appeared on Kurapika's body, and he looked very injured, his eyes were still sharp. Beyond's attack hadn't ended. Morel, who had been standing next to Kurapika, at the instant that Kurapika was sent flying, swung his huge smoking pipe, already slamming it towards Beyond's face. Beyond glanced at him coldly, punching his fist hard towards Morel's chest. The intense Nin fluctuations hadn't even erupted yet. Morel was also sent flying. Leo Rio was standing not far away, watching this scene. He was clearly trembling with fear. But his fist had already been swung out without him knowing when. His nin turned into a bolt of lightning, scurrying quickly on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had rushed in front of Beyond. Nin seemed to turn into the interface of a space-time channel, a fist appearing from it. Beyond frowned. This ability is quite interesting. Slightly taking a step back. Grabbing Leorio's arm. Grinning, he smiled at Leorio in the distance. Scarlet blood beads appeared. Leorio's face was covered in cold sweat, his face was extremely pale. This bastard actually saw through my attack so easily. Leorio fell to the ground. All of a sudden, 3 of the Zodiacs were seriously injured. Kurapika, Leorio, and Morel were all injured. Morel, who had been sent flying in the distance, struggled to get up, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body began to go limp. His ribs are broken, and he's stabbed his internal organs. Morel's condition is very bad. If he has internal bleeding, he might die soon. Beyond, your opponent is me. Botobai rushed out from behind him. However, Beyond casually threw Leorio's severed arm over. Then, he punched the severed arm of Leorio, boom. A stirring air wave suddenly spread out. Bright and dazzling nen light shone. Instantly beaconed Leorio's severed arm. At the same time, it collided head-on with Botobai's fist. The 2 fists collided, and their respective nen also collided fiercely. But it only lasted for half a second. Botobai's face suddenly turned gloomy. The sound of his bones breaking appeared. Botobai retreated several steps. His face was very ugly. He covered his right arm, the broken bones cutting open the flesh in his arm. The feeling of the flesh tearing open little by little would have made ordinary people pass out long ago. Kanzai and Mizaistam's attacks were launched at the same time as Botobai's. However, Botobai was knocked back. They didn't have time to take back their attacks. Beyond chuckled. After so many years, the Zodiacs still haven't improved. Thump thump. 2 casual punches. Hitting the faces of Kanzai and Mizaistam. They flew out in different directions. Their faces instantly swelled up. It was almost impossible to see their original appearance. As the 2 fell to the ground one after another, only Nov, who was responsible for support, was still standing among the Zodiacs. Beyond's gaze looked over. Nov took a few steps back in fear. This action made Beyond shift his gaze away. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 370, HHES, chapter 370 1407 words. The scene. Everyone held their breath. One person had actually defeated the Hunter Association's Zodiacs in one face-to-face encounter. With only one person left standing. The time spent probably didn't exceed 3 seconds. 3 seconds. To solve 6 people, and these 6 weren't ordinary people. These were all hunters and members of the Hunter Association Zodiacs. To be so simply defeated. No one present had thought that what was originally supposed to be a fierce battle would become so one-sided. This kind of strength was completely crushing the Zodiacs. And also crushing them. The other players silently lowered their heads. Moving their gazes away, not daring to continue staring at Beyond. What a joke, 1 punch for each Zodiac. Although these people each had their own not weak nen abilities, they probably couldn't deal with this kind of humanoid beast. Among everyone, Loki was somewhat surprised. With this kind of strength, he has a good chance of reaching the SSS level standard. Loki instead revealed a smile. The stronger Beyond was, the better it was for him. As for the matter of losing to Beyond, Loki wasn't worried at all. The power that Beyond was currently showing was still some distance away from the chairman in his prime, let alone the Ant King level. However, as long as Beyond reached the power of Netero in his prime, then he would definitely be a proper SSS-level character. And the mission could then be completed. Loki leaned against the edge of the platform. Turning his head, he looked at Kurapika, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Kurapika's healing thumb chain was rapidly restoring the injuries on his body. The speed was very fast. Almost as soon as the green light flashed, the shattered bones and torn flesh were rapidly healing themselves. Beyond hadn't noticed Kurapika yet. He was now staring at the other players present, smiling. After his performance, these people didn't even dare to look him in the eye. This effect was unexpectedly good. The plan to kill the chicken to scare the monkey was very successful. Beyond smiled. Hunter Association, a boring organization. Beyond's sudden words attracted the attention of all the Nen ability users present. Seeing that everyone's gazes had gathered over, Beyond gritted his teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Calling themselves law enforcers, why is it that since we're all Nen ability users, hunters have privileges, and can even do many excessive things without receiving any punishment? Saying this, he looked at the other Nen ability users present. You should also feel the same way as me, right? Why is it that even if we kill someone, hunters won't be convicted, and even if they are convicted, they won't necessarily be punished? For example, isn't the current chairman of the Hunter Association a former S-class wanted criminal? Beyond was inciting the people present. He opened his arms. We who have awakened Nen should be existences that are above ordinary people, but this world is still controlled by ordinary people. Beyond lowered his head, grinning and laughing crazily. Will you join me to create a world that only has Nen ability users? These two sentences shocked everyone present. No one had thought of this kind of thing. But these words made the Nen ability users present feel faintly excited. Although some people's faces were full of surprised expressions, their eyes still carried a trace of excitement. Creating a world that only belongs to Nen ability users. Everyone in the whole world is a Nen ability user. That kind of world seems even more interesting. With just two short sentences, everyone present became silent. Even Kurapika looked at Beyond in disbelief. What does this guy want to do? A world that only belongs to Nen ability users, that kind of world is fundamental not. Originally, Kurapika wanted to say that it was impossible to do. But he suddenly thought of the card that Loki had created. Spring of Life. A card that helps ordinary people awaken Nen abilities. With the existence of this card, it seemed that wanting to create a world that only had Nen ability users was completely possible. I didn't expect that he would have this kind of crazy idea. Kurapika was very shocked, while everyone else was still immersed in obtaining cards to make money, or conquering the game to get the clear reward. Beyond was already planning such a crazy thing. If Beyond really got that card, then he would definitely crazily increase the number of Nen ability users at the first opportunity. And all of those people whom he had awakened Nen abilities would definitely completely support Beyond. At that time, there would be a world-level riot. The war between ordinary people and Nen ability users would break out. The reason why the two could coexist peacefully before was because the number of Nen ability users was small, not enough to be feared. At the same time, they also possessed power that far exceeded ordinary people. And there were organizations like the Hunter Association in the middle to act as a hub, maintaining the balance between the two sides. If Beyond used the Spring of Life to mass-produce Nen ability users, then when the number of Nen ability users reached a certain level, they probably wouldn't be able to coexist peacefully with ordinary people. The more people who possessed powerful power, the less they wanted to abide by the rules. Because they preferred to make the rules. What, you don't like that kind of world? Beyond's deep voice sounded again. He said loudly, his expression extremely excited. A world of Nen ability users, without so many constraints, living a free and uninhibited life, creating an even more glorious prosperous age. Beyond suddenly clenched his fist. "Will you come with me?" Saying this, Beyond smiled, raising his hand. Swish, swish, swish. A card flew over from a distance into his hand. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't have time to look back to see where the card had flown out from. But Beyond held up the card in his hand. This card is the spring of life that all players have been going crazy for recently. It can help ordinary people awaken then, allowing abilities that originally required years, or even decades of cultivation, to be opened. To be completed in an instant, relying on its power, we can have more and more comrades, and those boring rules made by ordinary people will be remade by us. To create a new era. Belonging to the era of non-ability users. After Beyond finished speaking, it was very quiet all around. However, after a long while, as one of the players stood out, "I'm already fed up with those boring rules made by ordinary people. We're clearly the stronger ones. Why should we listen to their orders? I want to join." This person's words made the other players nod silently. These non-ability users had more or less violated the law, being defined as criminals, evil, sinners. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people weren't important at all. After one person stood out, the remaining players also stood out one after another, expressing their willingness to follow Beyond. Looking at the increasing number of players joining, Beyond's smile became brighter and brighter. This was his purpose for this trip. To recruit the most top-notch players in this game, to have them join his team. To help him conquer the game quickly, and at the same time create more non-ability users, to form his own power. And this game would become his territory. Here he could obtain enough wealth to support his plan. Looking at the number of players who had been recruited, it had reached half. The other half that remained, apart from the players who didn't want to participate in anything, were the non-ability user teams formed by the forces in the outside world. Among them, there was even the non-ability user force of the Five Vows. However, at this moment, these people from the Five Vows didn't plan to fight Beyond, they wanted to leave here, to pass this information out. Unfortunately, they didn't discover that around them, someone had secretly approached them without them knowing. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 371, HHES, Chapter 371. 1287 words. After discovering their unusual movements, these hidden people instantly took action. Blood splattered. On the platform, there were 5 or 6 corpses. All the players noticed the commotion behind them, turning around to look. 2 non-ability users wearing black robes, their hands covered in blood. The corpses were at their feet. Those are the non-ability user troops of the Five Vows. Even the people from the Five Vows were killed as soon as they were said to be killed. The players who had originally been somewhat indifferent were suddenly shaken. If they didn't join Beyond, would they also be killed? Now it wasn't just fear of Beyond's strength, but also so many people joining him. Once they took action, no one would be able to escape. Thinking of this, another group of players chose to join. More and more players gathered, and the momentum became more and more grand. Beyond was very satisfied. At the same time, Kurapika had also completely healed all the injuries on his body. He stood up. "A bunch of idiots, do you really think that you can create some new world?" Kurapika's voice made Beyond somewhat surprised. He looked at the unharmed Kurapika. "Not bad ability, you were so seriously injured just now, but you're unharmed now, it seems your ability is very special." Saying this, Beyond sneered. "Seeing that your ability is quite good, I'll give you another chance. How about building a new world with me?" "I still have the same answer, I refuse." Beyond shrugged. "That's too bad." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his sharp gaze instantly shooting towards Kurapika. At this instant, Kurapika's eyelids trembled slightly. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Kurapika. At the same time, a huge fist was rapidly enlarging in Kurapika's eyes. Then die. The piercing sound of the wind suddenly rang out. Nen surged like a flood. Kurapika was stunned. This speed is bad. Kurapika was somewhat desperate. It turned out that the speed that Beyond had shown before wasn't the fastest degree. With such a fast attack, it was impossible to dodge. The gap was too big. Kurapika himself could clearly feel how big the gap between him and Beyond was. Like an insurmountable chasm. Am I going to die? Kurapika thought helplessly in his heart. In this fleeting moment, many scenes flashed through Kurapika's mind. However, the aura of death shrouded his whole body. Cold, filling every inch of his skin. He hadn't even been hit yet. But he felt that his body had no temperature at all. Beyond frowned slightly. He looked at his fist in confusion. Raising his head, looking at Kurapika, who was flying backwards. Was it my illusion? At that instant just now, he had felt Kurapika use a very strange aura to block the fatal injury. Suddenly smashing on the ground in the distance, Kurapika almost fainted. He half closed his eyes. His brain was dizzy, and his body felt very heavy. He couldn't move at all. Just as he was supporting himself, at the last instant that he looked towards Beyond, his body began to sink. Four-dimensional apartment. Nov's ability was activated. Nov appeared out of thin air from the ground, pulling Kurapika down. At the last moment before his vision was about to fall into darkness, Kurapika saw a back view. A black back view. This back view seemed somewhat familiar. His consciousness completely fell into sleep at this moment. Kurapika's body disappeared before everyone's eyes. Beyond suddenly turned his head. The Zodiacs, who had been knocked down by him before, had also disappeared. He was actually rescued by an inconspicuous guy. But it doesn't matter, it's just the Zodiacs. Beyond turned his head back, looking at Hanzo, who had been captured by his subordinates. These kinds of hunters don't even give me the thought of taking action. Kill him. Hanzo was covered in sweat. Don't kill me, I've already given you the card, right? Beyond smiled. Do you have the qualification to negotiate terms with me? Hanzo looked back at Tonpa, Pakal, and the others, who had also been captured. He swallowed with difficulty. The fear of death was approaching. Hanzo seemed to have already felt the cold wind that hell was stirring up. Beyond's subordinate raised his hand, the nen like a sharp weapon, aiming straight at Hanzo's heart. The person who had taken action discovered that when he was about to kill Hanzo, he couldn't move his hand. A red aura, turning into a long arm, extended from a distance. Firmly grabbing his hand, making him unable to move at all. Even the huge force was squeezing his wrist, making his face gradually reveal a painful expression. Everyone stared at the red nen that had appeared at some unknown time. Following the red arm made of nen, they looked into the distance. Loki, who was leaning against the edge of the platform, was slowly getting up. A red, strange aura was spreading out on his body. A shocking, terrifying aura was slowly spreading over. Like an evil ghost, carrying endless resentment. Impacting the consciousness of everyone present. Some of the weaker people already felt that their surroundings were trembling non-stop. Looking at Loki, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura, he actually dares to take action at this time. Beyond's previous tyrannical strength had already made the other nen ability users present not dare to resist at all. Because after seeing that kind of beast-like power, no one's power could compare to Beyond. There was actually someone who dared to oppose Beyond. In the current situation, it was already good enough to be able to leave alive without attracting Beyond's attention. Taking action at this time was just courting death. Everyone could imagine how angry Beyond would be because this person had taken action to stop his subordinates' actions, and then in a rage, he would punch the kid's head off. Some people silently held their breath, secretly looking in Beyond's direction. The anger that they had imagined didn't appear on Beyond's face. He instead laughed. Interesting, your nun is very interesting. Others couldn't feel it, but Beyond could clearly feel it. That terrifying spiritual will that existed in Loki's nun. Extremely cold. And filled with the aura of slaughter. That was the smell of blood. The red aura seemed like actual blood was flowing. Inside, there was endless resentment, anger, killing intent, all kinds of negative emotions were almost all contained inside. Being able to release this kind of nun, and still be able to maintain one's own consciousness, was itself an extremely strange thing. So Beyond wasn't angry, he instead found it very interesting. People this interesting were too rare these days. Beyond suddenly opened his mouth, asking. But the players next to him were confused. What was he asking? But Loki calmly answered. Because I gave it to him, if he dies because of it, although it wouldn't make me feel guilty, I would still feel somewhat uncomfortable. The card was given to Hanzo by Loki, it wouldn't do if Hanzo was killed by Beyond because of the card. Beyond took a step forward. The others thought that Beyond was going to take action, but they suddenly saw Beyond continue to say. Are you that person called Loki? How can I get close to that spring? The way that Beyond was talking to Loki was as if they were good friends. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 372, HHES. Chapter 372 1359 words. Loki smiled. Do you really want to know? If I know the method, then I can get that card endlessly, and I won't need any spell cards that have a replication effect. That way, I can save a lot of time. Loki nodded. Then I'll tell you. The others looked at the two who were talking like good friends. They didn't understand why Beyond had said before that he didn't know Loki at all, but their way of talking was like good friends. Beat me, and I'll tell you. Loki suddenly said this sentence, making Beyond stunned for a moment. Are you serious? TCH, he, you're the most interesting guy I've met in this game. Since it's a bet, then if I lose, you can make any request of me. Okay, if you lose, then die. Loki slowly raised his eyes, looking at Beyond. If you lose, then there's no need for you to continue living. Loki's words stunned everyone present. Even Beyond himself suddenly changed his expression. Looking at Loki with a very terrifying gaze. That gaze seemed to want to swallow people alive. However, facing Beyond's terrifying gaze, Loki was still calm. His aura didn't have the slightest bit of disorder. Under Beyond's terrifying gaze, the others felt immense pressure. Even if this gaze wasn't looking at them, they could still feel that terrifying pressure. However, Loki directly ignored that terrifying gaze, looking at Beyond calmly with an extremely calm posture. Facing Beyond's terrifying aura, Loki completely didn't seem to feel it at all. Making the others secretly sweat for him. He actually dared to tell the other party to die. These people shook their heads secretly. The other party was Netero's son. And he had solved the Zodiacs in a few short seconds. This kind of fierce man, you don't know how to serve him well, but you actually want him to die. Didn't you see how easy it was for Beyond to deal with the Zodiacs before, like kneading tofu? This kid looks like he has some strength, but he's still too impulsive. You have to have the capital to be arrogant. It's very good to have this kind of strength at this age, but he's still too young. Some experienced Nen ability users had already sentenced Loki to death in their hearts. Loki's age, his strength was already considered good. But compared to human beasts like Beyond, he seemed insufficient. And he was actually so arrogant and ignorant, wanting Beyond to die. They could all understand that non-ability users, as long as they had strength, how many weren't arrogant? How many didn't have special quirks? But when facing people who were stronger than themselves, they should still choose to endure. Only living was the most important thing. Only by living could they complete the things they wanted to do. If they faced a terrifying enemy, and only provoked them, knowing that they would die but still not willing to bow their heads, this kind of behavior was simply foolish. The label of foolish was also put on Loki. Whether Loki's body lived or died wasn't important. What was important was whether Beyond was qualified enough to reach the SSS-level character that the system had evaluated. Loki didn't care about anything else. Completing the final mission, Loki only had this goal now. However, the others didn't know. They just saw Loki being so arrogant, and shook their heads silently. Beyond stared at Loki for a long time, seeing that Loki hadn't been scared by his aura at all. He grinned and smiled. "Not bad, aura transformation, you're a very promising guy." Beyond used himself as a reference. He could see that Loki's potential far exceeded any non-ability user present. He might even threaten himself. Beyond frowned slightly. "I originally wanted to recruit you, but now it seems you must die, kid. Anything that threatens my existence can't be kept." Beyond smiled coldly. "Then it's as you wish. If I lose, then I'll die. If I win, then you have to tell me the method to use that card. Let's begin. I'll let you make the first move, daring to challenge me. I want to see what level your power has reached." Beyond's aura erupted. That powerful and unparalleled Nun was completely displayed in front of everyone. The surrounding players all widened their eyes. Beyond's aura was activated in an instant. The form of the aura was very perfect. And what was shocking was that at the instant that Beyond's aura erupted, the huge thrust that was produced almost made people unable to stand firmly. If they hadn't reacted quickly and stabilized their footing, they would probably have been blown away directly. Just the eruption of Nen could cause this kind of terrifying scene, making the surrounding players secretly sweat for him. As expected, he's a humanoid beast. This kind of aura is simply not something that a human can erupt. He didn't use his full strength when he solved the Zodiacs earlier. He hadn't even used his full strength to deal with the Zodiacs. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Beyond's true power would be. After seeing Beyond's aura, people shifted their gazes to Loki's direction. What was confusing was that Loki was actually still looking like he was appraising. His own aura didn't seem to be preparing to be activated at all. Loki nodded. "Not bad, it looks like I can move around properly." Hearing this, some players couldn't help but laugh. "You're just a half-grown kid, yet you're so arrogant. Do you really think you're qualified to fight against Lord Beyond?" This player seemed to want to flatter Beyond. Mocking Loki. "I can deal with a kid like you, there's no need for Lord Beyond to take action." However, as soon as he stood out, Beyond waved his hand. "I'll do it myself, it's rare to meet such a courageous kid." Loki glanced at that person lightly, ignoring him. Turning back, he looked at Beyond. "If this is all your power, then it's still not enough." Before they had even fought, Loki had said these words. Beyond's eyes showed streaks of blood. "Are you saying that I'm not your opponent?" Loki said very seriously. "If you're only at this level, then you'll disappoint me too much." The veins on Beyond's face suddenly bulged. "Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you, kid, you seem to love talking big." "I'm not lying." Loki's serious appearance made Beyond also feel anger. He had never met such an arrogant guy as Loki. "Then let me see your power." Loki shrugged. "Then let's go." At the instant that the last word came out, Loki, who had originally been in front of everyone, suddenly disappeared. The sound of the wind hadn't even sounded yet. Loki, whose whole body seemed to be filled with red nen, had already appeared in front of Beyond. Raising his hand, his 5 fingers turning into a claw shape. Tearing fiercely towards Beyond's chest. A not too loud sound appeared. Beyond's eyes trembled slightly. This kid actually has this kind of power. Blood beads swirled in the air. The other players, who didn't have time to react, only saw crystal clear blood beads appearing in front of them at some unknown time. Did they exchange blows? So fast, who got hurt? Beyond's powerful attack was actually blocked. Feeling the power that was transmitted from Loki's hand, Beyond was very surprised. That slender arm actually had this kind of power. In the collision of Nen, he and Loki were evenly matched, then the only thing left was a real power contest. Beyond had full confidence in his own power. But he hadn't expected that Loki's power was actually not weak at all. His nose twitched slightly, and the veins on Beyond's face bulged one after another. I don't believe that I'm weaker than you brat, in terms of power. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 373, HHES. Chapter 373 1440 words. The power is constantly increasing. Beyond was almost about to unleash all of his power. And Loki then suddenly took 2 steps back at this time. Heavily stepping on the ground. A faint sound of bone cracking came from Loki's arm. Hearing this sound, Beyond revealed a smile. Kid, your power is alright, but you're still not my opponent. Seeing Beyond regain the upper hand, the people around revealed relieved expressions. Judging from the previous momentum, Loki seemed to be able to contend with Beyond, making it hard for them to believe. Such a powerful man couldn't even deal with a young kid. The contrast with when he had dead Zodiacs before was too great. Being able to exchange blows with Lord Beyond is already very good, this kid's ability is indeed very strong. With this level of strength at this age, he would have been a good seedling, but it's a pity that he's too arrogant. The players who had been deceived by Beyond's words before now held unlimited expectations for Beyond. To build a world that only belonged to Nen ability users together by utilizing Greed Island. If he was beaten to the ground by a kid right after saying this declaration, that wouldn't just be Beyond's own shame. It would also be the common shame of those who had decided to follow Beyond. Wouldn't that make them seem too timid? Just because of a little bit of threat, they would choose to submit to others out of worry. They had done shameful things because they were afraid of death. But after many people had done this kind of thing, that out-of-place person, Loki, they didn't want to see him have any good results. A small portion of the Nen ability users who were still wavering, seeing that even such a talented Nen ability user as Loki wasn't Beyond's opponent, also silently stood on the side of the people who had defected to Beyond. If they didn't choose a side now, Beyond would definitely clean them up after he solved Loki. Although adding flowers to the brocade wasn't as good as sending charcoal in the snow, it was still good to be able to add flowers. It was better than being settled with later. After joining the group of people who had defected to Beyond, they also began to raise their arms and cheering for Beyond. Calling him Lord Beyond in every sentence. Seeming to not have any of the reluctance they had shown before. And Loki, after being forced back several steps, had a somewhat ugly expression. His body was originally constructed from aura, and it was able to have its current defensive power entirely because the Shurkan jewel shards had displayed incredible power. But facing an opponent of Beyond's level, his body was about to collapse. Suddenly withdrawing his hand, Loki made a few agile jumps, arriving behind Beyond, restabilizing his footing at a distance of tens of meters. Seeing Loki take the initiative to escape, Beyond calmly retracted his fist, turning around to look at Loki. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I can give you a chance to choose again. Beyond seemed to be planning to recruit Loki. However, the coldness in Beyond's eyes became even more biting after saying these words. He was secretly thinking in his heart. As long as you say the method for the card, that will be when you die, blame it on your talent being too good, threatening me. Not to mention that Loki didn't need to make any choice. Even if he really let him choose, he wouldn't believe Beyond. The only thing in the world worth believing was the power that you controlled yourself. But the people around were listening to Beyond saying these words. Some of them opened their mouths, advising Loki. Kid, your strength is not bad, join us, it's good to build a brand new world together with Lord Beyond, right? It's still time to surrender now. It's a pity for your talent to die here. These words entered Loki's ears, making Loki frown annoyedly. Loki gently rubbed his wrist, where his bones had cracked. Matatabi's chakra was helping to repair the injury. Since this body was originally composed of aura, it was even faster to repair. Almost in the blink of an eye, Loki's hand had recovered. Swinging his arm, he looked at Beyond. What terrifying power! It would have been better if Loki hadn't spoken. His words made Beyond's smile stop abruptly. Because when Loki said it was scary, his appearance didn't look like he was afraid of Beyond's power at all. He still had a calm appearance. As if he was saying that this kind of power was nothing. Making Beyond unable to help but bite his teeth fiercely. Courting death. Beyond had already sentenced Loki to death in his heart. Raising his hand, a Nin bullet was instantly shot out. The power of this Nin bullet was probably much greater than the power of that Nin ability user who specialized in the emission type before. Loki raised his hand, the arm that had been transformed by the tailed beast chakra, with a gentle wave, sent the Nin bullet flying out, colliding with the ground in the distance. The Nin exploded, emitting a fierce explosion. Beyond's body, like a rampaging bull, rushed towards Loki quickly. Loki quickly flickered away. At the same time, controlling the claws that the tailed beast cloak had transformed into, he tore towards Beyond. Thump thump thump. A series of continuous sounds of Nin colliding rang out. Loki's red figure was constantly entangled with Beyond's huge black figure. Each collision, the Nin collided with each other, erupting with fierce air explosions. The terrifying aftershocks spread out crazily in all directions. This was the real fierce battle. The speed of the two was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. Loki swung his hands, the claws that the tailed beast cloak had transformed into constantly grabbing towards Beyond, attacking from all kinds of tricky angles. Making Beyond annoyed, Loki was like a slippery loach. Jumping up and down, he couldn't touch Loki at all. Damn kid, he's actually so difficult. He couldn't continue like this. He had come this time to establish his power, he had to solve Loki as quickly as possible, otherwise, how would he, Beyond, manage those Nin ability users in the future? I have to solve this brat as soon as possible. Beyond thought in his heart. But he still needed to wait for an opening from Loki. And then launch his strongest strike to kill Loki. Chapter 590, Semi-Tailed Beast Transformation. Beyond was planning to kill Loki with one strike. And Loki was also evaluating Beyond's strength. Loki's current power was probably a little weaker than when he had fought Netero before. In other words, Beyond's power was also weaker than Netero in his prime. If it was only at this level, then it was obviously impossible to reach the SSS level that the system had evaluated. This situation made Loki somewhat disappointed. Two red tails appeared behind Loki. The tailed beast chakra was completely erupted by Loki. The chakra cloak of the two tails was attached to Loki's body, almost doubling Loki's original power. This degree wasn't much weaker than when he had fought Netero in his prime. And Beyond's expression changed as he felt Loki's power change. This kid, he actually hasn't used his full strength yet. He hadn't expected that not only had he not used his full strength, but Loki also had hidden strength. This made Beyond even more determined to kill Loki. Because this kind of terrifying power, he didn't need to wait until later, it was enough to threaten him now. The aura on Beyond's body erupted completely without him knowing it. The majestic Nin that erupted caused a very terrifying momentum. To the point that a stream of clouds that rotated around Beyond appeared in the sky. The clouds formed a huge vortex shape in the sky. And the airflow below was like a terrifying tornado, slowly rotating around beyond. The terrifying eruption of Nin deeply shocked the people present. One punch. Fast and fierce. Beyond launched an attack on Loki again. But this time, Loki completely didn't intend to collide head-on with Beyond. He quickly dodged. Relying on his agile movements, he perfectly avoided Beyond's attack. This strike came down. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off. Chapter 374, HHES. Chapter 374. 12:07 words. The surrounding airflow became even more intensely turbulent. As if the sea mountain had suddenly stirred up a storm. It came extremely suddenly. Beyond seemed to have been stimulated by something. He chased after Loki, punching out one fist after another. Nin poured out crazily. In this kind of fierce offensive, Loki was like a lone boat, drifting everywhere in Beyond's airtight attacks. Constantly dodging, the situation seemed very dangerous. This kind of power is almost able to reach the same level as Netero. Loki thought silently in his heart, calmly looking at Beyond. The corners of Loki's mouth rose slightly. Since that's the case, then I won't play with you anymore. Beyond's movements had long been found out by Loki. It had been more than 10 minutes since the battle had started. Beyond's movements had long been found out by Loki, but he just hadn't had a good opportunity to counterattack. Now that Beyond was launching such a crazy offensive, he didn't know what he was thinking. But it also gave Loki a chance to launch a counterattack against his opening. At this time, Beyond, who was constantly flying towards Loki with his fist raised, gradually had a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. A chill that shrouded his heart always lingered. This kind of situation was as if Beyond had returned to the Dark Continent again. Only the creatures there would make Beyond have this kind of feeling. And right now, the enemy in front of him was just a young kid. But he would also make him have this kind of feeling. Beyond had a bad premonition. Lord Beyond's attacks are so terrifying. A casual strike can stir up countless air explosions. It's hard to imagine how that kid has been able to hold out for so long with this kind of terrifying attack. But it looks like he won't be able to hold out for too long. Defeat, that will be the kid's destined ending. Although he can still hold on now, it probably won't last for too long. This guy was right. Using the tailed beast chakra, Loki really couldn't maintain this kind of form for too long. Because Matatabi's chakra was limited after all. Once Matatabi's power was exhausted, waiting for Matatabi's power to recover would take quite a bit of time. The time for a counterattack had come. Loki suddenly stopped. Facing the relentlessly chasing Beyond, Loki smiled coldly. The other party's punch would inadvertently reveal a fleeting opening. Although Beyond's combat experience was very rich, the habits he had developed still made his movements have openings. Raising his hand, the aura as red as blood instantly collided with Beyond's fist. He finally couldn't help but want to fight back. But wanting to clash head-on with me with your power is just courting death. Beyond sneered in his heart. The power on his arm became even stronger. With a fierce punch, he punched out. At this instant, Loki's hand fiercely tore at Beyond's arm. He wasn't clashing with him head-on, but hitting the joint where he was exerting force. In an instant, Beyond felt that his arm was somewhat numb, and his power seemed unable to erupt. And the flow of aura was also vented for it. Good opportunity. Dark red bear flashed in Loki's eyes. 2 red chakra tails instantly flew out from behind him, colliding with Beyond's chest, directly knocking him back. Beyond suddenly retreated 7 or 8 steps. The aura gathered in his chest was much less. Being hit by Loki, he immediately felt that the operation of his aura was somewhat unsmooth. But he wasn't too seriously injured either. He was just about to raise his head to ridicule Loki for not seizing the opportunity to give him a fatal blow when his eyes trembled rapidly. His pupils rapidly dilated, as if he had seen something terrifying. His body was wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, seeming to have really turned into a fierce cat. He raised his head, opening his scarlet mouth. The tip of his tail pointed to the center of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. One deep rumble after another rang out. Blue and red, two different chakras, fused with each other, forming a gradually expansion purple sphere in Loki's mouth. Even Beyond felt a tremor from this kind of terrifying chakra fluctuation, let alone the other players around. The way they looked at Loki was even more filled with shock. The color of fear on their faces was getting stronger and stronger. In the previous second, they had thought that Beyond would be able to end the battle soon. But in the next second, Beyond had been knocked back. These people wished they could tear their own crows' mouths. That red aura tide that suddenly spread out was like the water waves on a lake, constantly sweeping towards the surroundings in one wave after another. The wind that rewound from all around was constantly gathering towards Loki. This kind of terrifying scene undoubtedly indicated that Loki's next attack would be extremely terrifying. How can there be such terrifying Nen fluctuations? A Nen ability user with strong overall strength looked at Loki in shock. That body wrapped in red Nen was emitting endless evil aura. The purple sphere that was constantly expansion in his mouth now was emitting unheard of Nen fluctuations. He couldn't help but compare Loki, who possessed the identity of Loki in front of him, with Loki himself. This kind of majestic power seems to be something that human power can't reach at all. Although Beyond was very strong, compared to the move that Loki was currently displaying, Beyond's power didn't seem to have reached this level yet. What exactly is this kid? Monsters are popping out one after another. The storm was getting more and more crazy. The surrounding scene was getting more and more terrifying. The gales were like walls, rushing and colliding. Colliding people until they were dizzy. Even just standing on this platform was a huge test. Beyond, who was in the distance, clearly understood one thing in his heart. That was that he absolutely couldn't let Loki use this move. The power of this move was definitely not something that he could withstand. But as he took a step, wanting to attack Loki, his Nen hadn't recovered to operate smoothly, and he couldn't keep up with his movements for a moment, making him almost lose his balance with one step, and his movements also stopped. It was this pause of one step. An even more intense rumble was heard from Loki's direction again. That huge purple sphere that was rapidly expansion in his mouth stopped extending, starting to shrink rapidly from a super large sphere. However, shrinking didn't mean that the power was decreasing. On the contrary, it became even more terrifying. The restless wind. The agitation aura. The two intertwined and gathered, spreading towards all directions, gathering into terrifying waves of aura, sweeping in all directions. Beyond's face turned green and white. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 375, HHES. Chapter 375 1270 words. There was no time to stop Loki. Dodge, I must dodge this attack, otherwise I will definitely die. Beyond's eyes contracted crazily. At this moment, he had almost compressed his senses to the limit, in order to avoid the attack to the greatest extent at the instant that Loki released his attack. The surrounding players widened their eyes, feeling the aftershocks of the Nen, that were even more terrifying than when they had released their Nen with all their strength. Just the aftershocks had completely crushed their strongest power. Let alone a strike that had been crazily compressed. No one could imagine how terrifying the power of this kind of strike would be, but what was certain was that as long as they were affected by this strike, they would definitely die. But where could they escape to on the platform? This was a mountain-top platform. The road down the mountain was narrow and steep. Wanting to go down the mountain quickly was impossible. With spell cards unable to be used, it seemed that death was inevitable. But at this time, a player stood on the edge of the platform, looking at the cliff below, which was no less than 100 meters high. He turned his head, glancing at the center of the storm, Loki's direction. Suddenly gritting his teeth. Damn it, I'll take a gamble, at least there's still a chance to live. Saying this, he jumped straight down. This player's actions made the other players' hearts shake violently. Was he kidding? He was actually jumping down from such a high place. Wasn't this gambling with his life? If he was lucky, he wouldn't fall to his death. If he was unlucky, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. However, they turned their heads to look at Loki. That raging storm was gathered around Loki. The purple sphere that was gradually shrinking in his mouth had been compressed to the size of a ping-pong ball. The surging and surging fluctuations were constantly spreading out. It seemed that there was no choice. Staying behind, they would definitely die if they were affected. Jumping down, they had a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. It seemed that there wasn't much of a difference. Damn it, I don't want to die here, I'd rather take a gamble. Saying this, he also followed in the footsteps of the first two people, jumping down one after another. And Beyond, who was on the platform, had cold sweat constantly pouring out of his forehead. The others could escape. He also wanted to escape very much. But someone was watching. He had come here to establish his power. If he escaped at this time, wouldn't he lose all the prestige he had worked so hard to build up? He absolutely couldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. But raising his head to see the attack that was about to erupt in Loki's mouth, feeling that an influctuation that made him feel helpless to resist, Beyond didn't know what to do. At this instant, crack! Loki opened his mouth, instantly crushing the tailed beast ball. Seeing this scene, Beyond's eyes contracted crazily. His body trembled slightly. A piercing sound suddenly rang out. Loki, whose eyes had already turned red, made a low, hoarse sound. A full power-tailed beast ball, can you take it? A gorgeous red light erupted from Loki's mouth. Although he had guessed to the greatest extent how terrifying Loki's attack would be, at the instant that the attack truly erupted, he still felt that he had underestimated the power of this strike. Beyond's limbs were cold, he seemed to have forgotten to dodge. At this instant, several non-ability users who had been following him rushed up one after another. They stood in front of Beyond. Even though the strength of these few people wasn't weak, and their Nen was also very strong, it was also amazing under the circumstances of a full-power eruption. They were instantly destroyed by just being lightly swept by Loki's tailed beast ball attack. This scene made Beyond wake up. Damn kid. He quickly jumped away. He didn't have time to care about the few people who had died for him. And around him, the players who didn't have the courage to jump off the platform, looked at the people who had blocked the attack but had been instantly killed. They hadn't even left behind corpses. They had been completely fall from the sky by the red light in an instant. Bean-sized cold sweat slid down their cheeks. These people stood blankly on both sides, watching Loki. Beyond dodged the attack as quickly as possible, but the tailed beast ball still brushed past him, just slightly touching it. Beyond felt that his skin was being burned by strong fire. A series of stinging sensations came. Beyond crashed to the ground. Afterwards, the tailed beast ball hit the ground behind Beyond. The red light illuminated the entire sky. The terrifying Nen that spread out in all directions swept in all directions. The entire platform was completely shrouded in it. Buzz buzz buzz. The mountain was shaking crazily. The mountain shook. This huge mountain peak began to shake. In the moments before the light spread the platform. This mountain-top platform. The platform that could withstand the Millennium Dragon's rampage and be unharmed under Beyond's heavy steps collapsed. Dense cracks, like spider webs, spread out extremely quickly. Looking at the platform, which had shown no signs of damage under other people's crazy ravage before developing cracks, these people who were still holding on to a glimmer of hope were completely despaired. The platform under their feet wasn't ordinary ground. It had definitely been reinforced with special aura by the game creators. Because those strange texture on the ground were all runes made with Nen by Nen ability users with high strength. So in the previous battles, no matter who it was, they couldn't cause any damage to this special large platform. Loki, that terrifying tailed beast ball, had actually easily caused it to collapse. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this strike was. The red light spread. Almost in an instant, it completely swallowed the entire platform. Everyone who didn't have time to escape, Beyond and Loki, were all swallowed by the terrifying light. Their figures were covered by the red light. A fierce rumble was heard. Down the mountain. The players who had escaped by luck were supporting each other, walking towards the distance. But when they hadn't walked a few steps yet, they turned their heads. At the top of the mountain, a red light soared into the sky, directly piercing through the clouds that had gathered in the sky. Plundered towards the sky above at an incredible speed. Under the sunlight, the earth covered with green plants was swept by a sharp wind. The wind carried sand and dust, rushing towards the distance. And the core of the storm that had erupted southwest terrifyingly was the place where the tailed beast ball had exploded. On this nameless mountain peak, the players down the mountain were withstanding the storm that was rushing past. They were watching the top of the mountain with their eyes unblinking. After a few seconds, boom boom, the mountain was collapsing. The collapsed platform cracked into stone slabs of various sizes. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 376, HHES, Chapter 376. 1328 words rolling towards the bottom of the mountain. The players down the mountain couldn't help but recall that no matter what kind of battle it was, it couldn't leave even a trace on the platform. That originally supposed to be indestructible platform had actually cracked open. That strike actually had this kind of power. Too terrifying. I'm glad I chose to jump down, otherwise I would have definitely died. However, while some people were marveling at their lucky escape, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Run! Do you want to be crushed to death?" Hearing these words, the others suddenly remembered. That collapsed platform was rolling down from the top of the mountain. It would just happen to fall on this location. After reacting, these players, who had originally been walking with a limp, suddenly seemed to have healed their legs. Their aura seemed to be inexhaustible. They frantically ran towards the distance. Everyone erupted with the strength they used to suckle. It was a matter of life and death. Their potential was inexplicably stimulated. Boom boom boom. The rolling stones heavily smashed on the ground. The splashed dust scattered. The gorgeous red light also slowly disappeared. The players who had once again dodged the fatal attack all breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting in place, panting heavily. That was close, we still managed to get our lives back. A player looked at the stone that was less than a meter away from him, feeling that his whole body was almost soaked. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a person suddenly jumped out from the pile of stones that had fallen from the mountain. Thump thump. He pushed away the stones, climbing out from them. His whole body was covered in bloodstains. The wounds were deeper than the last. It was impossible to see his original appearance at all. He just raised his head, summoning his card collection book. Use bandage. Use bandage. He used 5 or 6 spell cards to treat wounds in a row. The wounds on this person's body were barely stopped. At the same time, his voice also made the other players recall who this unrecognizable person was. Lord Beyond, hearing someone call out his name, the others also turned their heads silently to look at him. Beyond was sitting next to the pile of stones, completely ignoring that someone was calling him. He was just smiling. A crazy smile appeared on his face that was covered in blood. Ha 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 ha, the somewhat crazy laughter made the other players shrink their necks. Beyond suddenly stood up, looking at the people in front of him. In the end, I still won, I still won. Seeing that Beyond was actually injured so seriously, these people were somewhat afraid. That arrogant kid had actually injured Beyond to this extent. It seemed that he had almost killed him. What a pity. If he had cultivated for a few more years, he would definitely be able to surpass Beyond. Thump thump. On the other end of the pile of stones, Loki climbed out from it with a pale face. He had been affected by his own attack. The tailed beast ball's attack didn't distinguish between friend and foe. However, he didn't care whether he would be injured or not. He just wanted to use this strike to make a conclusion, whether Beyond could reach the system's requirements. And it seemed that Beyond completely could. Loki's figure appeared. Beyond's smile froze. He suddenly turned his head to look in Loki's direction. When he saw Loki's pale face, and the aura on his body was extremely weak, Beyond smiled again. Walking in front of Loki. You actually didn't die, but you probably don't have the strength to resist now, right? Then it seems that I still won in the end. Beyond was somewhat proud. Loki glanced at him lightly. That's right, you won, you dodged very well. Then tell me, what's the method for that card? As long as you say the method, you can leave, and our agreement will be considered completed. Hearing this, Loki smiled. No 3-year-old would believe that you would let me go. Being exposed for his intentions by Loki in one sentence, Beyond's face became somewhat gloomy. He looked at Loki. So you're not planning to tell me? I will tell you. Saying this, Loki directly said the conquer method for the card. But not only Beyond heard it, the other players also heard it. Among the players who heard the answer, there were also players who had understood the detailed situation. It turned out that the last level wasn't about needing how strong your aura was to block the NON impact, but it was instead a test of absolutely. This completely opposite setting seemed to be nothing, but using aura to protect your whole body at the first sign of danger was the most basic cultivation for all NON ability users. To actually design a level based on the fatal habits of NON ability users, is this the thinking of a monster? Now that they knew the answer, then Loki, or rather, the current Loki, had no meaning to exist anymore. Beyond's eyes became negative cold. However, at this instant, Loki smiled. I won't trouble you to take action, I'll do it myself. Beyond was suddenly stunned. This kid. Beyond raised his head, looking at the sky. The huge building that was floating in the air. That huge building that was similar to a circle was hanging high in midair. That was the highest point of Greed Island. Thousands of meters in the sky. There was no direct path to get up there. Although some players had said that they had discovered props cards that could help players fly in the sky, there were even more terrifying game monsters. They were breathing at the very bottom of that building. As long as anything inexplicably approached, it would become their prey. It seemed that not long after Greed Island had officially opened, some players had tried to make flying props to approach the building in the sky. However, when his altitude exceeded 1,000 meters, he was instantly knocked down by the dragons in the sky. Falling to the ground, he was smashed into pieces, dying on the spot. And the other players who had obtained this information had also gradually extinguished the idea of using abnormal methods to ascend the air island. Who knew how many terrifying game monsters were hidden in the sky? Especially in the sky, the vast majority of players had no ability to resist in the air. Facing these game monsters that could freely soar in the sky, they only had the ending of being knocked down to the ground. No matter how strong they were, once they exceeded 1,000 meters in altitude, the acceleration of gravity would constantly stack as they fell. That impact force was something that almost 99% of non-ability users couldn't block. There was only a dead end. It seems that if I want to ascend the floating island, there must be a special way. Beyond clenched his fist. I will definitely find a way to get up there. He stared fiercely at the floating island. At the same time, in a certain forest in the initial area of Greed Island, the pale zodiacs were restored by Morel using Archangel's breath. However, only the few who were most seriously injured were restored. There was no need to use the limited Archangel's breath on people like him, who had sustained injuries that weren't particularly serious. After they were all out of danger, Leorio's severed arm was also restored. However, the rebirth of his severed arm now made Leorio unable to feel any joy. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 377, HHES, chapter 377 1611 words because they couldn't deal with Beyond at all. The other party's ability to completely crush them in all aspects was very frustrating. Crazily and Mizaistum sat in the corner without saying a word. The cold cave was terrifyingly quiet. After Kurapika healed the injuries inside Morel's body, he also casually sat next to Morel. He glanced at the others. Kurapika also understood that their mission had completely failed now. Beyond's power was so strong. Relying on these people, they weren't opponents at all. Only the sound of light breathing was constantly ringing and stopping. After a long time, Morel got up, patted the dust off his body, and looked back at Kurapika. "Thank you, Kurapika, your ability is very strong. I feel completely recovered now." Kurapika just nodded in response to this. Seeing that Kurapika's emotions were very low, Morel smiled. "What are you planning to do next? Are you going back? Are you going back to the Hunter Association to report the failure?" No one opened their mouths to answer Morel's question. Morel carried his pipe, walking to the entrance of the cave. Looking up above. As expected of the chairman's bloodline, his strength is completely a replica of the chairman when he was young. "Are we going to reformulate a plan?" Nov took the lead in speaking, perhaps because he hadn't participated in the battle. He had only assisted from the side, so he didn't feel the power of Beyond as deeply. The others shook their heads helplessly. "Any plan in the face of absolute power, we can't stir up any waves. Speed, strength, the power of Nen, we were completely defeated." Crazily said somewhat disappointedly, but at the same time, there was a trace of unwillingness. He was a member of the Zodiacs, but he had actually lost to a criminal. This was simply a disgrace. Mizaistum looked at Nov. "Do you have any good plans?" Nov shook his head faintly. "I can't say that I have any good plans, but there are still plans." There were still plans. The others all raised their heads to look at him. Nov himself was looking in Morel's direction. The others also followed Nov's gaze. Seeing Morel, who was standing alone at the entrance of the cave, blowing the cold wind. "What do you mean? Rely on Morel's power to defeat Beyond?" Botobai asked. Nov shook his head again. "If we want to deal with Beyond, there's an even simpler and more direct way." Crazily immediately asked. But the one who answered him was Kurapika. "We just need to find the chairman, and tell the chairman this information. Beyond can't possibly be Chairman Loki's opponent." After saying this, Kurapika glanced at Nov, seeming to be asking if that was what he meant. Nov smiled. "That's right, right now, the only one who can deal with Beyond is the chairman. Botobai, notify the chairman. The chairman is cultivating in the core of the central shrine on the floating island. There's no way we can get up there. Mizaistum, why? Botobai, because if we want to enter the floating island using conventional means, then we will definitely be hit by the flying dragons that guard the bottom of the floating island, falling from a height of thousands of meters. I don't think anyone can be safe and sound, right? Listening to the number of thousands of meters, the people present only needed to think about it for a moment to understand how terrifying the power they would have to endure would be. Kurapika stood up, looking at Botobai. Is there no other way to enter the shrine? Botobai was stunned for a moment. Frowning, he said. If you want to enter the shrine, there are only two ways. The first is to force your way in, if you really have the strength to avoid the attacks of the flying dragons below the floating island, then you can come to the platform outside the shrine, and after defeating the 3 strongest game monsters on Greed Island, you can step into the shrine. The second method is to collect all 7 dragon balls. The summoning of the dragon god can only be done in the shrine, so you can enter the shrine. These 2 methods seem to be very difficult no matter which one it was. And they would also take a lot of time, and it might even be impossible to do. Kurapika slowly sat down. The others also silently closed their eyes. That's right, Botobai suddenly opened his mouth, saying, I remembered, there's another way. He had accidentally heard the conversation between Hisoka and Razor when he was in the shrine. Besides the 2 methods mentioned above, there was another method that could not only enter the shrine, but could even directly see Loki. Hearing that there was another method, Kurapika and the others' eyes lit up. With Beyond being so strong, as long as they found Loki, then all the problems would be solved easily. No matter how strong Beyond was, he couldn't possibly be stronger than the current pride of the Hunter Association. The legendary genius chairman Loki had already been crowned with the title of the world's strongest Nen ability user. This title was especially true after the opening ceremony of the Greed Island game. At the grandest gathering of Nen ability users in history, Loki, with an unparalleled posture, had only relied on his aura to make half of the Nen ability users lose consciousness. It was far from something that Beyond could compare to. Not only did the Zodiacs and the Hunter Association believe that Loki was the strongest Nen ability user, even ordinary Nen ability users recognized that Loki was the strongest Nen ability user. So as long as they saw their own chairman, then it seemed that there was no need to worry about any problems. Botobai also understood the thoughts in everyone's hearts. But wanting to see the chairman didn't seem as simple as they had imagined. Before, Beyond had only told Kurapika that if he wanted to see the chairman, he needed to find a hidden event in the game. He could only see the chairman after passing the test of the hidden event. At that time, he had been anxious to capture Beyond, so he hadn't told Kurapika the specific situation in detail. Now it seemed that they had to find Loki. Do you remember that I said before that if you want to see the chairman, you need to find a hidden event in the game? Kurapika nodded at Botobai. I remember you said that, but you didn't say the specific situation. Botobai smiled. It's just that I didn't think that Beyond would be so strong at the time. Then what exactly is this hidden event? Leo Rio asked. Speaking of this, Botobai's expression began to become serious. Before, when I was cultivating in the shrine with the chairman, Hisoka, who had always been following the chairman, seemed to have said some clues, I vaguely remember. Botobai raised his head, looking at everyone's faces one by one. The Path of the Challenger. That's the name of this hidden event. The others frowned. The Path of the Challenger. This name sounded very strange. Just from the name, the only thing that could be analyzed was that the hidden event would probably involve very intense battles. Challenger. Hearing these 3 words, a strange idea suddenly came to Kurapika's mind. From the Dragon Balls to the cards that help ordinary people learn Nen, Loki, you seem to be trying everything you can to gather and create stronger Nen ability users. The game's clear reward was to fulfill a wish. This was extremely attractive to anyone. Especially Nen ability users, they would be even more crazy for it. and helping ordinary people awaken NOVEL abilities. Seemed to be crazily creating new ability users. This would give birth to even more strong people. And the hidden event, the path of the challenger, made Kurapika feel even more strange. If this event really allowed them to see Loki in the end, then Kurapika could almost be certain that Loki. The purpose of creating Greed Island and creating everything was just to cultivate even stronger enemies. And Loki would stand at the highest point, waiting for these people to challenge him. Based on what Kurapika knew about Loki, it seemed that there was nothing special that could attract Loki. Only battle, only strong enemies could make Loki's blood boil. Thinking of this, Kurapika smiled unconsciously. "What are you smiling at, Kurapika?" Leo Rio patted Kurapika's shoulder, asking. Kurapika suddenly reacted, stopping his smile. "It's nothing." The others looked at him somewhat confused, and Botobai continued to say. "The way to trigger the path of the Challenger event is to go to a man-made island inside the island, Adventure Island. Adventure Island was an island within an island on Greed Island. It was surrounded by a wide lake." Listening to the words Adventure Island, Morel, who hadn't opened his mouth, moved his mouth. "Adventure Island, I know, but there doesn't seem to be anything special there. My companions in the game have already explored that island. There are some game monsters to encounter when you go to the island, and there are some organ on the island, but there's nothing special." Listening to this, there really wasn't anything special. If there was a hidden event, it should have been triggered long ago. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 378, HHES. Chapter 378 1446 words. Botobai looked at Morel and smiled faintly. "Did your companions use aura when they went to the island?" "Did they use aura?" Morel hadn't seen with his own eyes how the other party had gone to the island, but he was 100% sure that they had used it. He nodded. But Botobai shook his head instead. "That's right then. I heard Hisoka complain like this before. He said, probably no one would be stupid enough to deliberately not use their own power to face danger, right?" Their own power, this should refer to Kurapika took over Botobai's words at this time, saying. "Nen ability, if we want to trigger the path of the challenger, we absolutely can't use Nen ability, right?" Botobai nodded. "That's what I think. So that's how it is, then are we going to try it?" Leo Rio glanced at everyone. Botobai nodded heavily. "The only way to stop Beyond right now is to find the chairman, and have the chairman take action. The gap between our power and Beyond's power is really. Let's set off." Kurapika interrupted Botobai's words. He stood up, preparing to take action. "Since this is the best way to see the chairman, then let's take action. But we also have to notify Cheadle about the situation here," Mizaestum said, turning his head to look at Crazily. "Crazily, you leave the game and explain the situation here to Cheadle." Crazily agreed. Everyone saw that Crazily's face hadn't been very good all along. He had been completely affected by Beyond's power, and he had lost confidence in his own power. If Crazily couldn't get out of the shadow that Beyond had brought him, then he wouldn't have much progress in the future. Mizaestum was also taking the opportunity to let him rest. While Kurapika and the others thought of challenging this event to see Loki, Loki was currently in the center of the shrine. Inside this strange closed room, flames were raging. Loki was sitting quietly in the center. Nin was constantly gathering. The aura that erupted from Loki's body almost filled every corner of the surroundings. The endless flames turned into streams of fire, gathering in Loki's palms. Intertwining vertically and horizontally, entwining each other. Forming a long sword that emitted a terrifying aura little by little. However, it had only gradually formed a prototype now. It hadn't truly fully formed yet. But even so, Loki's body still erupted with an unbelievable terrifying aura. This terrifying aura suppressed everything around him. If someone was here, they probably wouldn't have any thoughts of resisting just by feeling this aura. Let alone the aura around Loki, even the aura that hadn't formed into flames. The temperature would suddenly rise wherever it passed. This was the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Loki stared at the Zanpakuto that was gradually forming substance in front of him. I didn't expect it to be almost completed. He had originally thought that it would be impossible to take out Ryujin Jaka in a few months. The basic power of this Zanpakuto was completely not on the same level as Gungnir. The progress was so fast, Loki felt that most of the strategy was probably due to the fire spirit. However, the stronger the Zanpakuto, the more terrifying the consumption of mental power was. Loki had a premonition. Perhaps with his current level, even if he really took out Ryujin Jaka, he wouldn't be able to last too long even if he used Shirkai. Let alone Bankai. There was no way. Ryujin Jaka could release the same temperature as the surface of the sun just with Shirkai. Bankai would be even more terrifying. Loki's hand slowly reached for the hilt, but Loki's movements made the originally orderly aura show a slight change. After a terrifying flame impact, only endless flames were left in this room before the flames gradually subsided. Loki curled his lips somewhat helplessly. I still failed. But it's all right. The speed at which he was mastering Ryujin Jaka had already greatly exceeded Loki's expectations. He wasn't dissatisfied with anything. The Shirkan jewel shard appeared in Loki's hand. The last stream of aura brought the Shirkan jewel back. The clone Loki had already been destroyed. However, Loki wasn't angry about the destruction of the clone, he was instead very happy. Beyond did indeed have the possibility of becoming an SSS-level character. And what made Loki even more excited was that Beyond actually planned to use the Spring of Life card that he had created to transform the humans of the entire world, or rather, a portion of humanity, and then control the entire world. To build a world of non-ability users. Loki hadn't considered this matter at all back then. The meaning of the Spring of Life's appearance was just purely to transport players to Greed Island. To allow more people to participate in the game, to screen out non-ability users who were more likely to become SSS-level characters, and to help Loki complete the mission. But the creator, Loki, hadn't thought of something that Beyond had actually thought of. Since that was the case, Loki was also very interested in seeing what a world completely dominated by non-ability users would be like. Should I try to help Beyond? Loki thought for a moment. Suddenly remembering something. That was that there was still a devil fruit in his system storage space. The Yuki no Mi. This devil fruit was something that Loki himself could do without. He had eaten the Hi no Mi, so the Yuki no Mi didn't seem necessary. Loki didn't have any place to use this fruit if he kept it. But now, he might as well use it to add fuel to the fire for Beyond. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Loki smiled. This kind of fruit that could directly give others complete abilities would probably really welcome a frenzy of snatch. Especially for those who had awakened non-abilities through the Spring of Life. Awakening didn't mean that they had become much stronger. It just meant that they were able to use aura. There was probably still a considerable distance to go before they could develop their own abilities. And devil fruits just happened to be able to help them directly skip the process that would take a lot of time. Directly changing them from a beginner to a true non-ability user. As for accumulating aura and becoming stronger, that wasn't something that Loki could help them with. After thinking about it, Loki raised his hand, opening the Greed Island control permission that only he and Jing possessed. This thing had been designed back then just to remake Greed Island faster and better. But after the game was completed, it hadn't been removed, so Loki could still add whatever he wanted to the game at any time now. The price he paid was just consuming a portion of his aura. Unless he made new game monsters or transformed the terrain, it would take a certain amount of time. It had to be said that integrating Nanaka's ability into Greed Island was a wise choice. Many unbelievable things had now become very simple. Loki was preparing to open the Yuki Yuki no Mi event. It just so happens that Hisoka said he was bored, so let's find something for Hisoka to do too. Below the shrine, at a certain location that belonged to the game event hosted by Hisoka. Hisoka was playing with his cards boredly. Suddenly, a dialogue box popped up in front of him. The text displayed on it made Hisoka stop his actions. After reading it, Hisoka sighed helplessly. He really knows how to order people around. Lord Loki. But it seems very interesting. A devil fruit. There's actually something this interesting. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation, right? As expected of a legendary genius, he can actually make this kind of thing. Hisoka touched his chin, thinking. He should have made this thing by himself, right? Freaks left Greed Island with Gon. Jing's not here, so he's too bored. Saying this, Hisoka revealed a strange smile. As expected, Loki, you and I are the same, we both like to hunt. Kurapika's group was preparing to conquer the hidden game event. In order to see Loki. And Beyond was now at the location where the Spring of Life was being obtained. Constantly obtaining this card with special effects. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 379, HHES, chapter 379 1581 words while outside. In the trial area for ordinary people, an official player suddenly fell from the sky. The others were all inquiring about news from each other, since the news of the Spring of Life had spread out, no one cared about the so-called trial anymore. They all wanted to become non-ability users in the simplest and most direct way. Trying everything they could to get the Spring of Life card. And the official player who had suddenly fallen from the sky didn't attract too much attention. Because there were also many official players here. They were all here to look for rich employers to ask them to help find the Spring of Life card, earning a lot of employment money. However, after this official player arrived, a group of orderly teams suddenly appeared in the trial area. They walked towards the other party in a line. This strange phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the others. Everyone looked at this strange team. They stood in front of this official player. The other party directly summoned his card collection book. Taking out a card. Everyone stared intently at the card in the other party's hand. Wasn't this the card that they had been searching for so hard, and had even hired many official players to help them find? It's the Spring of Life. How did he get this card? Didn't they say that the person who had this card had been impossible to find? However, before these people around could think too much, they saw the player holding the Spring of Life card hand the card to the ordinary player in front of him, raising his hand, and taking out another card from his card collection book. It was still the Spring of Life. At this moment, the others felt like they were suffocating. One card was all right. 2 cards. But he still handed the card to the person in front of him with expressionless face. Taking out another card again. Now everyone understood. These ordinary people who were standing in line seemed to be able to get a Spring of Life card. Counting carefully, there were a total of more than 50 trial players here. They were all ordinary people who hadn't awakened Nen. However, after a few minutes, 50 people who had obtained Nen ability through the Spring of Life were in front of them. Although the aura on their bodies was still very weak, they had truly awakened Nen. They had the qualifications to truly enter Greed Island. They were crazy. The other trial players around had gone crazy. The person who could take out 50 Spring of Life cards at once definitely had a channel for the source of the cards. Do you still have Spring of Life cards in your hand? I'll offer 60 billion Jenny to buy a card. Me too, how many cards do you have? I want as many as you have. I'll give you the market price of 50 billion jenny per card. The crowd that swarmed over was instantly blocked by these people who had just awakened. They seemed to be well trained, understanding what they should do without being ordered. The player who had taken out 50 Spring of Life cards at once looked at the crazy crowd around him and smiled. We are Lord Beyond's subordinates. If you want to obtain the Spring of Life card, awaken Nen ability, and become a member of the Nen ability users, it's actually very simple. Join us, and we'll give you the Spring of Life card for free, helping you awaken Nen ability. These words made the players around who didn't have much money, and knew that they had no hope of getting the card in the first batch, feel envious. They had originally planned to wait for the number of cards to increase, and the price to drop before getting the card. But they hadn't expected that they could get it for free. They just needed to join the organization that was established by that person called Beyond. This wasn't a problem at all. They were originally ordinary people without any power. They didn't have much money in their hands either, they were just relatively well informed, and after learning about the matter of Greed Island, they had tried everything they could to get invitation cards, preparing to come to the island to try it out. But they hadn't expected that there would be this kind of good thing. They could join any organization, as long as they could awaken Nen. The trial players who had surrounded the other party in the first batch frowned instead after hearing these two sentences. They were all people who had been sent in by various forces from the outside world. Some of them had extremely high status and wealth in the outside world. They had come here just to pursue the clear reward. They wouldn't want to join anyone's organization or listen to the orders of others. These people silently retreated instead. Those true ordinary people surrounded them again. Compared to the people with money and power, the number of these ordinary people was much larger. Just looking at them casually, there were no less than 100 people. This player smiled. You guys wait here. I'll be back soon, I'll give you the card. Saying this, he retreated from the trial area's door, entering Greed Island, and used teleport to fly towards a certain place. And the official players who were tailing him also followed at the first opportunity. The idea that these players had was very simple: snatch. Snatching a card meant 50 billion jenny, the temptation was too great. And when these tailing players followed that person to their destination, just as they landed, they raised their heads. They were immediately stunned in place. There were dense crowds of people nearby. Each of these people was emitting a not weak aura. They were all strong Nen ability users. Just the people in front of them, who were staring at them intently, numbered no less than 50 or 60 first-class Nen ability users. This scene was simply too terrifying. These official players who had followed immediately summoned their card collection books. Use magnetism. However, the card didn't activate after they finished reciting the spell. It's a special magic card that prohibits the use of spell cards. This area must have been precast with magic. Spell cards can't be used here. A player walked forward, looking at these people. Welcome to Lord Beyond's base camp. Saying this, he patted the shoulder of a player who had followed in front of him. Don't be afraid. You should be glad now that you've come here. Soon you will choose to join us, to create a brand new world together. The other party's last sentence didn't have any meaning of asking or entrusting. It was an order. The cold tone was expressing that if the Hunter Association didn't accept, then the Hunter Association would be eliminated. Perhaps even if the Hunter Association assisted the 5 vows, in the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of being solved. Cheadle's hand, which was holding the phone, felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. She lowered her head. Her arm drooped powerlessly. The phone also fell to the ground as a result. Like a walking corpse, Cheadle looked at the front powerlessly. Why did it have to turn out like this? She had watched the Hunter Association slowly get better. Like a flower bud that was about to bloom, it was cut off at the waist just as it was about to bloom. Its life ended here. Should she blame Loki? He had created the miracle game for Nen ability users, and had created the miracle dragon. But what Loki had done was clearly a huge contribution to the Hunter Association, and even to non-ability users. Perhaps she should blame Beyond. But the person who had caused Beyond to do such crazy things seemed to be Loki. If there was no Greed Island, then none of this would have happened. On the other end of the phone, the person slowly released the phone. Looking at the call status that was displayed on the phone. Although Cheadle hadn't hung up his phone, the silent answer was already very clear. The middle-aged man who was wearing a suit, keeping a delicate beard, incline-eyed at the phone. Snorting coldly, he hung up the phone, turning his head to look at the people who were sitting around the conference table behind him. The era of hunters is over, non-ability users must also be eliminated. Nen, this powerful force, was too uncontrollable. They had tried to control it, the Hunter Association was the hub, but it had obviously failed. Now it seemed that this kind of power that surpassed ordinary people, and turned people into superhumans really shouldn't exist. The people who controlled power would easily produce a strong sense of superiority. And they would then feel dissatisfied with being treated the same as ordinary people. Dissatisfaction would lead to resistance. The resistance of one person wasn't scary. What was scary was when the number of these people accumulated to a certain point. It would then seem somewhat frightening. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 380, HHES. Chapter 380 1714 words. Based on the information that the 5 vows currently possess, there are already more than 10,000 NIN users gathered on Greed Island. They are accumulating power, and as their numbers continue to increase, Greed Island is just an island, and it definitely cannot satisfy the lives of tens of millions or hundreds of thousands of people. When that time comes, the NIN users will take action against the outside world. These NIN users are completely the same as ordinary people, and there is no way to distinguish them from their appearance. It would be too easy to infiltrate a country or assassinate an important figure. Ordinary weapons have limited damage to NIN users, and it is difficult to kill them. Weapons with slightly greater power are likely to injure civilians. The members of the 5 vows looked at each other. Then we can only annihilate all of these people in their nest. It's difficult to find ants that have been released, but it's not difficult to destroy their nest when they are gathered together. Then dispatch the warships. Inside the warship that had already arrived in the waters where Greed Island was located. The captain looked at the map. In the radar-scanned map, he repeatedly searched and repeatedly looked. Strange, why doesn't that island exist? Captain, something's strange. We seem to be going in circles. A crew member suddenly reported. The captain was taken aback. Going in circles? We're clearly sailing in a straight line, how could we be going in circles? Captain, that's really the case. I looked at the radar map, and although it shows that we're going straight, look at this. As he spoke, he pointed to a coordinate next to the map. We set off from here, and now we're here. We've just gone in a big circle on this sea. The captain looked at the calm sea surface. How could this be? Radar detection couldn't find the target island. Moreover, they were inexplicably following the radar's instructions and going in circles. Since he became captain, he had seen all kinds of strange things, but he had never seen anything so bizarre. There must be something disrupting the magnetic field. The radar could be said to be invalid. However, the mission order was to complete the mission at all costs. The captain pondered for a long time. Request additional warships. However, the result of dispatching additional warships was still the same. Even though they stared intently at the radar, they were still circling outside the sea area. Even manual control was even more bizarre. They hadn't gone far at all. They suddenly realized that they were still in the same place. There was no point in thinking about attacking the target. Now, more than a dozen warships had nearly collided with each other due to the bizarre situation. Unable to complete the mission, they could only report it. The five vows, who had not paid much attention to this matter, and were still thinking about how to publicly announce their use of nuclear weapons, were surprised when they received the report that they couldn't find the target. After carefully listening to the reports from the various captains, they were somewhat astonished. It can actually affect the magnetic field, so position nuclear weapons are definitely useless too. Perhaps the position nuclear weapons that we launch will eventually explode somewhere in the surrounding waters. Can it really do this? They had never imagined that the power of Nen could be so strong. Now it seemed that they had no way to deal with the enemy's nest. Were they really going to just watch as more and more Nen users appeared and created a new world? Send out airships, use all means, mobilize the army. I don't believe we can't find an island. However, the facts would soon make him realize how foolish it was to try to illegally invade Greed Island. The last time the Hunter Association's airship was able to enter Greed Island, it was because Loki and the others had deliberately allowed it to pass. Forcing entry was absolutely impossible. Not to mention people, everything was involuntarily affected as soon as it entered Greed Island's sea area. Then it would move away from Greed Island. Or it would constantly circle in the outermost area. There was only one way to enter Greed Island. Enter from the player's entrance. Are there any traces of Jing? In the Hunter Association, Cheadle, besides hoping that Kurapika and the others would be able to successfully clear the special game event, was also trying to find Jing by every possible means. Because in the entire world, the only person who could easily see Loki was probably Jing. What made Cheadle feel helpless was that Jing was also a very difficult person to deal with. Finding Jing's traces was not an easy task. However, this time Cheadle had found the person who was most likely to find Jing. That was Jing's disciple, Kite. Kite looked at the impatient Cheadle in front of him. He glanced at the other Zodiac members sitting in front of him. Sakcho, Cluck, Gel, Pion, and the others. It seems that the association has summoned me over this time for a very special mission, right? While the five vows were trying to destroy Greed Island, Cheadle from the Hunter Association wouldn't sit idly by. The key to the problem was Loki. As long as we could see Loki, all of our problems would be solved. Whether it was the five vows or beyond, I believed that as long as we could find Loki, we could quell everything. In contrast to Kite's calmness, Cheadle was very anxious. I won't waste any more words. Kite, please be sure to find Jing's whereabouts as quickly as possible. I need to see him. Cheadle said very seriously. Kite was somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for you to just contact Mr. Jing directly? Hearing this, Cheadle wanted to curse, but she had to restrain herself. If I could do that, why would I be looking for you? Kite nodded. Jing has disappeared again. Cheadle covered her head with her hands. Kite, please, you have to find Jing as soon as possible, or the Hunter Association will be finished. Kite was stunned. What are you saying? Why would Mr. Jing's whereabouts be related to the Hunter Association? Cheadle raised her head and began to explain to him. Because we need to see Chairman Loki, and right now, only Jing can see Loki at any time. For anyone else to see Loki. Cheadle paused for a moment. It's not that simple. Is it difficult for Chairman Loki to see him? Is he in some dangerous place? Kite thought to himself. Cluck said, you should be aware that the chairman and Jing remade Greed Island, right? Of course Kite knew about this. Gel said, recently, a very special prop has appeared in the game. Do you know about the Spring of Life? What's that? I'm sorry, but I've been dealing with things left behind by Chimera Ants recently, so. Pion said, it's a prop that can allow an ordinary person, even if they don't have any talent and haven't undergone any training, to directly awaken their Nen abilities. Kite rarely showed a surprised expression. There was actually this kind of card in that game. Sakcho said, beyond, the chairman's son, has power that nearly rival the chairman at his peak. Now he plans to use this card to transform all of humanity. Saying this, Saksho paused and then said with a grave expression, "To create a world of only Nin users." Crazily said, in less than a week, he has already gathered more than 10,000 Nin users, and that number is increasing exponentially every moment. Thinking about this, Crazily closed his eyes helplessly. Perhaps in just 1 month, he will be able to create an army of 1,000,000 Nin users. An army of 1,000,000 Nin users. Kite knew very well what that number meant. Millions of Nin users would be enough to overthrow the entire world. The reason was simple: they possessed combat abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people. It would be difficult to kill them with conventional weapons. With just a little training, they would definitely be dozens of times stronger than any human soldier. And the most important thing was that ordinary people couldn't even tell who was a Nin user. Seeing that Kite's expression was growing increasingly serious and his eyes were growing darker, Cheetle knew that he also understood how terrible this situation was. "So it's essential that we find Jing. We need to see Loki." The 5 vows, because of Beyond's actions, have already decided to launch the elimination plan and intend to eliminate all Nin users. "So Kite, please find Jing as soon as possible." Cheetle said almost with a sob. The Hunter Association must not become the culprit that caused this chaos. Hearing this, Kite nodded. This mission was much more difficult than he had imagined, and the responsibility was also much, much heavier. "I'll try my best." Finding Mr. Jing's whereabouts is not an easy task either. Cheetle nodded. "In any case, I'm counting on you. Without further ado, I must leave immediately." Kite didn't dare to delay for even a moment. After listening to what the Zodiacs had said, he was really shocked. Tens of thousands of Nin users had already gathered, and that number was constantly increasing. It was simply terrifying. There had probably never been such a massive organization of Nin users in history. "Loki, why did you create something like this?" Kite didn't understand. It was impossible for Jing not to know how much turmoil the item card he had created would cause. "Why, Jing?" At that moment, on Whale Island, Gon's hometown, Jing was fishing with Gon. Perhaps because Gon had died once, Jing didn't feel as awkward being with Gon as he used to. Instead, he wanted to be with Gon at all times. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 381, HHES, Chapter 381 1482 words. Gon, who was fishing, looked at Jing, who was absent-minded. "Your bait has been eaten long ago. Aren't you going to change it?" Jing smiled when he heard Gon's voice. "These fish are so cunning, I didn't even notice." "Didn't notice?" Gon smiled helplessly. The fish was almost pulling Jing into the water, but he still hadn't noticed. "What are you thinking about, Jing?" Jing was reeling in his line, preparing to rebait, when he suddenly heard Gon's question. He stopped moving. "Gon, do you think it's a good thing to allow ordinary people to use Nin abilities?" Gon was taken aback and then nodded. "Of course. That way, everyone will at least have the power to protect themselves." "Is that so? But aren't you worried that some people will cause trouble after gaining power?" "I don't know about that. But let nature take its course." Gon scratched his head. "Oh yeah, Jing, aren't you and Loki supposed to have a duel? You haven't been training these days. Is that really okay?" Jing smiled. "That kid has long since become unbeatable. No matter how hard I try, it's useless. I might as well take this time to rest." Hearing Jing say something so discouraging, Gon silently lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. Jing looked at Gon strangely. What's wrong? Gon didn't answer him, only silently gazing at the lake in front of him. Sensing that something was wrong with Gon, Jing thought for a few seconds. Gon, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Gon's body moved slightly, but he still didn't speak. Jing turned his head. If you want to say something, just say it. Gon, being wishy-washy isn't what a man should be like. Jing, let me go in your place. Go in my place. Go where in my place? Fight Loki. Jing couldn't understand. Gon wasn't a warlike person. Why would he say something like this time? Did he really want to fight Loki? That shouldn't be the case. Jing looked at Gon. In a daze, Jing smiled. He had forgotten something. That was that Gon and Loki were the same age. Gon wasn't a true adult. Although he was also a hunter, Gon's thinking wasn't much stronger than that of children his age. Seeing Loki constantly getting stronger, while he, as someone of the same age, was progressing slowly, Gon was probably feeling bad about it. Competing to be stronger was originally a child's nature. No one would truly be content with being worse than others. Although Jing could understand Gon's thoughts, the gap was too big. Gon, you don't need to compare yourself to Loki. He's different. He's an anomaly. You don't need to dash, Jing, Loki is worth challenging. He was able to become the strongest in the world at this age, and I want to challenge the strongest in the world too. Gon, the difference in strength between you and Loki is dash, Jing, do you remember my state when I fought the Ant King before? When Gon said this, Jing's face turned ugly. That form of yours was indeed very strong, but you can't use that kind of power again. The power you obtained by using a restriction and a vow is not acceptable. But I've been resurrected now. The restriction and the vow have long since disappeared, but the ability is still there. After Gon finished speaking, Jing was stunned. The ability was still there. Still there. Jing suddenly jumped up. Gon, are you telling the truth? Gon nodded. After being resurrected, it seems that even my aura has increased by a large amount out of nowhere. And recently, I feel that my aura is getting stronger and stronger, even if I don't cultivate it, it's increasing on its own. Jing frowned. Show me Ren. Gon activated his Nen according to Jing's words. Looking at Gon, who was bathed in golden Nen, Jing's pupils quickly dilated. Incredible increase. Does dying awaken potential? Regardless of why Gon had suddenly become stronger, if Gon really wanted to challenge Loki now. Jing smiled. Perhaps it's really possible. How is it, Jing? Can I challenge Loki in your place? Jing was silent for a while, making Gon think that it was impossible, and his face became dejected. But Jing suddenly spoke. Prepare for special training. Your power has increased, but you can't fully control it yet. In this state, there's no hope. Gon jumped up happily, looking very excited. In Iceberg City, at the border with the fiery Kukura Mountain, the Zoldyck family's new home. Killua had ended his travels and returned to the Zoldyck family with Aluka. However, the current Zoldyck family seemed to have declined compared to the Zoldyck family of the past. Looking at his father and grandfather, who were lying in bed, and had not yet woken up, and hearing the news of his great-grandfather's death, Killua sighed helplessly. He turned and walked towards the outside. Kikyo said, Killua, where are you going? The family's current situation didn't allow for any more accidents. Killua turned his head faintly. I'll avenge my brothers, father and grandfather. Honestly, Killua didn't have much hatred for Loki. However, Killua wanted to try this time. Even if he wasn't Loki's opponent at all, he wanted to try. To challenge the strongest in the world. Loki, who stood above all Nen users. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. He just wanted to try. After Killua finished speaking, he turned and left. Kikyo was stunned in place. Looking at Killua's eyes, she was completely stunned. She had never seen such eyes appear on Killua. He's really grown up. On Greed Island, Beyond caught Razor's ball with one hand. You're also one of the game's creators. Facing Beyond, whose aura was so powerful that Razor couldn't resist, cold sweat broke out on Razor's face. You could say that. However, I'm actually only responsible for the simplest production of the emitter type. I might not even be considered a non-staff. Beyond took the ball that a subordinate handed over with one hand. Then it's my turn. Razor took a long breath. If I get hit, I'll probably die. It seems like it's best to dodge. Looking at Razor's somewhat fearful expression, Beyond smiled coldly. Loki is on this island, right? After I deal with you, it'll be his turn next. Beyond smiled. That guy doesn't seem to be planning to stop me from getting the game's clear reward. Razor looked at him quietly. Beyond continued to say, what an arrogant attitude. His expression became ferocious. The strongest in the world, unafraid of anyone's challenge. Is that what he means? So he doesn't care who gets the clear reward. He doesn't even care what wish the person who clears the game makes. Gently raising the ball in his hand, Beyond's powerful nen crazily poured into it. What an excessively arrogant attitude. But I'll make him regret it. Beyond attacked. The nen that was injected into the ball seemed to turn it into a terrifying bomb. It streaked straight towards Razor. At the last moment, Razor dodged Beyond's terrifying attack. However, the wall behind him was hit by the ball that was injected with a huge amount of nen. A terrifying explosion immediately occurred. The entire room began to collapse. Razor rushed out helplessly. What a beast-like power. Is Lord Loki really planning to let this go? After witnessing Beyond's power, Razor was somewhat worried. However, Loki, who was still in a state of cultivation, looked at the system screen that suddenly popped up in front of him. I thought there wouldn't be any new missions triggered. I didn't expect it. Just sitting here and not doing anything can trigger new missions. Ding dong. Mission triggered. The honor of the strongest. Even though you are recognized as the strongest in the world, there are still ambitious challengers who have decided to challenge you. Wait for the challengers to come and defeat them, establishing your title as the strongest in the world. Reward, Gotcha Ticket X1. Seeing this mission, Loki couldn't help but frown. He just needed to wait for others to challenge him. With the reward grade being variable, it meant that there was some factor that influenced the reward result. Based on his past experience with the system's rewards, Loki could be sure that the stronger the opponent, the higher the reward grade would be. This was simple. If he wanted to obtain a high-grade gotcha ticket, he had to make the people who challenged him stronger. This didn't conflict with the hunting SSS level character mission. And at this time, underscore 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 for more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule. Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 382, HHES. Chapter 382 1448 words. The third Dragon Ball has been obtained by Beyond. Loki looked at this news. Challenger, is that referring to Beyond? It's only been a month since the Greed Island game restarted. Beyond has already obtained 3 Dragon Balls. At this rate, he'll be able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls in another month. It won't be difficult for him to clear the game. Collecting cards isn't a problem at all either. He has so many nin users under his command, there's no problem with collecting as many cards as he wants. So what should I do now? Help Beyond some more. After thinking about it, it doesn't seem necessary. Besides, Loki doesn't have any special methods to help him. The only thing he has that can help others increase their power is the devil fruit. Am I supposed to give the Yuki Yuki no Mi to Beyond to eat? For a nin user like Beyond, eating a devil fruit might not be an improvement, but rather a reduction in his power. Because he already has an ability that he has developed for many years. There's no need to spend effort on other abilities. It would only distract him. However, Loki has already arranged for Hisoka to prepare a surprise for the players on the island with the Yuki Yuki no Mi. Calculating the time, the event regarding the Yuki Yuki no Mi should be starting soon. A devil fruit. A complete Nen ability. Will it drive the players crazy? The resulting shock might be even greater than the previous Spring of Life event. That's right. Loki suddenly understood. Thinking about it from a different angle, he doesn't need to help Beyond with this time. He just needs to wait for Beyond to clear the game. However, selecting more powerful guys to challenge him might also increase the level of the mission reward, making the reward higher. On the other side, Loki had previously seen Kurapika and the others trigger the event leading to the shrine. This event was originally hosted by Hisoka, and if they could defeat Hisoka, they would be able to obtain an extremely special magic card. This card didn't help with clearing the game, as it wasn't a designated pocket card. Loki hadn't paid attention to it before. Now that the mission had been triggered, Loki had to consider all factors that could affect the mission reward. Adding a little difficulty, if Kurapika and the others can really enter the shrine in the end, I'll take Hisoka's place. That way Kurapika and the others can also be considered challengers. Loki didn't care at all why Kurapika and the others were triggering this event. He didn't have time to think about that question right now. Just as Loki was thinking about all the questions for the mission, ding dong. Another mission. Being able to continuously trigger missions without doing anything. Loki felt that all of his previous thoughts were sometimes a waste. Perhaps the missions were fixed, and he didn't need to look for triggers at all. He could trigger missions just by waiting. But that was just wishful thinking. Loki couldn't be sure. What were the rules for triggering missions? Turning his head, he carefully looked at the mission that had been triggered again. Threat from outside the game. Greed Island has received a new threat. The human army is on its way to warships and airships. Reward, S-level gotcha ticket X1. Loki was stunned for a moment. Actually, Loki had already put in a lot of effort into Greed Island's defense. Using Nanaka's power, he had almost completely cut off all external influences. But this was asking Loki to annihilate all the enemies. It wasn't about protecting Greed Island. It seemed that the system also knew that Greed Island didn't need protection at all. It was just that someone had come to provoke him, and Loki had to return the favor. Being able to mobilize the army. He didn't need to think to know who it was. The Five Vows. As for why the Five Vows were attacking Greed Island, Loki didn't even want to think about the reason. Regardless of why they wanted to destroy Greed Island, shouldn't they try to contact him, the chairman of the Hunter Association, first? Directly using absolute force to achieve their goals. It seemed like they weren't putting people in their eyes at all. Did they really think that the power of an individual couldn't surpass that of a group? Loki looked at the flames burning in his hand. Although it's just an S-level gotcha, I can't let it go. At that moment, near the outer sea area of Greed Island, dozens of airships were constantly approaching Greed Island in the sky. The mysterious power made it impossible to use radar here. So the Five Vows could only use their numerical advantage to cover the entire sea area. Controlling the flight direction with the naked eye, there shouldn't be any problems, right? When the number of people exceeded a certain point, the power that confused people in the outer area of Greed Island also gradually weakened. The airships were guiding the direction in the sky, leading the warships to constantly surround Greed Island. Although they couldn't see any islands in their vision, just being able to step into this magical sea area had already made the captains of the warships and airships who were carrying out the mission extremely excited and very satisfied. Although Nen users have very magical powers, they always have limits. The wisdom of the group has no limits. If we had decided to solve that troublesome kid earlier, we wouldn't have so many headaches now. It's not too late now. As long as we destroy Greed Island, those NIN users, with their current numbers, are not to be feared. Cheadle suddenly fell to the ground. Behind her, Saksho and the others were also staring blankly, freezing the entire sea in an instant. There was no need to ask, it was definitely Loki's power. Besides Loki, there was probably no one else in this world with such terrifying power. Crazily wiped the sweat from his forehead with difficulty. I didn't expect that not only fire but also the power of ice would be so terrifying. The last time Loki had used the power of the High no Mi for the first time, it was to resist the volcanic eruption on Kokura Mountain. At that time, the power of the volcano didn't allow the power of the High no Mi to be well displayed. Without a force that could compete with it, the true power of the High no Mi was felt even more clearly. Being able to freeze the endless sea in an instant was definitely not weaker than the fire that Loki often used. It could even be said that the visual impact was even more terrifying than fire. The Zodiacs had already begun to adapt to Loki's abnormal power. They quickly recovered after their surprise. But it wasn't so easy for others. For example, the Five Vows. They weren't watching the footage that the army was feeding back right now. Instead, they were waiting for news from the army. Because they weren't worried about whether the operation would fail. But just as they were thinking happily about how to proceed with the next step after they had solved these damn NIN users, a phone call came. The person who answered the phone picked it up with a smile. But then, his face became more and more ugly. His expression completely went numb. The cigar in his mouth also fell to the ground. The others felt that something was wrong, and wanted to ask him what had happened. Suddenly, a screen rose from the center of the conference table. The people stared at the screen. Their eyes bulged out, staring intently at the scene on the screen. Damn it, what's going on? How could the sea have turned into this? The weather there shouldn't be able to have this kind of situation. Could this also be NIN ability? Speaking of this, the people of the Five Vows couldn't help but think of that ice city that had completely changed the climate. An ice city that had blocked a volcano. Originally, the Five Vows didn't believe that it was something that humans could do. They thought it was just a coincidence. But now, this scene that surpassed people's imagination had appeared again. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 383, HHES, Chapter 383 1371 words. Last time it was a coincidence. Was it still a coincidence this time? Of course not. It would be terrifying enough if something like this happened by chance once, let alone twice. So this power was genuine. Achieved by the power of an individual. On the sea surface, the warships that were advancing were all frozen in place by the thick ice. Unable to move forward. Even the propellers at the stern were frozen. The soldiers on these warships came to the side of the ship, looking at the suddenly frozen sea surface. They had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Why is the seawater suddenly frozen? It was fine just a second ago. What's going on? The soldiers clamored. The captain walked out of the warship and onto the deck. The wrinkles on the warship captain's face were all squeezed together as he looked at the vast expanse of white ice. Even though the cold wind was constantly blowing on the ice surface and the temperature was very low, he still felt cold sweat pouring out of his back. This power, is this the target we're supposed to be dealing with this time? The captain had a bad feeling. This operation might have unexpected dangers. But that feeling made even himself feel ridiculous. They had so many troops on their side. with firepower sufficient to easily destroy a country. What could possibly threaten such a massive force? Even if the ice surface was frozen, the weapons on the warships could still be used normally. Missiles and artillery shells were all on standby. Even if they stood still, any enemy that appeared could be killed instantly. Everyone, quiet down. There's nothing to be afraid of. The captain began to reassure the soldiers. Although we can't move forward, we're not in any danger. Have the naval guns aim at the ice surface in the distance. As long as they shattered the ice surface, he believed that these warships would soon be able to break free. As the order was transmitted, the naval guns on the warships fired continuously, bombarding the ice surface frantically. Of course, it wasn't the ice surface around the warships, but the ice surface in the distance. The ice surface around the warships could be shattered simply by shooting with machine guns or using small explosives. But as the foremost warships fired, dust and smoke billowed on the ice surface in the distance. The captain smiled. Our weapons can solve all problems. This kind of thing can't stop us from continuing to advance. At the same time, the airships in the sky were also dropping bombs downwards, helping to bomb the ice surface even further away. Flashes of fire constantly erupted. On the snow-white ice surface, explosions occurred one after another. The earth-shaking scene shocked the soldiers on the warships. Such a barrage was a rare sight. The scene of the bombs exploding almost simultaneously made even the Zodiacs, who were watching this scene, tremble in their hearts. They were nin users who could withstand ordinary hot weapon attacks, but something like this terrifying bombardment was impossible to withstand. It seems that just freezing the sea surface can't stop the army. Crazily said somewhat disappointedly. The others glanced at him silently. They seemed to be wondering when Crazily had started expecting Loki to be able to stop such a massive army. That was an army carrying nuclear weapons. Cheadle, who had climbed up from the ground, said somewhat worriedly, "It's best if he can't stop them." That way. Cheadle didn't have time to finish her words. The smoke from the exploding shells was dissipating. The ice surface. However, it hadn't cracked open as expected. Instead, many craters had been blasted out at the locations where the shells had exploded. Craters that were a dozen meters wide and 6 or 7 meters deep, but they hadn't completely pierced through the ice surface. This situation stunned Cheadle. "You're kidding me. How thick is the ice layer?" He froze the sea surface in an instant, and he was also able to make the ice layer so thick that artillery shells couldn't penetrate it. They had thought that freezing the sea in an instant was terrifying enough. They hadn't expected that Loki would actually be able to make the ice layer so thick that even warship artillery couldn't penetrate it while freezing the sea. Looking at the ice surface that had been through a baptism of fire, which was still solid and showed no signs of cracking, everyone who saw this scene was trembling madly inside. The warship captains had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Ice that's so hard that even naval guns can't. The soldiers didn't know what to say anymore. First, it was as if they had suddenly traveled through time, and the azure sea surface had suddenly been frozen. Then, when they bombarded it with artillery shells, they couldn't even break it. Each of these warships of theirs was a behemoth. But now they were stuck in place, unable to move forward. And the culprit for everything was just ice. "Captain, what should we do now?" the captain's deputy asked. However, when the captain heard this question, a subtle change appeared on his face. "What should we do? How would I know what to do? We can't move here. What can I do? Someone tell me what the hell is going on with this damn ice." There was no way. The soldiers below were all silently looking at him. The captain could only quickly turn around and return to the warship, preparing to ask his superiors. In the sky, the captain of the airship looked at the ice surface that had been bombarded below. "Is our mission objective really just to destroy an island?" The soldiers and officers in the army had begun to have doubts. With such a bizarre phenomenon, their objective was probably not as simple as destroying an island. From the moment they had stepped into this sea area, bizarre things had been constantly happening. Now they had finally found a way to enter this sea area, but they had encountered such a bizarre phenomenon again. It seemed that the further they went, the more dangerous it would be. All over the world, people who were watching this scene through various channels had also begun to discuss it. The wealthy people who had been attracted by the clear reward, do the people we hired have this kind of power? The wealthy person's question was met with collective eye-rolling from the others. This kind of power. Could they hire someone with this kind of power? That was a joke. This is Greed Island, the game's way of responding to outside invaders. And this game was created by that Hunter Association chairman. This power definitely comes from that mysterious kid chairman. He wants to confrontation the army. That's the army. Can he do it? Although there's a guy on Greed Island who's stirring up trouble, and wants to create a world of non-users. However, these people weren't worried about this problem at all. They didn't care what the world would become. They only cared about getting what they wanted. Everything else didn't matter. On the other side, the members of the Five Vows, who were in a meeting, all had tightly furrowed brows, staring at the thick, solid ice. One of them slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Give me full firepower. I don't believe that the power of one person alone can stop the army. The others also had angry expressions on their faces. They were obviously also very angry about the fact that this inexplicably appearing ice had frozen the army. This was the Five Vows army. And it had actually been stopped. Although this was a secret operation and the outside world didn't know about it at all, the Five Vows were also aware that some countries, or special organizations, or perhaps a certain consortium, definitely knew about the news. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 384, HHES, chapter 384 1359 words. However, the Five Vows had mobilized such a massive army, and if they still couldn't take down a small island, how would they deter other countries in the future? It was a matter of the Five Vows' face. No matter what, they couldn't just be stopped by a few pieces of ice. The various warships that received the order immediately began a non-stop bombardment. The airships in the sky were also constantly dropping bombs. The sound of the explosions even reached Greed Island. The players who were conquering the game in various parts of Greed Island were somewhat puzzled when they heard the rumbling sound coming from outside the island. What's that sound? It sounds like a very dense artillery bombardment. Artillery shells. This is Greed Island. How could there be artillery shells here? The players didn't understand what was happening. The vaguely audible explosions came wave after wave, without stopping at all. One of the game creators, although he was no longer responsible for monitoring the intruders outside the island, could still see the situation outside the island from his residence, the lighthouse. Although he could only vaguely see a little, it was enough to make Razor feel terrified. Those are warship artillery shells. Why would warships come to this kind of place? Are they attacking Greed Island? The dense warship group made Razor's heart almost jump out of his throat. The warships fired in unison, and the sky-covering artillery shells flew towards Greed Island. Although they weren't close enough to hit the island yet, the distance was already very close. A little closer, and they might hit Greed Island. What the hell is going on? Jing isn't here, and I can't contact Mr. Loki at all. Razor was very anxious. But there was no use in being anxious. He didn't have any special way to contact Loki. He could only watch helplessly as the warships continued to fire. After tens of minutes of artillery fire, a layer of the ice had been forcibly removed. But when the smoke dissipated, the solid ice was still there. Damn it, why hasn't the ice been shattered after tens of minutes of artillery fire? Is it really ice? It's even harder than steel. The captain looked through his binoculars at the area that had been ravaged by artillery fire in the distance. Other than the fact that huge craters had been blasted out, there was no sign that the ice had been broken. A cold wind blew past. The black smoke gradually dissipated. The captain of one warship suddenly stood motionless, holding his binoculars. In the gradually dissipating smoke, a dark figure appeared. A person. There's someone there. The warship captain immediately notified the other warships. The captains of the other warships that received the notification also looked into the distance. In the smoke, a figure gradually appeared before everyone. He slowly walked on the ice surface. Viewing through binoculars, unless one looked carefully, one wouldn't even notice that there was a person in the smoke. However, judging from his height, he seemed to be relatively small. Under the gaze of all the warship captains, he appeared. He walked out of the smoke step by step. His white cloak covered his entire body. His wine-red hair was casually scattered. Suddenly, some kind of mysterious fluctuation seemed to erupt beside him, violently shocked the surrounding smoke away. Loki pursed his lips. He looked up at the warships that were frozen on the sea in the distance. TSK, TSK, TSK. So you really want to flatten this sea area? You've actually mobilized so many big guys. Loki shook his head, lifted his foot, and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. The captains were a little puzzled by the sudden appearance of the child. How could a child suddenly appear on the vast sea, and a child dressed so strangely? They had never seen Loki. They didn't know that Loki was the chairman of the Hunter Association. Send people over to see what's going on. The captain gave the order. A team of soldiers quickly jumped onto the ice from the warship. With such a thick ice layer, there was no need to worry about it collapsing. The soldiers quickly ran towards the distance. Loki looked from afar and saw that many people had come down from one of the warships. They were rushing towards him, holding weapons. Loki smiled. You think you can deal with me like this? Was it the Five Vows' ignorance, or were they looking down on him? Regardless of the situation, Loki found it somewhat amusing. Did they really think that Nin users were helpless against the army, and against hot weapons? They were too naive. Loki smiled and continued to walk forward with big strides. That team of soldiers was about to rush in front of Loki. As they got closer and closer to Loki, they felt that something was wrong. This suddenly appearing kid didn't seem like an ordinary child. His gaze was very calm, and even revealed a cold aura. The captain of this team of soldiers had a bad feeling. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. When they were still hundreds of meters away from Loki, he raised his hand, wanting to call out to Loki. However, at the moment when he raised his hand to shout, an invisible fluctuation suddenly swung away from under Loki's feet. The invisible fluctuation quickly swept out, sweeping past the side of this team of soldiers. The team captain, who was about to open his mouth to call to Loki, his eyes began to turn white. He suddenly fell straight down. The other soldiers behind him also suddenly fell forward. A team of soldiers fell to the ground suddenly without any warning, making the corners of the eyes of the various captains on the warships twitch violently. What happened? Why did the soldiers suddenly fall down? The officers, large and small, and the non-commissioned officers who were wearing binoculars were all stunned. The matter was too bizarre. There were no signs of any attacks. The fact that they had suddenly fainted collectively made people feel extremely frightened. If Loki had taken action and solved this team of soldiers, it wouldn't have shocked them so much. But Loki was far away, and they hadn't seen anything wrong with Loki. However, their soldiers had suddenly fallen to the ground. Captain, what's going on? The captain couldn't answer this question either. You're asking me what's going on? I want to ask you what's going on. The soldiers we sent out suddenly fainted. Is this how you train normally? They're out of breath after running for 2 steps. Could it be that kid is playing tricks? The captain was stunned for a moment. Although he wanted to say that it was impossible, he didn't dare to come to that conclusion rashly. This sea area was full of strangeness. The captain thought for a while and returned to the warship's control room to connect communications with the other warships. The warships can't move now. In that case, let's leave a portion of the soldiers to guard the warships, and have everyone else jump down from the warships and advance on foot. We probably won't be able to break through this thickness of ice in a short amount of time. The other captains thought it was a good idea. Since they couldn't break the ice, they would advance on foot. Although they had given up the weapons on the warships, the main means of attack for carrying out this mission was the nuclear weapons carried by the airships in the sky. Their warships were only there to escort them and to confirm the target location. There was nothing wrong with giving up the warships. Soon, the captains of the various warships agreed to this proposal. The soldiers jumped down from the various warships and neatly advanced forward, forming queues. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 385, HHES. Chapter 385 1317 words. The captain also pulled out his pistol and led the way towards the distance. Their first goal was to see Loki, to find out what was going on with this kid who had suddenly appeared on the sea surface. When the dense mass of soldiers lined up neatly, at that moment, they directly formed a formation nearly a kilometer wide on the ice surface. The dense mass of bobbing heads was dazzling and deeply shocking at the same time. Tens of thousands. The number was as high as 100,000. As they marched forward in unison, the sound of footsteps, the rumbling footsteps, formed a tangible sound wave that swept towards the distance. This scene made Loki stop in his tracks. It also made the national organizations, personal organizations, and conglomerates around the world that were watching this scene show horrified expressions. An army of 100,000. They had only heard of such a scene. But when they actually saw such a scene, no one wasn't moved by it. It was too shocking. The mighty army had a very terrifying aura. With so many troops mobilized, it seems that Greed Island, that magical island, can't continue to exist. The leader of a small countryside. They've really gone all out. Sending so many troops just to destroy an island. The 5 vows seemed determined to completely destroy that strange game. A huge underground organization. It's a pity that we invested a lot of wealth in that game, but in the end, it was destroyed by the 5 vows. A certain conglomerate was very angry. Cheadle clenched her hands tightly. Please don't be impulsive. The other Zodiacs were stunned for a moment. They didn't quite understand what Cheadle was talking about. With such a force, there's no need to worry about any NIN users at all. They're just a bunch of idiots who think they're strong just because they have some power. This is a good opportunity to deter some countries. Are you referring to Kaken? When the word Kaken was mentioned, the faces of the 5 vows all turned somewhat ugly. Because Kaken had been causing them a lot of trouble recently. Let's consider dealing with the current situation first. Everyone's eyes focused on the screen again. As the army began to move, the rumbling footsteps made the ground tremble faintly. Loki looked up at the dark mass in front of him. So many people. It's really scary. Such a force. Such a quantity. If it were an ordinary NIN user, they would probably have been scared silly. Like Razor, who was watching the situation outside from the lighthouse on Greed Island. When he saw the army that was like locusts crossing the border, he was completely out of it. Sweat was constantly pouring down his face. Are they planning to level Greed Island? With so many people making up the army, it would be too much of an overreaction to use them to deal with NIN users. What should I do? Can the thing that Mr. Jing and Mr. Loki mentioned that protects Greed Island withstand this? The moment this question appeared in Razor's mind, it was rejected by himself. What could possibly stop so many troops? Even if they moved a mountain, it wouldn't be able to stop so many people. Razor was very anxious, but there was no use in being anxious. He couldn't contact Loki or Jing at all. Just as Razor was burning with anxiety, he suddenly saw a small black dot in front of the army. Loki, who was standing on the ice surface, looked like a small black dot from afar. Moreover, compared to the hundreds of thousands of troops, Loki's black dot was a little pitifully small. It wasn't easy to notice unless one looked carefully. Especially since this was a vast expanse of white ice. Loki was wearing a white cloak, which helped him camouflage himself. Razor stared at Loki's back for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a trace of color finally appeared on his pale face. Loki, he had already discovered the situation outside the island. Seeing Loki appear, Razor suddenly felt that he wasn't worried anymore. But he suddenly thought of the fact that Cheadle and the others were anxiously trying to see Loki. Razor thought for a while and lifted his foot from the top of the lighthouse, jumping towards the outside of the island. To leave this Greed Island, the only way besides using items to go to the outside world was probably the place where Razor was, which was the only place that had a chance to escape the island. Because Razor's position was originally built to monitor the sea surface, so it could be considered an area outside the island. After Razor jumped out of the lighthouse, he first felt a strange energy pass through his body. Before he had time to think about what this strange energy was, a cold wind suddenly blew, and he was already on the ice outside the island. The hot air that Razor exhaled directly turned into white mist and dissipated in the air. Razor frowned. It should be warm weather, but it's become like winter. As expected of Mr. Thinking this, Razor raised his eyes and looked at the faint figure in the distance. Razor quickly rushed towards Loki. But at this moment, Loki didn't put his attention on his back at all. Instead, he was concentrating on looking ahead. An army of hundreds of thousands. This is the first time I've seen such a big scene. It's really scary. Loki smiled faintly. The army moved quickly. They also maintained a high degree of vigilance towards Loki, this child who had suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Because the previous team of soldiers had inexplicably fainted. If they were still careless, then they would really be hopelessly stupid. The army quickly closed the distance with Loki. But the closer they got, the more they couldn't understand. Loki looked like a harmless child. To be precise, he should be a youth. But they couldn't see any aggressiveness. The warship captains gathered together and cautiously approached Loki. "What's your name? Why are you here?" The captain with the highest rank, a Mediterranean hairstyle, and a fat body had sharp eyes. He had the aura of someone in a high position. He asked Loki seriously. But Loki, who was a few dozen steps away, just gently raised his head and looked at the army that had surrounded him tightly. The soldiers, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounded Loki tightly. Although they weren't raising the weapons in their hands at him, they were also concentrating fully, ready to raise their weapons and fire at Loki at any time. With so many soldiers gathered together, the aura they formed was definitely not something that ordinary people could withstand. But Loki faced such a massive army without wavering at all. There was no change in his expression, and his eyes were still calm. This strange situation made the warship captains instinctively feel that there was something very wrong with Loki. But because Loki was just a short guy, they weren't too afraid. Loki didn't say anything. The captain stepped forward. "Take him down. Take good care of this kid, and find out his identity after we return." Several soldiers stepped forward to grab Loki. However, before their hands could touch Loki, they were suddenly bounced away by a huge force. Even these soldiers staggered back a few steps before barely managing to stand firm. This sudden situation made the other soldiers raise their weapons and aim at Loki. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 386, HHES, Chapter 386 1399 words. Hundreds of machine guns. Perhaps thousands, tens of thousands of dark gun muzzles were aimed at him. Even the top NON users would only have one option in this situation: raise their hands and surrender. Could block bullets, but could it block millions of bullets? Obviously not. And in the back, Razor, who was watching Loki being surrounded, felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. He wasn't worried that Loki would be injured. Instead, he was worried that if the soldiers took action and angered Loki, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, if Loki attacked the army, the many warships in the back would definitely open fire immediately. Loki, he believed, wouldn't be afraid of bullets, but what about artillery shells? What about missiles? Even Loki probably couldn't really withstand them head-on. He burst out with full speed, wanting to get there as soon as possible. But he was still nearly a kilometer away from Loki. Such a distance couldn't be covered in just a few seconds. Don't take action. Otherwise, this world will be finished. The confrontation between Loki and the army wasn't just about the safety of everyone present. Loki represented the Hunter Association. And the army was the Five Vows forces. Once Loki clashed with these troops, it would mean that the relationship between the Hunter Association and the Five Vows had completely broken down. At the same time, it could also trigger even more terrifying consequences. Razor was extremely anxious. At the same time, the Zodiacs in the Hunter Association, Cheadle, Saksho, Cluck, Gel, Peon, and the others were also very nervous. The army and Loki were facing off. If Loki really took action, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cheadle was almost praying in her heart to all the gods she knew. Please don't let Loki be impulsive. Please don't let Loki be impulsive. Once Loki takes action. Cheadle's eyes were full of worry. If Loki really took action, the entire world could be affected. And the Hunter Association would really cease to exist. Various forces were paying attention to Loki. Who is that person? Can you find a way to make the picture clearer? They weren't the Zodiacs, so they couldn't guess that this person was Loki. After some adjustments, the picture, which had been blurry before, finally changed significantly. It became a little clearer. In a certain conference room, the people sitting around were frowning. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly appear and block the army's path? Is he someone from that game? However, the bodyguard behind the person who asked the question was a NON user. His employer didn't recognize the other person, but he was all too clear. Although it was just a blurry image, he would definitely not be wrong about that outfit and the general outline. Bang bang. He staggered and accidentally knocked over the water glass on the table next to him. The others in the conference room looked over. What are you doing? Faced with his employer's harsh question, the bodyguard didn't care at all. He just tremblingly raised his hand, pointing at the blurry figure in the picture. That person is, you recognize him? He nodded with difficulty. That's the Hunter Association, the creator of that magical game, Loki. Many of the big shots from various forces didn't believe it. The picture was so blurry, how could you recognize him? You must be mistaken. You can't even see his face clearly in such a blurry picture. The man quickly shook his head. I won't be wrong. Even if I can't see his face, no one else in this world dresses like that Hunter Association chairman, Loki. Loki's outfit was indeed unique. A wide white cloak that completely covered his entire body, black loose-fitting pants, with many strange belts hanging on them. Plus that height, and a head of wine-red hair. Unless they were NON users, no one would be bored enough to imitate Loki's outfit. If they were mistaken for Loki, they would lose a lot of face. If he really is that Hunter Association chairman, then what is he trying to do by standing in front of the army? Does he want to negotiate with the five vows? Negotiate? One person smiled coldly. The Hunter Association was able to get where it is with the five vows' help. Now that they've mobilized the army, do you think the five vows had contacted the Hunter Association beforehand? Since they've already mobilized the army, it means that things can't be salvaged. Since things couldn't be salvaged, then what was Loki doing here? Someone asked with some doubt, could it be that he wants to stop these troops and protect Greed Island? Hearing this, someone immediately laughed. Stop them with what? You think one person can stop hundreds of thousands of troops? Are you joking? Even if all the hunters in the Hunter Association came, they still couldn't stop them. The person smiled disdainfully. Nin users are good as special forces, carrying out assassination or destroying a building, but the power of one person can never clash head-on with an army. The others nodded silently in agreement. But the bodyguard suddenly stood up. If it were an ordinary Nin user, they couldn't do it, but the Hunter Association's chairman, Loki, is different. These people looked at him. How could a mere bodyguard say such arrogant words? You're also a Nin user, right? Do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Although Nin users are indeed very strong, they're still just one person. Are all Nin users so arrogant? They don't even put hundreds of thousands of troops in their eyes. These people laughed. However, the bodyguard didn't say anything more. If he hadn't seen Loki's power, he would have had the same thoughts as these people. He was someone who had participated in the opening ceremony of the Greed Island game. He had participated in that Nin user grand event. Tens of thousands of Nin users. Under the power of this person in the picture, half of them fell in an instant. And he happened to be one of the people who fell. At that moment, he deeply experienced the terrifying power that originated from Loki's outburst. Even as a Nin user, he felt that he could never stop that power, even if he exhausted his entire life. Let alone a group of ordinary people. Even if it was an army of hundreds of thousands, it probably wouldn't be too much of a threat under that kind of power. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, and he looked at these guys who were laughing heartily with a disdainful gaze. Frogs in a well. You'll soon understand that this person's power can no longer be measured by common sense. In the picture, the captain with the highest rank was roaring at Loki. Kid, raise your hands and don't move. What did you do just now? You better cooperate with us, otherwise, there's only one outcome waiting for you. What was the outcome? Of course, it was to be shot to death in a hail of bullets, directly turned into a sieve. However, Loki didn't raise his hands to surrender. It was impossible for him to surrender. You're really planning to use these weapons to threaten me? Just a few guns. Loki seemed to be telling a joke, laughing happily. He was really amused by this group of blockhead soldiers. They wanted to hurt him with guns. Didn't they investigate the intelligence or anything before coming here? The captain with the highest rank didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant in this situation. The corners of his eyes began to twitch, and he glared at Loki. The muzzle of the exquisite black pistol directly burst into flames. A bullet shot straight towards Loki's legs. The muzzle spewed out flames. A bullet shot straight towards Loki's legs. This captain didn't plan to kill Loki. He just wanted to give him a lesson. To make him afraid to be presumptuous again. However, at the moment the gunshot rang out, razor in the back, underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 387, HHES, Chapter 387 1439 words. Razor, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. His body slid quickly on the ice surface due to inertia for a distance before Razor stabilized himself. He looked up. With a terrified expression, he looked into the distance. The thing I was most worried about still happened. What kind of consequences will it cause once Loki clashes with the army? Razor didn't want to care. What he cared about most was whether the people in front of him could leave alive. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Razor tried his best to look at the situation in the distance. Loki, who was in front of the army, his white cloak was swaying slightly. A bullet passed through Loki's body and shot straight into the ice. No one would worry that Loki would be killed by this. Because just a pistol wouldn't be enough to kill a nin user. Even nin users who couldn't block bullets with their aura could easily dodge them. The people who knew Loki's identity didn't care about this shot at all. But the army opposite Loki still had cold expressions on their faces. In their opinion, although the other party was just a child, it wasn't too much to give him some punishment for being so arrogant in front of the army. The captain who fired the shot looked at Loki with a cold expression. "Kid, you should have a sense of awe when facing the army. This should be a very profound lesson for you." He narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. However, a long time passed. The expected scream didn't appear. Loki also didn't show any signs of falling. The bullet passed through his body, and Loki didn't seem to feel anything at all. Suddenly, his deputy widened his mouth and looked at Loki, pointing to the place where Loki had been shot, stammering, wanting to say something, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. The others also suddenly noticed that something was wrong. The area that had been hit by the bullet didn't bleed as usual. A small flame ignited. A tiny hole appeared. The flame burned, slowly repairing it until it finally returned to its original appearance. The captain who fired the shot staggered, as if he had suddenly lost his strength. He stared at Loki, at the place where the bullet had hit. How could this be? This isn't a human body structure at all. The soldiers in front who saw this scene also seemed a little flustered. How could a person not bleed after being shot? Instead, flames ignited on the wound. The flames repaired the wound, and it was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. How was this possible? The soldiers in front seemed flustered, making the people who were paying attention to this place all over the world feel strange. What's wrong? They attacked that kid, but why are they the ones who seem to be getting confused? The picture is still too blurry. We can't see what happened at all. Even if they found out that one shot couldn't solve that kid, they shouldn't be reacting like this. It was normal for nin users to dodge bullets, especially bullets from such a small pistol. It shouldn't have caused the army to be confused. These people couldn't understand. But they didn't care too much. Anyway, no matter what, even if he was the chairman of the Hunter Association, one person could never stop so many troops. An army of hundreds of thousands of people. Once they opened fire with all their might, it would be a world-destroying scene. 10 seconds of firepower would be enough to destroy a city. Could a nin user destroy a city in 10 seconds? At this time, Loki lowered his head and looked at the flames that were gradually disappearing from his leg. "Since you didn't try to kill me with one shot, you should turn back," Loki said very seriously. Not at all like he was joking. The captain was holding the pistol, looking at his gun, and then looking at Loki. He didn't understand. Why didn't the bullet hurt the person, and instead, flames ignited? Could this kid not be human? I said, are you listening to me? You should leave quickly. If you don't want to die. When the captain heard Loki's words, he suddenly raised his head and gritted his teeth. You think you can scare me? No matter what you are, I'll see how many bullets you can block. He raised his hand, and the soldiers, seeing the captain's gesture, raised their pistols one after another. Shoot him. I want to see what he really is. Da-da-da-da. The dense sound of gunshots suddenly rang out. Loki had just opened his mouth to speak, but he was suddenly hit by the overwhelming hail of bullets. At this moment, the dense mass of bullets formed an impenetrable wall in the air, sweeping straight towards Loki. In an instant, Loki's entire body turned into flames. Unrecognizable. The bullets constantly passed through Loki's body. The flames swayed wildly. There were too many people firing to count. They only knew that the fire lines left by the bullets shooting through the air were like a torrential rain, constantly pouring down on Loki. Under such a dense attack, Loki's body was completely blasted into ashes, completely disappearing from the spot. The ice surface behind him was left with a dense mass of bullet holes. Razor, who was not far away, felt his eyes twitch violently the moment he saw Loki's figure being swallowed by the bullets. Although he wasn't attacked, just watching from afar made Razor feel incredibly terrified. That overwhelming hail of bullets, the destructive strike it formed, if he wasn't careful, he would have been shot to death in a hail of bullets in an instant. The gun flashes that formed a long line across the front looked very shocking. But after the shock, Razor stared intently at the place where Loki had been standing. The gunshots gradually stopped. The captain put the pistol back in its holster and took 2 steps forward. Even demons and monsters can only be torn apart in front of the army. Seeing Loki disappear without a trace, he nodded with some satisfaction. Now, although the soldiers felt that Loki was somewhat strange, they weren't so afraid anymore. No matter how strange you are, in the face of powerful firepower, you can only die. Grasping the gun tightly in their hands, the soldiers suddenly felt very safe. Chapter 610, Quantity has no meaning. All right, continue forward. The captain gave the order, and the soldiers began to take steps in unison. However, they had only taken 2 steps when a strange wind suddenly rose. Razor stared intently at the place where Loki had been standing. A faint flame slowly lit up. As expected, Razor still clearly remembered that Loki had an ability called elementalization, which could nullify almost all attacks. But he had never seen this move before. This was the first time he had seen it. The flames suddenly appeared from all directions. As if being attracted, they crazily rushed back towards the place where Loki had been standing. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into Loki's figure. The sound of flames surging rang out. Suddenly, Loki reappeared, making the advancing army stop abruptly. These people looked at Loki. Their faces were all filled with disbelief. The Loki who had clearly been annihilated had reappeared. Such powerful firepower just now hadn't killed him. What kind of monster was he? The captain with the highest rank was completely frozen. He stared blankly at Loki. Is he a human or a ghost? What's going on with this strange sea area? Why are there so many strange things? He was dazed. But Loki wasn't. Loki moved his hands and feet slightly. Being completely scattered is really unpleasant. His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. You've really angered me. At this moment, Loki's voice contained a strange power, making people feel as if they were being crushed and couldn't breathe. Even Razor in the back felt somewhat afraid after hearing Loki's voice. Let alone this group of ordinary people in front of him. Razor instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from Loki now. He suddenly ran towards Loki. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off. Chapter 388, HHES, Chapter 388. 1317 words. Razor's shout made Loki, who was about to attack, pause slightly. He looked back at Razor. Razor, why did you run out? Loki smiled. As one of the game's creators, you can't just run out. Besides, you're just someone that Jing hired. Loki, please don't go back, Razor. Loki raised his hand. With a gentle wave. Suddenly, his Nen aura erupted. A terrifying tide of Nen, like a raging wave, crashed over. Razor didn't have time to make any movements. He put his hands in front of him. His body was immediately blown away by the vast amount of Nen. Then, Razor curled up his body, trying his best to protect himself from taking too much damage. However, the sound of the wind in his ears made Razor's face pale. Even though he had tried his best to protect his body with his aura, he was still powerless against Loki's Nen. His body was sent flying back at an extremely fast speed. In a few breaths, Razor had crossed thousands of meters, landing directly on Greed Island, smashing out a huge crater. Razor lay on the ground, unable to move at all. He gritted his teeth and opened the Creator Control interface, using the breath of the Archangel to restore his injuries. Razor, who had stood up again, looked around. He was completely speechless. Just a casual wave sent me flying back to Greed Island in an instant. Is this Mr. Loki's power? Razor frowned. He's become even stronger than before. On the other side, Loki had only repelled Razor. The soldiers in front of him hadn't even seen Razor's figure. They had only heard someone shout something like Mr. Loki, but they hadn't seen a figure. That name sounded somewhat familiar. The captains were thinking. Loki turned around and looked at the dark mass in front of him, stretching nearly a kilometer. What a massive army. Loki was talking to himself. The soldiers in front of him raised their gun muzzles at Loki again. This guy is definitely not human. We must annihilate him completely this time. The captain issued the attack order again. Loki suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes and looked at the people in front of him. Sorry, I don't want to experience the feeling of being torn to pieces again. Hearing Loki's words, the soldiers were preparing to fire while thinking about what Loki meant. Was he planning to fight back? But even if he wasn't a normal human, what could he do against such a massive army? Was he joking? Loki smiled. An invisible fluctuation erupted from under Loki's feet, sweeping out in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. The ice surface under Loki's feet cracked. The ice surface that hadn't shown any cracks even after being bombarded by artillery shells suddenly shattered under an invisible fluctuation. And the cracks spread rapidly into the distance. The soldiers retreated in a panic. They looked at the cracks that had suddenly appeared under their feet. But they didn't notice that an invisible fluctuation had swept past their sides in an instant. The ice surface stopped collapsing. A cold storm quietly swept out into the distance. Quantity has no meaning in front of me anymore. He raised his right leg and took a step lightly. A soldier fell straight down on the ice surface. Then one soldier after another fell to the ground. Loki had only taken one step. And half of the army of hundreds of thousands of people in front of him had fallen instantly. In the back, the people who were holding weapons and following the soldiers in front suddenly stopped, looking at their companions in front of them, who had suddenly fallen to the ground. They suddenly raised their heads. The soldiers wearing black uniforms had fainted on the ice surface. 50,000 people fainted at the same time. The other half of the soldiers who hadn't been affected looked into the distance. At the white figure standing in the middle of a sea of black. Being blown by the cold wind, his white cloak was swaying. His wine-red hair swayed in the wind, looking very eerie. Even though there were still 50,000 to 60,000 people left. No one dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to breathe. They stood silently in place, looking at their companions who had suddenly fallen in front of them. A captain walking in the back looked at the people who had fallen in the distance. He suddenly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open. What happened? The fleet of airships was circling above the army. The captain of the airship looked down. What's going on down there? Why have a large number of soldiers suddenly fallen? The captain asked his subordinates, but no one could answer his question. They were high in the sky, and even the images they could see through binoculars were limited. They couldn't carefully observe the situation on the ground at all. Seeing large numbers of soldiers fall, the soldiers and captains on the airships were also somewhat afraid. This sea area was already full of strangeness. Now it was even more bizarre. Making so many people fall at the same time, and they hadn't seen the method of attack or the attacker at all. This situation made the people on the airships feel uneasy. However, just as the people on the airships were preparing to lower their altitude to check the situation on the ground, they received a communication from the warships in the rear. Electronic devices near Greed Island were basically unusable. The army could only use a relay method to ensure the strength of the signal, so that communications wouldn't be interfered with to the point of being unable to transmit. The captain picked up the phone. After listening to the order on the phone, he was completely stunned. The others in the central control room watched their captain suddenly space out. They instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen, because they rarely saw their captain show such an expression. As the captain who was piloting this most advanced airship, he should always maintain absolute composure. What's wrong? Are there any new orders? The captain looked at the subordinate who had asked the question. His expression became very solemn. The captain looked at everyone in the room. His gaze swept over their faces one after another. New mission. We have to increase our altitude. After saying this, the others were somewhat puzzled. Hadn't they just said they were going to lower their altitude to look at the situation on the ground? Why did they suddenly have to increase their altitude again? Some people didn't understand. Especially those young faces, all showed puzzled expressions. But those who had the traces of time on their faces understood in an instant after a brief moment of confusion what the new mission was. Increasing altitude, there was only one reason: to prevent the airship from being affected. The captain had a cold face, and he took a long breath. There were still hundreds of thousands of troops below, and those soldiers were still there. And now they had to carry out such an order. All of those lives had been abandoned. Loki glanced at the airships that were increasing their altitude. This feeling, there must be some kind of terrifying bomb loaded on them. Right now, Loki felt a lingering sense of crisis enveloping him. The only weapon that could make him feel this dangerous in the hands of the army was a nuclear weapon. They're going to drop a nuclear weapon here. He glanced at the soldiers around him. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day, Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 389, HHES, Chapter 389 1323 words. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers seemed to have been abandoned. It was a pity that these people probably didn't know it at all. Loki shook his head helplessly. He looked up at the sky. He still had to respect nuclear weapons. But before a nuclear weapon exploded, it wasn't a threat. There weren't many airships in the sky. Loki's gaze locked directly onto the airship in the very center. The volume of this airship far exceeded that of the other airships. It seemed that the other airships were just there to protect this airship. Did they think that they could destroy Greed Island by sending out a few toy ships? Loki smiled faintly. Not to mention that he was on Greed Island, they had no chance at all. Even if he wasn't on Greed Island, it was impossible for them to destroy Greed Island. His every move was attracting the attention of tens of thousands of eyes. What is he looking at in the sky? Is he looking at the airships in the sky? Does this person want to attack the airships in the sky? Seeing Loki looking at the sky, the soldiers felt somewhat amused. No matter how strange you are, no matter how mysterious you are, you're helpless against the airships in the sky. Suddenly, an extremely fast sound of air being torn apart rang out. The place where Loki had been standing was already empty. The surrounding soldiers widened their eyes, looking at the empty ground. They immediately raised their heads. In the sky, a streak of fire was rushing towards the airships. He's flying up. The soldiers were sweating profusely. How could humans fly? Moreover, that speed was leaving the airships far behind. Loki, who had turned into a ball of fire, was about to approach an airship. The altitude of the airships was all above several thousand meters. And how long did it take Loki? A few seconds. Perhaps even less. That speed seemed to have completely exceeded the speed of sound. Suddenly, a brilliant flame exploded in the sky. An airship was instantly swallowed by the flames. Then, a terrifying explosion rang out, turning into a pile of scrap metal and plummeting towards the ground. The sudden explosion made the people on the other airships stunned for a moment. What attacked us? What happened just now? What was that sudden flame? The drivers in the control rooms of the various airships seemed extremely flustered. The captains were also very surprised. A well-functioning airship had suddenly exploded, and they hadn't seen anything appear. The captains contacted each other, asking if they had discovered anything suspicious. A flame appeared in front of the airship fleet. The flame that bloomed like a lotus flower spread out like a painting. Was standing quietly in the air. His body was burning with intense flames. His dancing wine-red hair was like a bewitching flame. At this moment, the actions of the people in the control rooms of the various airships had to stop. They were all looking out the window. At the person standing in the sky. A fire person. He can fly. This scene greatly exceeded the scope of knowledge of all the airship crew members and captains. Similarly, when they saw Loki, who had turned into flames, rushing into the sky, the faces of the five vows in the meeting room immediately turned gloomy. Damn it, it seems that he's discovered it. Why didn't he obediently stay on the ground? Why did he fly into the sky? Damn it, he flew into the sky. With his speed, there's no way for us to deal with him. One of the five vows members said somewhat helplessly. Although Loki was very strong, they still firmly believed that nothing in the world could withstand a nuclear weapon attack. Even during the Chimera Ant incident, the five vows hadn't cared too much. Compared to the threat of the Chimera Ants, they were more concerned about public opinion. The impact on them, the five vows. What alien species, what mutant creatures, they didn't need to worry about any of them. If they couldn't be dealt with by ordinary methods, they would just nuke them. If one wasn't enough, they would use two. If they weren't blown to death, they would be killed by the radiation from the nuclear weapon. The status of humans as overlords was something that no creature could replace. Because they possessed the weapons to destroy this world. Even if they couldn't win, they could die together. But Loki, such a monster, had appeared. A nuclear weapon could definitely kill him, but the problem was that the speed of a nuclear weapon couldn't be faster than Loki. With that kind of speed, who could catch up? Everyone had a worried expression. If Loki didn't die, they would always feel uneasy in their hearts. They were troubled right now. But the airships in the Greed Island Sea area were completely shocked by Loki's unique way of appearing. A human who appeared with flames. Standing in the air out of thin air. Being able to fly freely in the air without the aid of any equipment. Loki raised his hand and punched. Flames spewed out. The violent flames devoured an airship completely in an instant, destroying it in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying attack power made the hearts of the crew members on the airships clench. What a joke, this person had casually destroyed a huge airship with just one punch. He could also fly. Moreover, the speed at which Loki moved at will made them feel even more dizzy. That speed far exceeded the airships they were piloting. It seemed that they couldn't escape. One airship after another was destroyed in the sky, exploding like fireworks. then turning into pieces of scrap metal, falling from the sky like shooting stars. In just a few dozen seconds, only 3 airships were left in the airship fleet. In the Hunter Association, Cheadle collapsed to the ground, watching the airships being shot down one after another. Although they couldn't see Loki's figure in the picture, there was no doubt that Loki had done it all. Only Loki could do such an attack so easily. Whether it was in the air or on the ground, whether there were many people or few people, it was all the same to Loki. The only people who could stop Loki were people with equal strength. Even Jing probably couldn't stop Loki at all now. From the Chimera Ant incident to the volcanic eruption on Kukura Mountain, and after remaking Greed Island with Jing, Loki's power had surpassed any non-user in history, entering a realm that was difficult for ordinary people to imagine. This kind of power should have been something that the Hunter Association should celebrate. Loki had attacked the Five Vows army. Those airships that were falling were as if the Hunter Association's pyramid was being personally destroyed by Loki. From today onwards, all members of the Hunter Association would probably be labeled as criminals. Yesterday's glory to today's downfall, Cheadle couldn't bear such a roller coaster ride. She had been watching the Hunter Association get better and better, and it was about to become even stronger than when Chairman Netero was around. At this time, Loki had personally interrupted the Hunter Association's path to rise again. It's over. It's all over. Cheadle knew very well how much the Five Vows fear the Hunter Association. Now that Loki had openly attacked their troops like this, they would definitely not let the Hunter Association go. It was conceivable that the Hunter's privileges would soon be revoked. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 390, HHES. Chapter 390 1586 words. However, this was only the first step. The hunters would be found guilty of various crimes, and be wanted by the Five Vows. Then, the Hunter Association would be completely abolished. From then on, the Hunter Association would no longer exist. Inside the room, the other Zodiacs were looking at Cheadle, who had a sad expression. They didn't know how to comfort Cheadle. Cheadle raised her head, and looked at the few remaining airships on the screen. Loki, do you even know what you're doing? At this moment, Loki was looking at the 3 remaining airships. One of them was a behemoth that far exceeded the other airships. Loki smiled. The nuclear weapon must be in this ship. Then I'll deal with this problem last. Saying this, Loki raised his hands, and with 2 punches, he destroyed the last 2 escorting airships at the same time. The sound of explosions rang out. The storm caused by the explosions spread towards the middle airship. In the control room, the captain's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Loki outside the window. This monster actually killed everyone else, and the most tragic thing was that there were no weapons on their ship that could deal with Loki. The captain clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the wreckage of the airships that were constantly falling below. Then he looked at the dark mass of troops on the ground. If I really drop the nuclear weapon, I'm afraid I'll never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. Since that was the case, the captain suddenly raised his head and looked at Loki. Since that's the case, it's better to kill this monster in front of me. He turned his head and looked at his subordinates, and gently issued an order. At this time, Loki outside was thinking about how to deal with this airship. If he directly blasted it, it would definitely detonate the nuclear weapon along with it. I need to find a way to take it to a remote sea area. Thinking this, Loki slowly approached, preparing to directly drag the airship to another place. However, the closer Loki got to the airship, the more he could feel an extremely cold aura. That was the premonition that came from his super intuition and spirit sight. Loki seemed to see the flames of an explosion. A mushroom-shaped cloud of fire. Loki's pupils slowly dilated. A mushroom-shaped cloud of fire. Wasn't that a nuclear weapon explosion? Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, white light shone out. Loki's eyes were fixed on the airship in front of him. The white light that shone out made the entire world suddenly turn into a vast expanse of white. They're planning to die with me. At this moment, the sky bloomed with a brilliant, dazzling white light. The white light quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it turned the entire sky into a vast expanse of white. The soldiers on the ground raised their heads, looking at the scene that had suddenly appeared in the sky. At this moment, they were completely stunned, standing quietly in place. No one was unfamiliar with this white light. There was only one result that could produce this level of light. The nuclear weapon has been manually detonated. They detonated it directly in the air. In that case, wouldn't that mean the soldiers watched as the air, which was almost visible to the naked eye, reversed in an instant, crazily rushing towards the place where the light had erupted. Even though they were far away, they could still feel a powerful force, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. They didn't even have time to feel fear. The light that was spreading out, carrying a strong shockwave, had already spread out in all directions. Even though they weren't on the same horizontal plane, and the shockwave wasn't directly hitting these soldiers, they still felt as if they had suddenly been pushed. Under this force, few people could manage to stand firm. Most of the soldiers fell heavily to the ground. They fell on the ground. The cold ice surface couldn't give them a feeling of coldness at all now. Instead, the huge circular shockwave that was gradually spreading out in the sky looked terrifying. People all over the world in different places who saw this scene were stunned. Those unknown organizations, alliances, etc. were all shocked. A nuclear weapon attack. This was no joke. It was so sudden. They had long sensed that the huge airship wouldn't be so simple. But they hadn't guessed that it would be carrying a nuclear weapon. To destroy an island and solve some NIN users who wanted to cause trouble, was it necessary to mobilize such a large force? These people thought this way entirely because they didn't know how many NIN users Beyond had created in a short week, relying on the Spring of Life card. That's why they had such a question about making a mountain out of a molehill. Was it appropriate to use this level of force? They hadn't recovered for a long time. The Hunter Association chairman who rushed into the sky to deal with the airships is probably a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth, sitting on an extremely comfortable office chair, said with a slightly regretful tone. Don't have any hope. With such a weapon used, no creature in the world can withstand it. It's really unexpected. They prepared a nuclear weapon just to deal with a group of NIN users. This is really... These people had a smile that wasn't a smile, and they didn't know what they were thinking. They had been afraid of Loki's powerful strength before, but now that they saw Loki being attacked by a nuclear weapon, it seemed to prove that no matter how strong NIN users were, the world was still ruled by them, ordinary people. No matter how strong that perverted kid was, a nuclear weapon could solve him. It was easy to kill him. In reality, even using a nuclear weapon to kill Loki wasn't an easy thing. The Zodiacs were the most surprised. They weren't surprised by the power of the nuclear weapon explosion, and the terrifying commotion it produced. They had seen these scenes many times before. What they found incredible was that the soldiers on that airship were so decisive. They had directly detonated the nuclear weapon manually. Although they wouldn't survive, they had unexpectedly hit Loki. With this, the smiles reappeared on the faces of the 5 vows, who had been stunned. The 5 vows were smiling, looking very satisfied. That captain, we can consider giving him a hero's title. Not only that, we must heavily report on his spirit of sacrificing himself for righteousness. Such an excellent soldier must be set up as a model. The 5 vows were smiling very happily. As long as they solved Loki, as long as they solved this only uncontrollable factor, any title, any honor, or even a huge amount of wealth could be given out. Loki's existence was seriously threatening their position. So they could accept paying any price, as long as it didn't affect their position. They had as much of these things as they wanted. They were happy. But Cheadle from the Hunter Association was even more pained. "He's dead," Cheadle wanted to say that Loki hadn't died, but with this kind of attack, she didn't think Loki could withstand it, even if his strength was so strong. The other Zodiacs hadn't expected it to turn out like this either. They had been watching Loki not attack the huge airship, and they had guessed that Loki probably wouldn't directly destroy this airship like before. He probably understood that there might be weapons with terrifying destructive power inside. But now, this airship had suddenly exploded. The scene of the explosion was clearly a nuclear weapon attack. Even they couldn't understand whether Loki had attacked the airship, or the airship had detonated itself. But regardless of the situation, probably wouldn't be safe this time. Crazily suddenly recalled the first time he had seen Loki, that tender face, but he had burst out with power that was more terrifying than anyone else. Originally, he had been looking forward to seeing how strong Loki would be in 10 or 20 years. Unfortunately, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to wait for that day. However, you used a nuclear weapon to solve you. As a human, Loki, you should be proud enough. On Greed Island, the earth-shaking rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire island. The sound spread over, but the island was calm. The aftermath of the explosion didn't appear on the island at all. The location of the explosion was clearly not far from Greed Island. The aftermath of the explosion should have been enough to shake Greed Island. The players, listening to the terrifying rumbling sound, raised their heads and looked at the sky. They couldn't see anything. The sky on Greed Island was as normal as ever, with nothing strange. The players began to feel strange. What happened? And Beyond, who was cultivating somewhere, suddenly raised his head when he heard this sound. That's the sound of a nuclear explosion. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 391, HHES. Chapter 391 1632 words. Nuclear explosion. Lord Beyond, are you sure? Beyond ignored the question from this subordinate, but instead turned his head, and looked in the direction the sound came from. They've taken action against Greed Island. The sound of the explosion sounded like it shouldn't be too far from Greed Island. This commotion is undoubtedly a nuclear weapon explosion. But Beyond couldn't understand something. Since the 5 vows were so ruthless and directly used a nuclear weapon attack, why didn't they detonate it directly on Greed Island? They had already used a nuclear weapon. Did they still need to detonate it far away to deter people? There was no need for that at all. Wouldn't it be more direct to solve the problem by dropping it directly on Greed Island? Beyond thought for a moment. Could it be that the 5 vows guys can't find Greed Island at all and are being blocked outside? So they're trying to drop the bomb tentatively. This possibility was a bit small. But it wasn't completely impossible. The reason he had chosen to come to Greed Island was because it was impossible for outsiders to land on the island directly. They could only enter Greed Island through methods allowed by the game. Staying here was obviously much safer than being outside. Now it seemed that his initial idea was indeed correct. Paris Tun walked out from the side at some point. The sound of the explosion just now was really terrifying. He looked at Beyond. Was it a nuclear weapon? Beyond nodded. There's no mistake. Among ordinary people's weapons, only nuclear weapons have such a terrifying commotion. They're attacking Greed Island. Beyond answered casually, but then he suddenly thought of Loki on Greed Island. Loki probably wasn't someone who would listen to the 5 vows orders. He probably wouldn't agree if the 5 vows wanted to destroy Greed Island. So it was also possible that the nuclear explosion just now was to deal with Loki. Otherwise, the nuclear weapon should have been dropped on Greed Island. Even if they couldn't find the exact location, they wouldn't randomly drop a nuclear weapon to find Greed Island's specific location. No matter what the explosion just now was about, the Five Vows have definitely tried to destroy Greed Island, and the fact that we're still standing here unharmed shows that their plan has failed. Paris-Tun looked at Beyond. You mean it's safe here? It's at least safer than anywhere else outside. Although I don't know how Greed Island defends against outside invaders, as long as the Five Vows can't destroy this island, then we can continue to develop. Beyond raised his hand and clenched his fist tightly. In a week, we can try to change the entire world. 1 week. Paris-Tun turned his head and looked in the direction the explosion had come from. According to that Lord Loki's personality, he probably wouldn't just let the Five Vows people come and destroy Greed Island, so the commotion just now was they wanted to kill Loki, so they directly used a nuclear weapon. Using a nuclear weapon to kill one person. It seemed a bit exaggerated. But if it was to deal with Loki, then it wasn't exaggerated at all. Even Paris-Tun believed that besides nuclear weapons, there was probably no other force in this world that could kill Loki. What a monster. If he was hit this time, then he probably wouldn't survive, right? The aftermath of the explosion hadn't completely dissipated. The sound had lingered in the air for tens of minutes before gradually weakening. Outside Greed Island, the soldiers on the ice surface were all holding their heads, enduring the destruction of the terrifying storm. If they weren't careful, they would be blown away by the strong wind. At the location of the warships, the soldiers who had stayed behind to guard the warships were hiding inside the warships, looking at the sky outside. The sky had turned dark red. The huge mushroom cloud was slowly spreading, becoming bigger and bigger. What kind of enemy did they encounter? Was that nuclear weapon manually detonated, or was it detonated by the enemy destroying the airship? How was it detonated? Anyway, regardless of whether it was the enemy, the soldiers on the ship, or even those soldiers on the ice, the soldiers on the warships looked at each other. They all knew very well that the most terrifying thing about nuclear weapons wasn't their explosive power, but the radiation. The radiation released in that instant was enough to turn a city into ruins. For decades or even centuries, it would no longer be suitable for any animals or plants to survive. Even those of them who were hiding in the warships would probably develop various diseases after returning. Those soldiers who were directly hit by the radiation outside. Even though they weren't injured now, they wouldn't live for long. The soldiers on the warships were somewhat downcast. The sound of the explosion gradually stopped. The soldiers lying on the ice surface all had red eyes. They struggled to get up from the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky. That monster should be dead, right? The soldier's face looked very bad. He felt that his body had an indescribable strangeness. This was the feeling of being radiated. Although the explosion hadn't directly taken their lives, these more than 50,000 remaining people, and the more than 50,000 people who had fainted on the ground, could almost be said to have been buried together with that strange person. If they had paid such a heavy price, and the other party still wasn't dead, then they wouldn't rest in peace even in death. How could he not die? Even a monster can't withstand the power of a nuclear weapon. Some soldiers said this, but they still couldn't feel happy. It's over. Cheadle took one last look at the frozen image. She silently turned around, preparing to leave. Peon looked at her and asked, "Cheadle, where are you going?" Hearing this, Cheadle stopped. Her back was facing everyone. The Hunter Association, it's over. The chairman is dead too. These Zodiacs, and the professional hunters, will also be purged by the Five Vows. Cheadle thought that the Hunter Association had experienced such a long time, and the final outcome would be like this. It seemed that there was nothing to regret. Originally, there was nothing in this world, nothing that could exist permanently. The Hunter Association had done enough to get to where it was today. Let's leave. There's nothing to care about in the Hunter Association anymore. Cheadle forced a smile. I can finally relax. It had clearly been so long. Why would such a situation suddenly appear? Everyone, regardless of whether they were the soldiers on the scene, or the leaders of various organizations and forces far away, was paying close attention to the scene before them. The mushroom cloud produced by the nuclear explosion was so huge. Even though a long time had passed, it hadn't completely dissipated. Had it suddenly been shock opened by some kind of force? This situation wasn't just bizarre, it also made people couldn't help but guess. But there was only one situation that everyone could imagine. The person who could suddenly cause this phenomenon was probably only that Loki, who could never have survived. Otherwise, who else would have this kind of power, or suddenly run into the smoke to shock it open? No one would be so bored. Was passing by second by second. However, the flow of time seemed to be incredibly slow now. Everyone didn't dare to blink their eyes casually, afraid of missing any details. Although they could only vaguely see the clouds dissipating in the sky from the picture, and they couldn't see clearly because it was too far away, no one was willing to miss any details. In the Hunter Association, Cheadle had already pushed open the door. But before she had time to walk out, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere behind her seemed to have become somewhat strange. It wasn't depression or loss but silence. The breathing of Crazily and the others seemed to have suddenly stopped. Cheadle turned her head in confusion. This turn made her stare straight at the screen in the room for a long time without moving. Her eyelids were trembling slightly. Her hand involuntarily raised to cover her gradually widening mouth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The smoke in the picture that was clearly being shock opened by some kind of force couldn't have been caused naturally. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, it was being influenced by some kind of force. Loki isn't dead. Cheadle stammered. Hearing her words, Crazily and the others closed their mouths. No one answered Cheadle. Although they hoped in their hearts that Loki could be alive, they couldn't accept the situation where Loki could still be alive under the actual circumstances. That was a nuclear weapon explosion. If even such an attack couldn't kill Loki, then what in this world could kill Loki? They would never be able to find anything again. No matter how strong Loki is, he can't really withstand a nuclear weapon attack. Crazily couldn't help but tremble. His palms were full of cold sweat. He had never been so nervous before. But now he felt incredibly nervous because of Loki's uncertain life and death. Anxious expressions were revealed in everyone's eyes. Peon looked at everyone. Is Loki going to create a miracle again? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 392, HHES. Chapter 392 1345 words. That depends on what kind of miracle. If he can withstand this nuclear weapon attack, it won't be called a miracle. It'll be called a divine miracle. Just one word difference, but the difference is like heaven and earth. The last time something could be called a divine miracle was resurrecting Gon. But the Zodiacs later learned that it wasn't just Loki's power. There was also Jing, and a strange child, who seemed to be called a Luka. It took the combined efforts of the three of them to resurrect Gon. Although resurrecting the dead was enough to be called a divine miracle, it wasn't Loki's power alone. If Loki could really survive the nuclear explosion, then he could truly be called blocking a nuclear weapon explosion with human power. That would be enough to be called a god. At least for the current world, if even the strongest weapon of mankind, nuclear weapons, were useless, then there would be nothing that could threaten Loki's existence. Because of this, everyone was eagerly waiting, hoping to see the final result. Whether Loki would win in the end, or be annihilated. Tick-tock. Cheadle suddenly felt a drop of sweat slide down her forehead. From the time she turned around and looked at the screen until now, it had only been a few seconds. She had unknowingly been sweating all over. Sweat slid down her cheek, tick, falling to the ground. At this moment, a strange spatial distortion appeared on the screen. A soaring air wave violently erupted in the sky. Its speed and power seemed to be even more terrifying than the moment the nuclear weapon erupted. The storm that was raging out brought a loud noise. The soldiers below were looking up with terrified expressions. Even if they had a million reasons not to believe it, they had to admit it. That monster hasn't died. A nuclear explosion couldn't kill that monster. The soldiers felt an uncontrollable chill rising from their backs. The storm that poured down from above violently crashed into them. In an instant, all the soldiers were blown apart. Hundreds of thousands of people were rolling rapidly in the wind like balls. After the fleeting wind stopped, they gradually stopped. In the meeting room of the Five Vows, they were now clenching their fists tightly, staring intently at the screen before them. They were extremely nervous and anxious. Could it be that the nuclear weapon really didn't kill that Hunter Association brat? But the ones who were more nervous than anyone else were the Five Vows. Nuclear weapons were their last weapon, and also their most powerful weapon. If even this weapon was ineffective, they didn't want to think about the consequences. The second hand on the watch on their wrists was moving forward little by little. Their expressions were also gradually turning gloomy. The wind that had raged out earlier had already given them a bad feeling. A voice rang out in the sky. A slightly hoarse roar. This voice was clearly coming from the sky, but it felt as if it was right in front of you. The voice wasn't loud, but it allowed everyone to hear it clearly. Even those who were watching this scene through the filmed footage could hear that faint voice from the screen. The voice, carrying the majesty of the heavens, was roared out by that somewhat hoarse voice. All things in the universe turn to ashes, Ryujin Jaka. The loud voice seemed to come from the ninth heaven, bringing endless divine power, and suddenly descending to the human world. Just a light and heavy sentence seemed to make the entire world return to peace. Space was distorting. The space that was constantly distorting in the picture gradually formed a form similar to burning flames. Only then did everyone suddenly react. Cheadle, who was in the Hunter Association, was almost jumping up with excitement. She hadn't dared to think about it before, and she didn't dare to believe it even more, but now that voice. It's definitely Loki's. There's no mistake. She didn't know much about Loki, but she couldn't possibly not recognize Loki's voice. Hearing Loki's voice, even though she hadn't seen Loki yet, Cheadle couldn't hold back her excitement, and her heart was beating faster as if it was about to explode. It was too shocking. He had survived the impact of a nuclear weapon. If it were anyone, any creature, any known strongest material, it would definitely not be safe to be hit by a nuclear weapon explosion at that distance. With a human body, he had done something that was absolutely impossible. Even the Five Vows couldn't help but feel awe at Loki's power. That brat no longer belongs to the human race, one of the Five Vows members said faintly. The two people next to him looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he wanted to say. However, the person sitting opposite him took over his words and continued. In the empty room, the Five Vows were sitting in their respective seats, without moving at all. The entire room seemed to be dead silent. The silence was terrifying. They hadn't strangled such a monster, they had released it. And they had successfully offended him. Thinking of the possible consequences, the faces of the Five Vows looked very pale, and their emotions were very depressed. Their bloodless faces and a pair of empty eyes stared blankly at the picture before them. The strange spatial distortion was slowly disappearing. A ray of light was slowly rising. Red light. A dazzling red light. A blood-colored red light. It was clearly light, but it made the five vows feel endless coldness. It felt as if they couldn't breathe. The air seemed to be about to freeze. Outside Greed Island. A gradually rising, increasingly terrifying energy fluctuation was spreading, sweeping in all directions. The clouds in the sky were blasted open. An ancient aura burst out, along with a terrifying pressure that made people couldn't help but lower their heads. Flames were burning. Suddenly, the flames that had gathered from all directions, little by little, slowly regrouped into a body. Loki seemed to have been reborn with the flames. However, in reality, it was just his body reassembling after elementalization. But at this moment, the non-fluctuation he was emitting made Greed Island, which hadn't shown any major changes even during the nuclear explosion, light up with a yellow light cover. The light curtain that shrouded the sky above Greed Island, protecting the entire island firmly, appeared before the players for the first time. At this moment, countless players on Greed Island raised their heads, looking at the light curtain in the sky, where the streamers of light were flashing, intertwined and converged. What is this? What are those lights? Could it be the barrier that protects the island? The players were boiling. They hadn't expected that there was such a protective shield around Greed Island. No wonder they had only heard terrifying explosions before, and there hadn't been any changes on Greed Island. It turned out that this kind of thing was protecting Greed Island. And in the east of the island, the streamers of light were constantly flashing. The frequency of the light curtain flashing was much stronger than in other places, as if it was being hit by some kind of terrifying force. The players looked in that direction. They felt somewhat worried in their hearts. Beyond, who was having his subordinates speed up the collection of cards, raised his head. So Greed Island still has this kind of thing protecting it. What a terrifying setting. But the nuclear explosion before hadn't made this light curtain appear, and now this it hadn't even made the light curtain appear after the nuclear explosion. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off Chapter 393, HHES. Chapter 393 1432 words. Now there wasn't any particularly loud noise, but the light curtain suddenly appeared. It was clear that the attack that was about to appear next was probably more powerful than a nuclear explosion. What kind of attack could be more powerful than a nuclear explosion? Beyond was thinking. A fading sound of air being torn apart rang out. The sound of a blade being drawn from its sheath. Beyond could say with certainty that he had really heard it at this moment. The sound of a blade being drawn, but it was very weak. It seemed like it wasn't there, but it appeared so clearly in his ears. Just then, Beyond's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He didn't know why, but even though there was nothing around him that could threaten him, he felt uneasy and apprehensive. Beyond looked into the distance. Of course, he couldn't see Loki at all. The players inside Greed Island couldn't see the situation outside the island. Loki was standing quietly in the air. His wine-red hair was hanging straight down. The white cloak on his body had long since disappeared. The black shahakusho appeared on Loki's body. Facing the wind, Loki opened his eyes. His orange eyes stared into the distance. Super Death Aura mode activated. In this state, even if Loki's mental power was greatly consumed, he could always maintain a stable state. I didn't expect that I would finally break through the shackles by borrowing the power of the nuclear explosion. Loki revealed a faint smile. Loki, who should have been absolutely calm in Super Death Aura mode, actually smiled. But the smile was very short, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand. On his slowly waving arm, a scorching flame sprang up. Loki stared at the dense mass of warships in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the flame turned into a slender line of fire, turning into a semicircle and suddenly floating into the distance. At this moment, everything seemed very peaceful. The heaven and earth were also very quiet. The wind had stopped. The sunlight only flickered slightly, as if it had been blocked by something for a second. Everyone was staring blankly at the black dot in the sky. Is that Loki? Cheadle thought in her heart, wishing she could film it more clearly. She wanted to see if Loki was really okay. The picture began to shake. May all return to dust. Suddenly, a cold voice came. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Before they could react in the next second, they saw a scene that everyone couldn't accept. The ice that had frozen the entire sea was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right, it was disappearing. Not melting, but disappearing. Along with it, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and warships were also disappearing. The dense mass of warships was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, along with the ice that had frozen the sea. Like dust being blown away by the wind. The warships, ice and soldiers that disappeared like dust in the wind had all completely disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It was as if they had never appeared. The sea surface returned to its azure color. The seawater was still gentle. But there was always a feeling that something was wrong. If one could see the shore of Greed Island, they would understand. The sea level had dropped by a full 20 to 30 meters. The sky had also returned to peace. Such a beautiful scene disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because the picture suddenly turned black, and they could no longer see anything. The members of the Five Vows all collapsed into their seats. They looked at the blacked-out screen with a weak expression. They didn't know what language to use to describe the scene they had just seen. Shocking, extremely terrifying. Everything was like a dream. Everything before seemed as if it had never happened. Was it real or was it fake? The Five Vows even hoped that it was a dream. Otherwise, the scene would be too terrifying. Although the Five Vows hadn't seen Loki, it was as if they had seen it. They had seen Loki wave his hand, and the heaven and earth returned to peace. That faint red light swept out, the glaciers melted, hundreds of thousands of people suddenly perished, and the warships disappeared. The black picture made the Five Vows in the room very quiet. They didn't even dare to breathe now. They could only weakly look at the blacked-out screen. For a long time. Someone finally caught their breath. Can that brat still be considered human? This sentence made the other four people fall silent. Could that kind of power still be called human? Even nuclear weapons had no effect on him. Plus such terrifying power, from now on, no force could threaten him. When did that brat become so terrifying? Why didn't we discover it earlier? One of the Five Vows members was very distressed. But another person suddenly said, "It's not that we didn't discover it, but Netero interfered, causing us to misjudge that brat's power. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wait until now." Let's talk about now first. The pictures of this battle, I believe, will soon be passed to the desks of the heads of state of various countries. How should we respond? Not only various countries, but even some underground organizations or large corporations have probably received the news. Loki's invincible power had destroyed not just a mere army of 100,000 people, a few warships, and a few airships. His power had broken the balance of this world. The Hunter Association would soon become the focus of attention of all countries. Loki was the chairman. Originally, they had planned to disband the Hunter Association, but how could they disband the Hunter Association now? In the face of that kind of power, no country was willing to anger Loki. A monster that couldn't be killed even by nuclear weapons. Faced with such a monster, no one had the ability to stop Loki. The strongest, the members of the Five Vows had previously scoffed at the strongest non-user in the world, but now they had to admit it. This strongest had truly become the strongest in the world. The strongest weapon. The expressions of the 5 vows were lonely. However, on the other side, in Cheadle's office in the Hunter Association, crazily, Saksho, Cluck, Gel, and Peon were looking at Cheadle with burning eyes. Was that really the chairman's power? He annihilated the ice that had frozen the sea, and hundreds of thousands of troops in an instant. He's not dead and even withstood the nuclear weapon attack. Is that power really Loki's? Cheadle, if that's really Loki, and he didn't die and even withstood the nuclear weapon attack, then our Hunter Association is. Before they could finish speaking, Cheadle laughed, and her eyes also became burning. The Hunter Association won't disappear. We won't be disbanded either. In fact, no force can stop our Hunter Association now. She knew very well what Loki's power represented. It meant that from now on, even if Loki didn't care about the Hunter Association, no country or organization would dare to make things difficult for them. The pictures of this battle might not be spread out today. But what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? The scene of withstanding a nuclear explosion head-on, the scene of the heaven and earth changing color with a wave of his hand, the scene of effortlessly defeating more than 50,000 people. These pictures would all be spread throughout the world. Although it was impossible for ordinary people to know, NIN users, all large organizations, had their own channels and would definitely be able to obtain the pictures of today's battle. The various amazing and shocking scenes that Loki had brought before were far inferior to today. Because today could be considered Loki taking another step from a legendary figure that everyone revered to becoming. He had created the miraculous Greed Island, created the Dragon Balls to fulfill the wishes of those who cleared the game, and had blocked the attack of a nuclear weapon. This kind of NIN user no longer belonged to the realm of humans. He was a living god. Cheadle was very excited, and the other Zodiacs were also very excited. Loki had shocked them too much. Chapter 394, HHES, Chapter 394 1424 words. Okay, I understand that there might be some issues with the translation process. I will try again. Last time, Loki had seemed certain to die. Who knew that in the end, he would become even more terrifying? Cheadle looked at crazily, go to Greed Island as quickly as possible. Use every possible means. I want to see Loki again. After the nuclear explosion, Loki unleashed that kind of power, which could indeed be called divine. She still needed to personally confirm Loki's condition. What if it was an attack that Loki had launched before his death? Although this possibility was very small. Because from Loki's last few words, she hadn't sensed a situation where he was running out of energy. On the contrary, Loki's condition was unexpectedly good. Crazily nodded extremely excitedly. He wanted to return to Greed Island as quickly as possible. But at this time, on Greed Island, something was happening that made all the players tremble. The light curtain. The light curtain surrounding Greed Island hadn't disappeared. On the contrary, the light had become stronger. They didn't understand why the light curtain had become like this. The players heard a terrifying rumbling sound. The roar of the sea. The surging waves, coming from all directions, tightly surrounded Greed Island. The sky-covering waves were surging in continuously. This was all thanks to Loki. He had evaporated the ice that had frozen a large area of the sea in an instant, thus causing a terrifying tsunami. The earth-shaking rumbling sound surrounded Greed Island. The deafening rumbling sound made people feel very headachy. But they could only hear the sound. They couldn't see any anomalies around them. The players covered their ears and looked around the island. Damn it, what's going on with this sound? Is some new game monster about to appear? Even if some game monster appears, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that from just now until now, this annoying sound has been ringing continuously, and nothing strange has appeared. Where is this sound coming from? They could only hear it, but they couldn't see it. For the players, this unknown thing made them even more irritable. If it was some terrifying monster, they could at least see what it looked like, how to deal with it, or whether to run away. But they couldn't see anything. The damn sound was getting more and more intense. This strange situation made the players very irritable. The energy flowing on the strange light curtain around the island seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The light was also getting brighter and brighter. All the signs indicated that something terrible was happening. But the players couldn't see anything. The island was as normal as ever. The players gathered in the various towns on the island were discussing. Where is this sound coming from? I feel like it's coming from all directions, and it also seems to be coming from the sky. Another player also nodded, and he kept patting his ears. This damn sound won't stop. I want to destroy my ears. It's just ring, but nothing has happened. It's really annoying. If there's some terrible disaster, it should just appear in front of me immediately, even if I die. The sky suddenly darkened. The player who was speaking slowly raised his head. The players located in various corners of this town, they also raised their heads and looked at the sky. The players inside the rooms opened the windows. On Greed Island, whether they were resting, conquering the game, hunting monster cards, trading, eating, chatting, or cultivating, all the players almost gradually noticed the changes in the sky. The dim sky. The sunlight was becoming increasingly dim. The dimming sunlight, on the contrary, made the light curtain surrounding Greed Island, tightly wrapping the entire island, appear brighter and brighter. The starlight flickered and the streamers of light, like fireflies, flowed in the light curtain. The light was very beautiful. When people raised their heads and quietly watched the beautiful fluorescent light in the dimness, suddenly, a player slowly stood up, pointing to the sky. What is that? One after another, people discovered the reason why the sky was darkening. A huge wave was closing in from all directions. They tightly surrounded Greed Island. Looking at the surging waves, it felt like they were very close to the buildings floating in the air on Greed Island. This height was completely several hundred meters above. It might have even reached 1,000 meters. That's why it was blocking the sunlight above Greed Island. The players who had reacted couldn't believe it. You're kidding me. There's no wind. How could there be such big waves? This should be called a tsunami. Can the light surrounding the island block it? No one knew the answer to this question. At this moment, just looking at the tsunami outside the light curtain, which was like a giant wall constantly approaching, was enough to make people forget everything. At the lighthouse, Razor crossed his arms and looked at the tsunami that was rushing in. The rumbling sound had disappeared now. The tsunami was advancing. But it was very quiet. Terribly quiet. This huge tsunami, which was slowly approaching you without making a sound, brought even heavier pressure. The pressure was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Razor tightly grabbed his arms. Although Jing had told him before, this island is already the safest place in the world. You don't need to worry about any danger. But Jing's words still couldn't make Razor feel at ease. The nuclear explosion before and the huge tsunami that had suddenly descended now, no matter what kind of power it was, made Razor feel that these people, seemed too small in front of this power. They were simply powerless to resist. Loki, I wonder how the battle with those troops is going. What caused this tsunami? Loki's power. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. The huge tsunami had crashed into Greed Island's light curtain. The huge light curtain that protected Greed Island was, after all, just formed by Nen. It couldn't withstand such an impact. Then Greed Island would be countless people on Greed Island were looking at the light curtain around them, which was flashing violently. The more violently the light flashed, the more terrifying the attack it was taking. When the tsunami completely crashed into Greed Island, the last ray of sunlight in the sky also disappeared. Darkness shrouded the entire island. The disappearance of the light also made the players feel a deep sense of despair in their hearts. Even though the light curtain that emitted light and illuminated the entire island was still completely intact, it couldn't help but make people feel uneasy. Can it hold on? It must hold on. If this strange light curtain can't hold on, will we die? Hearing the word die, the players suddenly felt a chill enveloping their hearts. It was as if their hearts had been squeezed hard, making it difficult to breathe. Some people's eyebrows were already covered with sweat. The players had seen many natural disasters like this before, but they had seen them on television screens. Only after experiencing it personally would you understand that the feeling brought by the screen was far less intense than the fear of experiencing it firsthand. The island began to shake. Inside the dim island, there was only the light emitted from the light curtain left. At this moment, who knew how many eyes were staring intently at that light curtain? The seawater was constantly crashing. That huge impact force would instantly break even steel. Don't underestimate the power of nature. A crack appeared on the light curtain in the sky. It can't hold on. Are we going to die? The sky was dark. It seemed as if the entire island had ushered in a countdown to destruction. Kurapika and the others, who were undergoing the Challenger trial, had already started the second challenge item. They had just walked out of the special room where the game was made. The pitch-black environment on the island immediately aroused the suspicion of Kurapika and the others. What happened? Leo Rio wiped the sweat remaining on his forehead. Mizaistum suddenly strode towards the distance. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 395, HHES. Chapter 395 1457 words. Others paused for a second before following closely behind. Rushing out from the gloomy and dense forest, they immediately saw. In the sky, the huge black shadow was falling rapidly. And in the surrounding sky, the barrier that emitted a dazzling light was breaking little by little. What's happening? Moro said somewhat uncertainly, could this also be some kind of game event? Hearing this, Kurapika shook his head. I'm afraid not. He pointed to the shrine that was falling from the sky. Remember, that is where Loki is located. If even that falls down, then the entire island will cease to exist completely. It can't possibly be some kind of game event. Then what's going on? Kurapika thought for a moment. I feel like something has changed. The island is being subjected to a terrifying attack. Those light curtains are consuming a lot of power to protect the island. So much so that there's no power left to prevent the shrine from falling from the sky. Hearing Kurapika say this, Leo Rio suddenly reacted. Doesn't that mean that if that thing falls down, we'll all die? After saying this, the others silently gave Leo Rio a look of disdain. This guy, joining the Zodiacs, feels like he's lowered the overall IQ of the Zodiacs. Mizaistum couldn't help but complain in his heart. Did he really need to ask such a simple thing? Wasn't the scene in front of them obvious enough? Leo Rio was a little embarrassed by the strange gazes of the others. He smiled awkwardly. I thought it was some kind of game event, so I didn't pay attention at all. The others shook their heads. Leo Rio really seemed to think that anything was possible in the game. Please, even though Greed Island was within the scope of the game, it was a real reality. What made everything magical wasn't the game, but Loki, Jing, and all the Nin users who participated in making the game. Leo Rio said, and he looked at the others strangely. Aren't you worried? We might die soon. There's no way to escape in this place. What's there to worry about? You said there's no way to escape. Why worry? Kurapika said coldly, and looked up at the shrine that had already occupied most of the sky. This was probably the first time all the players on Greed Island had seen the shrine up close. Unfortunately, no one was in the mood to appreciate the true appearance of the shrine. Because it had already fallen down, and was about to kill all the players. Leo Rio suddenly grabbed Kurapika's clothes and shook him wildly. Hey, Kurapika, quickly think of a way. I don't want to die here like this. Kurapika. If he had a way, he would have said it already. In this situation, what else could he do? Could he raise his hand and catch the falling shrine? Before the power attacking Greed Island from the outside ended, the entire island probably didn't have any extra power to maintain the normal operation of the game. The shrine would definitely fall down. It's over. It's really over. Damn game, if I had a chance to choose again, I would never step into this place again. The desperate players were roaring wildly. What a bullshit game. It's probably just a trap, tricking us here to kill us. Damn it, where's Loki? That chairman of the Hunter Association, isn't he the creator? Why doesn't he appear? Hurry up and appear and think of a way. In the sky, Loki's figure was falling rapidly. Loki looked at the Shirkan jewel shard in his palm. I never intended to use this thing. But it seems like I have to use it now. Whether Greed Island was destroyed or not didn't matter much. But if Greed Island was destroyed, Beyond, who had the best chance of becoming a top-tier figure, would also die. Loki's mission couldn't be completed then. For the sake of the mission, he still had to protect Greed Island. Thinking of this, Loki raised his hand and put the Shirkan jewel shard into his forehead. Suddenly, a purple light shone out, enveloping Loki's spiritual consciousness. Immediately, Loki felt very relaxed. The previous feeling of fatigue had completely disappeared. Now his mental power seemed to have recovered again. It's really easy to use. After trying it once, I'm afraid I'll never be willing to take it off again. The corners of Loki's mouth turned up slightly. The smile looked extremely bewitching under the outline of the purple light. Loki closed his eyes. His body was falling rapidly. The red-tailed beast chakra suddenly surged out, quickly covering Loki's entire body. Matatabi, the two tails, was cheering in Loki's body. But Loki didn't have time to pay attention to it. His eyes had already turned crimson. The three black Tomo were spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they changed into a windmill pattern. Itachi's Sharingan. This time, using the Mangekyo Sharingan, with the blessing of the Shirkan jewel, the burden of using the Sharingan didn't seem so obvious. Even after opening the Mangekyo, he didn't seem that tired. Loki smiled. This kind of power was really addictive. Concentrating, Loki suddenly unleashed Matatabi's power. The red-tailed beast chakra began to change. Almost in an instant, it completely transformed into Matatabi's appearance. Tailed beast transformation. Complete body. And at this moment, Loki, who appeared on the forehead of the energy body Matatabi, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Suddenly, fiery red energy erupted, condensing in the air. In an instant, it formed a huge complete body Susanoo. The red Susanoo, Itachi's Susanoo, covered Matatabi's body. Tailed beast armor. Or rather, armored Susanoo. Combining the power of the tailed beast and the Susanoo, using the Susanoo as armor and adding it to the tailed beast's body. The power possessed by this form was far from what tailed beast transformation or Susanoo could compare to. The red armor was attached to Matatabi, who was burning with blue flames. The original cat form had also turned into a human form. The unfolded wings were incredibly huge. With a gentle wave, it burst out with unbelievable speed. Turning into a stream of light, it suddenly landed. Loki landed on the ground. He slowly raised his head, looking at the shrine that was falling rapidly from the sky. Loki controlled the armored Susanoo, opened his hands, and the power inside his body erupted crazily. The suddenly appearing red figure attracted the attention of countless players. They stared blankly at the huge body standing on the ground. From the red light appearing to suddenly landing, the time was probably less than a second. Everyone hadn't even seen clearly what had suddenly appeared. Loki had already stood in front of everyone. Susanoo slowly retracted its wings. The tall body could be seen from any corner of the island. All eyes were attracted by Loki, who had activated armored. It was difficult not to notice such a huge thing that had suddenly appeared. Moreover, the Nen aura overflowing from Loki's body almost swept out in an instant, enveloping the entire island. The Nen fluctuation that shook everyone erupted. At this moment, the shock that this Nen aura brought to the players far exceeded the shrine that was falling from the sky. At the moment the Nen aura erupted, the players saw a red circle forming a dazzling halo and spreading out. This fiery circle emitted a chilling Nen aura. Fortunately, it only disappeared in an instant. If it had lasted a little longer, perhaps all the players would have been injured by this Nen aura. A player stared blankly at Loki, who was controlling the Susanoo. The Nen that emitted a dazzling light had actually condensed into such a huge shape. Moreover, it wasn't just that the Nen was gathered into this form. What was even more chilling was the dark aura emitted by the Susanoo, and the killing aura erupted by the tailed beast chakra. The two auras combined and erupted at the same time. Just feeling it slightly made them feel cold all over. As if there was no temperature at all. Even just using aura to condense such a body, ordinary people would definitely not be able to do it. The players looked at the Susanoo. What kind of ability is that? Some players seemed to be thoughtful. Could it be Lord Loki? When the players heard the name Loki, they thought it was possible. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 396, HHES, chapter 396 1584 words on this island, perhaps only Loki possessed such power. More than caring about the other party's identity, some players were more concerned about what he was going to do. However, soon, they saw Loki, who was controlling the armored Susanoo, raise his head, and actually prepare to charge straight into the sky. All the players suddenly widened their eyes, watching the Susanoo unfold its wings, seemingly gathering power. Plus the Susanoo's appearance with its hands open, it was clear that it was preparing to catch the falling shrine. This action, this crazy idea, made many players cover their mouths, trying not to cry out in surprise. They were afraid of disturbing the other party. But they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. He's trying to catch such a huge shrine. Is he crazy? Instead of catching the shrine, it would be easier to just destroy it, right? And it would also save Greed Island. There was clearly an easier way. Why did he have to choose this crazy option? If he couldn't catch it, wouldn't he be pressed tightly under the shrine? And be directly smashed into minced meat? Under that kind of impact, there wouldn't be any bodies left. In the distance, Kurapika widened his eyes, looking at the Susanoo. It's Loki. He really won't sit idly by. Looking at Kurapika's excited appearance, Leo Rio said somewhat helplessly, "Kurapika, do you still want to go see Loki? The problem now should be considering how to survive." Loki too, what is he thinking? Such a huge shrine, can he catch it? While Leo Rio was talking, Morel suddenly said, "Shut up, look." Everyone looked up. Was already controlling the armored Susanoo and charging up. Loki, who had turned into a stream of light, was rushing straight towards the shrine. Loki, who looked huge on the ground, seemed not to be particularly huge compared to the shrine when he charged into the sky. Loki under the Susanoo was estimated to be less than 1/10, 10%, the size of the shrine. Beyond looked at the Susanoo in the sky. What an amazing power. How did he develop his ability to this extent? Talent, right. Talent is something that can't be evaluated at all. Paristan narrowed his eyes. The power of the Susanoo looked strong, but whether it could catch the shrine falling from the sky was still unknown. Boom boom. Controlling the Susanoo, his arms directly pressed hard on the bottom of the shrine, and the Susanoo continued to create for more arms. The Susanoo with 6 arms, plus 2 tails, opened like lotus petals, steadily supporting the falling shrine. Nin aura erupted crazily from Loki's body. The surging Nin aura burned like flames. Contrary to the imagined scene of Loki being crushed at the slightest touch, the shrine's falling speed suddenly slowed down. It wasn't slowing down little by little, but suddenly almost stopped in an instant. This scene made many players almost unable to breathe. He really caught it? You're kidding me. Such a big shrine, how does it feel so light? He, as expected of the strongest Nin user. I'm afraid no one can surpass this kind of power. The shrine suddenly decelerated until it stopped, making the players breathe a sigh of relief. However, their relaxation couldn't last long. Because the barrier protecting Greed Island had more and more cracks, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of glass breaking was particularly harsh. Although the shrine has stopped, the raging tsunami outside is still hitting the barrier on the island. We're still going to die. What was falling from the sky to the bottom of the valley? This was how all the players were feeling now. In the previous second, they had just resolved the crisis, and they didn't even have time to be happy for 2 seconds. In the next moment, a new crisis came. Wave after wave, making these players unable to bear it. Their little hearts couldn't stand this kind of tossing. If Loki hadn't appeared, some players could still hope that Loki would block the tsunami outside the island. But now that Loki was catching the shrine, even if he was strong, he would be unable to do anything else. The players' faces became even gloomier. As expected, the solution can't change anything. Even if the shrine doesn't destroy Greed Island, the terrifying tsunami still can. The ups and downs of life came too quickly. The players on Greed Island were very helpless. Why did danger always come wave after wave, instead of completely despairing them in one go? Looking at Loki, who was releasing an incomparably vast aura in order to stop the falling shrine. He was now being dragged down by the falling shrine. He didn't have time to care about the breaking barrier at all. Even though Loki was right in front of them, they couldn't ignite any hope. Like the dim Greed Island, like the gradually shattering barrier, the light was also gradually disappearing from Greed Island. The darkness was getting thicker and thicker. And the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Helplessness. One by one, the figures stood still in place, unmoving. There were no expressions on their faces, and there was no charm in their eyes. Like walking corpses. A large amount of seawater had already poured into the broken barrier, sprinkling down like a waterfall. The terrifying impact force of the water flow directly destroyed the spire of a town. The players who dodged were unable to accept such a shocking impact force. The water flow that looked like it had no power actually had such a terrifying impact force. What kind of power caused such a terrible tsunami? Were. The seawater pouring into Greed Island was like a giant beast that devoured people. Wherever it ravaged, there wasn't a single place that was intact. Kurapika, who was rushing towards Loki's direction, suddenly stopped. He looked up. Before his eyes was a mountain torrent that poured into Greed Island and gushed down from the top of the mountain. Buzz buzz buzz. Looking from a distance, the crack wasn't big. Kurapika looked up, and the seawater that was rushing in through the gap above was like a wide river. Moreover, under the huge pressure, the cracks were not only spreading crazily, but the speed at which the water flowed in was also extremely frightening. Under the effect of this speed, the impact force of the sea current directly smashed a huge hole in the top of a mountain. One could imagine how much impact force there was. To cause such a terrifying destruction on a mountain in an instant, even using the army's thermal weapons would probably be able to do it casually. Faced with the sudden torrent, Kurapika's face was somewhat pale, but he wasn't completely scared out of his wits. Morel and the others behind him also caught up. This torrent looks quite powerful. Looking around, there was no place to hide. The expressions of the others also became ugly. What do we do? Are we going to be swallowed by the flood? Leo Rio scratched his hair, looking flustered. Kurapika waved his hand, and threw out the chains hidden in his sleeves. He fixed his eyes on the torrent that was rushing in. Block it. Hearing Kurapika's words, Leo Rio wanted to refute it in the first place. But before he had time to open his mouth, Morel and the others behind him suddenly took a step forward and stood side by side with Kurapika. There's no way. We can only do this. Mizaistum said faintly. Morel also nodded. If it was a tsunami, I wouldn't have confidence, but just a mere torrent isn't enough to make me lose confidence. Leo Rio looked at everyone. Are you all crazy? He turned his head and looked at Nobunaga. Don't you have the ability of a four-dimensional space? We just need to hide in. Nobunaga adjusted his glasses. We can indeed hide in, but when will we come out? Saying this, Nobunaga looked at the barrier in the sky that was constantly breaking. It was simple to hide in, but the next time they came out, perhaps this island had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. At that time, they would be instantly squeezed into twisted dough by the pressure of the seawater. Moreover, Nobunaga also understood that Kurapika wanted to get to where Loki was as soon as possible. Hiding in the four-dimensional space at this time, and waiting for the torrent to end, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. If they went out from other exits, they would still be on Greed Island. And they would be even further away from where Loki was. They would likely encounter similar situations again on the way. There was no need to waste time. Going directly from here was the fastest way. Saying this, Nobunaga also stood side by side with the others. Seeing this, Leo Rio shook his head helplessly. He could only be crazy with this group of people once. The torrent was coming. Everyone unleashed their aura with all their might, preparing to form an arrow-like shape with Kurapika as the center and split a path through it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 397, HHES. Chapter 397 1449 words boom boom. At the moment the aura and the torrent collided, everyone felt as if a car had crashed head-on. And they needed to stop it with their bare hands. This was still the impact force they were subjected to in the case of their team forming an arrow shape. If they were really lined up in a row facing the impact of the torrent, the force would definitely be even more terrifying. The time the torrent passed was neither long nor short. However, everyone felt as if a century had passed. After the torrent ended, Kurapika knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The others also had ugly expressions. Leo Rio took 2 deep breaths and said somewhat excitedly, "Great, we actually succeeded." However, he looked at the others' faces that were so ugly. He didn't understand. They had clearly succeeded, so why did the others feel like they weren't happy at all? It's hard to imagine how terrifying the impact was that the barrier protecting the entire Greed Island endured. Kurapika bit his lip. Is the gap so big? I originally thought I had caught up some distance. The others also said in a very low voice. Chairman Loki is really a monster. I don't know how he blocked this kind of power. When Leo Rio heard everyone say this, he suddenly reacted. They had so much trouble blocking a torrent. So what about Loki? Wasn't the power protecting the entire Greed Island Loki's power? He didn't have much experience watching it, and only felt that it was terrifying. But now, after Leo Rio had experienced that perverted power once, he had a more accurate understanding of Loki's power. The impact force endured by the barrier protecting the entire Greed Island was definitely not something they could imagine. What kind of power is Loki enduring? Leo Rio looked up, looking at Loki, who was dragging the shrine and preventing it from falling, his eyes trembling violently. So right now, Loki, who was holding the shrine and still maintaining its floating state, was enduring what kind of terrifying pressure? Loki, now Leo Rio understood why everyone's faces were so ugly. Leo Rio couldn't muster a single bit of joy for their feat just now. Instead, he was deeply shocked by Loki's power. Seeing Leorio's appearance, Kurapika also knew that he had probably thought of it. Let's go over there quickly. Whether it's for survival or something else, our chairman Loki is a person full of miracles. Leo Rio raised his finger and pointed at Loki. Kurapika patted Leorio's shoulder. It's enough that you can understand how terrifying the power Loki is enduring. The gap between us and the chairman just needs to Kurapika, look quickly. Miziastum said extremely quickly. Kurapika suddenly turned his head. What came into view was a ball of red light. This ball of light was constantly changing from within Loki's body. A harsh sound rang out. The entire Greed Island was bathed in red light. The sky lit up. The ground was also illuminated. However, after being able to see the surroundings clearly, they looked at the sky again. Looking at the barrier that was breaking, this time it was even more despairing. Outside the barrier was like the deep sea. An endless darkness. This kind of situation would only happen at the bottom of the sea. The light pierced through the barrier and shot outwards. But it was swallowed by the airtight seawater. In the end, it couldn't penetrate the seawater and completely dissipated. Terrifying. Originally, the surroundings of Greed Island should have been clear skies for thousands of miles. But now, the players were still, surprised that Loki had suddenly released such a powerful aura, and gathered it into a red light. Was he going to do something? But before they could see what Loki was going to do, they despaired first. The scale of this tsunami was finally clear now. This wasn't a tsunami that would destroy Greed Island. It was clearly going to sink Greed Island completely to the bottom of the sea. So the barrier was enduring such a terrifying power. They thought its defensive power wasn't very strong. It was just a tsunami that had broken it. Now everyone understood. It wasn't that the power protecting Greed Island wasn't strong, but that the impact it was taking was too terrifying. One player after another fell to the ground. A cute-looking female player hugged herself. Is the sea angry? It's unleashing such a disaster to sink this island to the bottom of the sea was angry. No matter what the reason was, in short, the players believed that Greed Island was sinking now. Otherwise, how could the bottomless seawater around them be beyond space camp? Pariston blinked. It seems I still underestimated the scale of this tsunami. He looked at Beyond. Although he was talking, Beyond was clenching his hands tightly. Pariston smiled faintly. Beyond was probably completely stimulated by Loki. To block this kind of power, Beyond would definitely not be able to do it. Smiling, Pariston looked up at the sky. The red light was constantly expanding. An increasingly terrifying aura was gathering. This move is a bit familiar. Pariston lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he thought of it. Could this move be that spirit beast that appeared at that time? Hearing Pariston's voice, not only did Beyond turn his head, but the Nin users gathered around Beyond's base camp also looked at Pariston one after another. Do you know what he's going to do? Beyond asked. Pariston nodded. He frowned. I've seen this ability before. This ability, what new trick is he going to use? Pariston smiled. The trick he used before. I don't know what this trick is for, but among the same type of tricks I've seen, what will appear next can be said to be the strongest existence. The strongest? Beyond was stunned for a moment. The strongest spirit beast. That's right. Pariston nodded. To be honest, I'm still a little excited. This is the second time I've seen it with my own eyes. The power that even Paris-Tun was looking forward to couldn't possibly be a weak power. Beyond's fingers clenched even tighter. The red light was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, there was also a earth-shattering terrifying aura rising up. Scorching. An extremely scorching airflow spread out. The fire spirit, stretching its body while bathing in the red light. For the first time, Loki used the fire spirit's oversoul in front of so many people. The strangely shaped fire spirit emitted a terrifying flame aura from everywhere on its body. The appearance of the fire spirit made all the players' eyes seem to be fixed. The fire spirit, which had the same powerful aura as Loki's Susanoo, floated quietly in midair. At this moment, Loki, who was controlling the tailed beast power and the Susanoo, also had to divide his attention to use the fire spirit's oversoul. This was not only a test of Loki's amount of Nen aura, but also a huge burden on Loki's mental power. Even with the Shirkan jewel blessing Loki's mental power, the veins on Loki's face were popping out one after another. Although he had reached the limit, he wasn't out of control yet. The fire spirit flew into the sky. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the fire spirit charged towards the barrier. The power instantly poured into the barrier protecting the island. The cracks. The broken openings. The dissipating light. At this moment they were restored. The endless sea currents were raging crazily outside the barrier. This light lasted for who knows how long. Perhaps it was a few seconds. Or perhaps it was a few minutes. When the last light dissipated, a light suddenly shone down, replacing the light emitted by the fire spirit and re-illuminating the entire Greed Island. Buzz buzz buzz. The shrine gradually rose. As well as his Susanoo and fire spirit, had disappeared at some point. The players stood quietly in place. Did it block it? Are we safe now? Is it over? Was what happened just now real or fake? The card book reappeared. This player hugged the card book tightly. It's over, it's over. Buzz buzz buzz. A rumbling sound rang out again, making the players who had just calmed down tense up again. However, they looked up at their surroundings. The players who could see the sea. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday off. Chapter 398. HHES, Chapter 398 1776 words suddenly kneeling on the ground. They stared at the giant waves hundreds of meters high in the distance, which were slowly receding. After listening to Beyond's words, Paris-Tun understood why Beyond wasn't worried at all. It turned out that Loki hadn't not discovered him yet, but had discovered him long ago. It's just that Loki hadn't taken action to capture Beyond. If it was according to Beyond's statement, then it seemed to make sense. Loki had discovered Beyond, and he definitely knew a little bit about Beyond. The reason why he hadn't taken action against them was because Loki didn't think Beyond could cause any trouble. Instead, he regarded Beyond as a prey worth cultivating. According to Loki's personality, it wasn't strange to do such a thing. He was someone who would never care about other people's opinions, doing whatever he wanted. If that was the case, then it meant that Beyond was absolutely safe on Greed Island. Safer than anywhere else. Before Beyond cleared the game and became strong enough to make Loki interested, Loki wouldn't take action against Beyond. I didn't expect the most dangerous place to become the safest place instead. Paris-Tun smiled helplessly. The world was unpredictable, often unexpected. Raising his eyes, his dark eyes looked at Beyond. So Lord Beyond, are you confident? The other party is completely letting you go, waiting for you to become stronger, and then challenge him. That confidence is definitely not arrogance. Loki must still have some terrifying power in his grasp to be able to let you collect Dragon Balls on Greed Island without doing anything. Beyond clenched his fist. Confidence. After seeing his power, I'm about 70% confident. Hearing this, Pariston's eyes narrowed slightly. So confident? Pariston looked at him. What wish does Beyond intend to make? To give him the confidence to become stronger than Loki. That was a god who had already been truly recognized by non-users. A human body, but possessing power comparable to a god. Loki possessed power that was difficult for the world to imagine. Just as the two were thinking about their own things, suddenly, at Beyond's base camp, on the shore outside the Spring of Life Lake, a subordinate suddenly broke into the wooden house built next to it. Lord Beyond, outside, intelligence has come saying, they mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops, countless warships, and a large number of airships, and even used a nuclear weapon, wanting to destroy Greed Island. As soon as the words fell, Beyond's face suddenly turned gloomy. As expected, it still caused the Five Vows counterattack. I only didn't expect the Five Vows reaction to be so intense. What was it stimulated by? He shouted the slogan to create an empowered world. Beyond had expected that it would touch the Five Vows. It's just that he didn't expect the reaction to be so great. According to reason, he had only just started, and the Five Vows reaction shouldn't be so strong. There must be some other factor that stimulated the other party. And what stimulated the Five Vows was Loki. Originally, this kind of thing only needed to contact Loki, the chairman of the Hunter Association, and have him eliminate Beyond. But Loki didn't have any news. In addition, Cheadle's attitude was also much tougher than during Netero's time. That's why they decided to crack down on non-users. Disobedient subordinates naturally had to be eliminated as soon as possible. They used a nuclear weapon. It seems that one wave hasn't settled and another has risen. Then let's leave Greed Island as soon as possible. Greed Island can block the tsunami, but it can't block a nuclear weapon. Pariston said somewhat dejectedly. He had clearly just thought that Greed Island was an absolutely safe place. Now it seemed that his conclusion was drawn too early. Beyond's face became very ugly. Where are the Five Vows troops? How long will it take them to reach the sea area? Looking at the two adults discussing the matter of retreating, the person who reported the news swallowed carefully, his eyes flickering somewhat. That's not it. The Five Vows troops have been completely annihilated. Completely annihilated. Pariston said with a dejected face, and then realized that something was wrong. He suddenly turned his head and asked in a very loud voice, "What did you say?" Beyond also widened his eyes. Completely annihilated? Suddenly, Beyond remembered the sound of the nuclear explosion he had heard before the tsunami. Thinking about it now, that should have been the Five Vows troops. So at that time, the Five Vows troops were already fighting. Then the other side was Loki. It must be Loki. Probably only he dared to attack an army composed of hundreds of thousands of people. His subordinate had just said that they were completely annihilated. How could that be? The other party had warships, airships, and countless soldiers. Even he wouldn't dare to confront the warships head-on with those terrifying weapons. There were cannons, missiles, and all kinds of large-caliber thermal weapons on them. Could a human body withstand that? Beyond suddenly reached out and grabbed the guy in front of him. What do you mean by completely annihilated? Being grabbed by Beyond like a chick, this guy was so scared that his words were a bit incoherent. It's like this. The people outside sent back intelligence saying that the Five Vows army encountered a non-user suspected to be Loki himself in the sea area. First, in an instant, the sea area within the field of vision was instantly frozen. The ice that even the ship's guns couldn't break trapped the warships. Then the soldiers who came down from the warships prepared to walk to this place together with the airships. Pariston looked at Beyond. Put him down. Let him speak slowly. Hearing this, Beyond put the other party down. Only then did the other party breathe a sigh of relief. That adult he appeared in front of the army alone. And, using a very terrifying power, without taking action, and without releasing Nen aura, in an instant. He instantly killed half of the army. 50,000 people lost consciousness, almost in an instant. This made Beyond suddenly widen his eyes, and turn his head to look at Paris Tun. Both of them understood what the other meant from each other's eyes. This power was mentioned in the intelligence they had collected about Loki before. A power called Haki. The intelligence said that this power was, strictly speaking, momentum. At that time, Beyond and Paris Tun thought it was ridiculous. What kind of special ability was momentum? However, now could it be that he really relied on momentum, relied on Haki, to be able to instantly kill 50,000 people in an instant, even without using Nen aura? Beyond couldn't imagine that scene. He didn't believe there was such power. But looking at the subordinate in front of him, the other party's eyes didn't have any feeling of lying. It's real. Beyond's expression was a bit stiff. If Loki really had such a magical ability, then numbers. For Loki, they would no longer be any threat. No need to take action. He doesn't even need to release aura. Just a momentum, and half of the army instantly fell down. Paris Tun said word by word, his eyes filled with a strong sense of shock. Is that Haki? In a sense, this power was even more terrifying than Nen. At least when dealing with enemies of low strength, even if there were a large number of them, it wouldn't mean anything. This was Loki's current level. Unless the strength was equal, otherwise, wanting to use siege tactics, the thing about ants killing an elephant, was simply impossible for Loki. Beyond listened to Paris Tun's words. His heart was also filled with shock at Loki's power, but at the same time, his eyes revealed a look of greed. No need to take action, just a gentle wave of the hand, or a gaze, releasing his momentum, and he can solve tens of thousands of people. Beyond clenched his fist. This kind of power is simply amazing. At this time, Paris Tun asked, what happened after that? This person opened his mouth and continued, that adult flew into the sky and directly destroyed the airships in the sky. Paris Tun, wait, didn't you say before that the Five Vows troops were carrying a nuclear weapon? Did they use a nuclear weapon to attack Loki? The other party nodded. It was when they were attacking the airships that the Five Vows troops manually detonated the nuclear weapon. At the moment the words fell, Paris Tun and Beyond's eyes almost simultaneously contracted sharply, looking at him with extremely unbelievable eyes. The words spoken by this guy made both of them stunned for a moment. Beyond had heard the nuclear explosion with his own ears, so it couldn't be fake. But he also guessed that Loki must have dodged the nuclear weapon attack. With Loki's speed, it didn't seem difficult to avoid that kind of attack. But hearing it now, the other party had manually detonated the nuclear weapon. When Loki was attacking the airships, then he must have been affected. Nuclear explosion. A nuclear weapon explosion. Being affected was no small matter. And Loki had returned to Greed Island afterwards, and was still able to unleash the power to protect Greed Island under that terrifying tsunami. Even if he was affected by the nuclear weapon explosion, Loki was unharmed. How could that be? Even the radiation should have been able to take his life. Is the intelligence you're saying really true? Beyond questioned. The other party nodded frantically. Lord Beyond, the pictures of the battle have been filmed, and they're being spread by various countries, as well as large organizations, consortiums, and underground forces. It's definitely 100% true. There won't be any mistakes. He looked at Beyond's unbelievable gaze, and he understood. Lord, I know this is very unbelievable, but it's true. I didn't expect that adult to be completely swallowed by the nuclear weapon explosion, and he still hasn't died. Completely swallowed, Beyond muttered these words. He widened his eyes and looked at the other party. Not just affected, but completely hit by the nuclear weapon. This was 100 times more terrifying than being affected. How amazing was the power at the moment of the explosion. underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 399, HHES. Chapter 399 1599 words. Listening to Beyond muttering in a low voice, this guy thought he had said something wrong. After thinking carefully, he hadn't said anything wrong. Yes, Lord Beyond, that adult was really completely hit by the nuclear weapon, and in the end, there was also a strange thing that happened. Beyond hadn't recovered from the news that Loki had withstood the nuclear weapon explosion head-on. Paris-Tun, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked, "What strange thing?" In the filmed footage, not long after the nuclear weapon explosion ended, when everyone thought that adult was certain to die, he appeared. His body turned into flames and recondensed. Paris-Tun's eyes narrowed slightly. Elementalization. Loki's elementalization is even ineffective against nuclear weapon attacks. Although he knew that elementalization could immunize most attacks, he didn't expect it to be ineffective against nuclear weapon attacks either. However, perhaps it wasn't completely ineffective, but it should have more or less helped Loki avoid a large portion of the damage. He analyzed in his heart. And on the other side, this guy continued to say. After that adult reappeared, not long after, we only heard him say a few strange words, and then Paris-Tun, and then what? The other party said with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and then, the ice that had frozen the sea, that ice that even the ship's guns and the bombs dropped by the airships couldn't destroy, actually in an instant disappeared. Like grains of sand, it slowly dissipated with a gentle breeze, along with the warships, the soldiers, the wreckage of the airships, everything was gone. This person stared wide-eyed at the ground in front of him, as if he was witnessing that scene with his own eyes. The fear in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. His expression was getting more and more frightened. The footage ended completely here. After he finished speaking, Beyond was listening intently. He glanced at Paris-Tun. He raised his hand and signaled for this subordinate to leave. After he had left, Beyond then opened his mouth and said, "What's going on?" Lord Beyond is talking about that last strange phenomenon. Paris-Tun asked back. Beyond, Paris-Tun shook his head gently. I don't know, but I understand now why the huge tsunami suddenly formed silently. Beyond, what do you mean? The ice that had frozen the sea disappeared. That was ice that even the ship's guns couldn't completely destroy. How deep it froze, can the Lord imagine? Paris-Tun smiled wryly. If it suddenly disappeared, the sea level might drop by dozens of meters or even more than that. Then it would be very normal for such a terrifying tsunami to form. After he finished speaking, the room became quiet. Beyond raised his head. Staring blankly at the wooden door in front of him, looking at the sky outside through the crack in the door. The sea level in an instant, dozens of meters. I know that freezing the sea surface was Loki's power, but the last thing was also that brat's doing. Paris-Tun smiled bitterly. I don't know. Perhaps it was, or perhaps it wasn't. If it wasn't, then tell me, besides Loki, what power could cause such a terrifying scene? So the answer seemed to be very clear. Beyond felt a faint chill in his heart. His body had already begun to shiver uncontrollably. In this kind of situation, probably no one wouldn't be afraid. After withstanding such a large shrine, he was still able to draw out power to maintain the barrier protecting the island. That was already outrageous enough. He didn't expect there to be even more unbelievable things. This wasn't Loki's full power. Before this, he had actually experienced such a terrifying battle, and unleashed terrifying tricks that were difficult for ordinary people to imagine. It seems that I was thinking too simply before. No one can possibly be his opponent. Even Beyond had said such words. It could be seen that he had really been beaten down by Loki's perversion. Paris-Tun looked at Beyond and didn't open his mouth to persuade him. Because what Beyond said was exactly what he was thinking in his heart. Loki's power was simply impossible for human power to contend with. Paris-Tun, even if there's a clearing reward now, I'm not sure if I can reach his level. Beyond seemed very frustrated. And at this time, Paris-Tun's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Beyond. Is Loki really alright? This made Beyond also frown slightly. Paris-Tun smiled. The nuclear weapon attack was ineffective. It's mostly because his ability, elementalization, made the attack not very effective, but the radiation after the nuclear weapon explosion, it's impossible for it to also be ineffective, right? Saying this, Paris-Tun took 2 steps, raised his hand, touched his chin, and thought carefully. Being so powerful is indeed very terrifying, but is Loki really unharmed? Greed Island encountered a terrifying tsunami attack. Why didn't he use the previous power again to directly destroy the tsunami? These few questions made Beyond's eyes gradually clear up. You mean to say Paris-Tun revealed a smile. Perhaps Loki's current situation isn't very good. Hearing Paris-Tun say this, the charm in Beyond's eyes was restored. If Loki's current state wasn't very good, then perhaps it really was an opportunity for them. Even Beyond didn't have the confidence to be able to defeat Loki in his prime. Beyond sneered. Hearing you say that, I've thought of a good plan. What plan? Beyond revealed a sinister expression. Now, Loki on the shrine is making the players crazy. If the information from the outside is passed back again, what kind of scene do you think it will be at that time? Hearing this, Paris-Tun thought for a moment, and then raised his head and said, it will definitely make the players who admire Loki crazy. We can't waste such a good situation. Beyond smiled. Loki and the 5 Vows army had a battle. They even used a destructive weapon like a nuclear weapon. Loki's situation was definitely not optimistic, and the 5 Vows were definitely also furious. They didn't kill Loki in this situation, so the 5 Vows probably wouldn't let it go. However, with this experience, the 5 Vows wouldn't just launch an attack on Greed Island again. Beyond suddenly sat up. Opening his hands, he looked at Paris-Tun. Let us become the apostles of God. The era of Nin users is coming. Hearing these words, Paris-Tun's eyes suddenly flickered. Paris-Tun narrowed his eyes. There's another good show to watch. A huge storm seemed to be about to stir up on Greed Island. And at this moment, outside Greed Island, there was also a huge shock produced because of Loki. The strongest weapon of mankind. The most lethal and threatening weapon. Nuclear weapon. There were actually creatures that it couldn't eliminate. And this creature was actually a human. With the power of an individual surpassing a group. Like the Ant King, the 5 Vows didn't have time to settle the score with Loki, and didn't have time to trouble Nin users. They were now facing other countries coming to make trouble. They even used nuclear weapons, but they still didn't eliminate the enemy. This time, they had lost face to the extreme. Of course, the disappearance of just hundreds of thousands of troops didn't mean that the 5 Vows had suffered heavy losses, but someone had disgraced the 5 Vows. The other countries naturally wanted to take the opportunity to step on them. Causing small conflicts and finding small troubles was still possible. Among them, countries with long-term vision had already discovered a problem. Greed Island had a means of directly turning ordinary people into Nin users. Then why not try to find a way to have their own country, their own citizens, all obtain this power? An army composed of Nin users, even if they didn't control weapons like the 5 Vows, would be able to increase their own power. This thing wasn't originally valued too much. First of all, very few people could awaken Nin, and talent was the biggest threshold. Moreover, no matter how strong Nin cultivation was, it still couldn't block an army. So it wasn't a particularly powerful means. It couldn't be ignored, but there was no need to value it too much. Loki proved to the world that if Nin was cultivated to a certain level, it could surpass the entire world. And Greed Island had a way to directly turn ordinary people into Nin users. The clearing reward could also fulfill a person's wish. Greed Island had become an undivided cake. It was placed there. The five vows wanted to destroy it, but others wanted to obtain it. Incredibly crazy. Large and small organizations were now preparing with all their might to enter Greed Island and seize what they wanted. On a certain sea, there was an endless blue sky and white clouds. Kite, who was lying on the stern of the ship resting, was reminiscing about the last time he came here by boat, which was many years ago. Thinking about it, Kite's mood became heavy. Several documents placed beside him recorded in detail the conflict between Loki and the five vows, and even included a few photos of key scenes. Chairman Loki and the five vows had a conflict. Psi underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule: Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday through Sunday, off chapter 400, HHES. Chapter 415-34 words. Kite didn't know how to evaluate it. He was just thinking about what Mr. Jing would say if he saw this intelligence. He still remembered what Chairman Netero had said back then, that he had accidentally released a monster. The monster at that time referred to Loki's terrifying talent. But now, Kite felt that it still referred to Loki's unbridled style of doing things and his invincible power. Is this power a blessing or a curse for the Hunter Association? A day had passed since the tsunami receded. Although they had just experienced a huge crisis, some timid players had already decided to quit Greed Island. And most of the other players were more at ease staying on Greed Island. They were joking. Even this kind of terrifying disaster had been blocked by that person in the shrine. Then what place in this world was safer than Greed Island? There wasn't one, right? However, it was inevitable that timid people would leave. It was a pity that they would soon regret it. Most of the players who stayed on Greed Island had just experienced a crisis, and were preparing to relax. But when they thought of the largest organization in the game, Beyond's group, if they didn't stop, the other players wouldn't dare to stop at all. Although there weren't many highly skilled people under Beyond's command, they couldn't stand the fact that Beyond occupied the Spring of Life card, and could continuously turn ordinary people into non-users. The number of people naturally increased. Their speed of conquering the game was really too fast. If other players wanted to have any intention of getting the clearing reward, they definitely couldn't relax. They had to constantly think of ways to conquer the game. But the players who hadn't planned to rest suddenly discovered that Beyond's group didn't seem to be frantically collecting cards. They also seemed to be planning to relax after surviving a huge disaster. This made the other players breathe a sigh of relief. There were too many people in Beyond's group. If they didn't seize the time, even if most of them were rookies who had just awakened then, they would still bring a lot of pressure to the other players. In a tavern in a small town, the players who were drinking and chatting were still talking about the scene during yesterday's tsunami attack. That adult was really too powerful. In that kind of desperate situation, he was still able to protect the entire island, and also saved our lives. This player seemed to be drunk. But he was still talking. He created such a magical island, and the clearing reward is even something that people can't give up at all. If there really are gods in the world, then Lord Loki is definitely the strongest god. To Lord Loki. The players were drowning their sorrows. It was rare for the tavern to be so harmonious. No one was in the mood to snatch cards, or to prevent others from snatching cards. Tonight was destined to be a pleasant night. Suddenly, a person rushed into the tavern. He looked at the players around him. These players also turned their heads to look at him one after another. Didn't you decide to leave the game and never come back? A player who knew him walked over and said. However, the other party wasn't angry. Instead, he was panting heavily. As if he hadn't heard the other party's words. The other players laughed happily. It's a waste that you used to be my companion. How did you get targeted by someone after leaving the game, and had to escape back? Do you know that something big has happened? The other party suddenly opened his mouth and roared loudly at everyone in the tavern. And at the same time, the same situation was almost being staged in various parts of Greed Island. The players who had decided to never return to Greed Island, after returning to the outside world, had obtained information about the conflict between Loki and the Five Vows from various channels after a day had passed. Nuclear weapon. Instant kill. Annihilation of everything. Not only were there words and intelligence, but even pictures of Loki's battle had appeared on various intelligence websites. Anyone who had seen this video was unable to remain calm in their hearts. Whether it was Loki's magical power that directly killed half of the army's soldiers without warning, or the terrifying scene that erupted at the moment of the nuclear explosion, or Loki safely reappearing afterwards and annihilating everything, every scene could be said to make people's hearts beat faster every minute and every second. They watched this not too long battle video from beginning to end with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open. Such important information, combined with the tsunami that these players who had left Greed Island had seen, soon made some players understand. So that was how the sudden tsunami was caused. So they came back. Of course, they had to come back. Loki could even block nuclear weapons, and he even protected Greed Island from the terrifying tsunami after blocking the nuclear weapons. Loki, who possessed this kind of power, made them unable to help but feel admiration for Loki. If it was cultivated to the extreme, it could really be invincible. So they came back, wanting to tell the players on Greed Island this information. Thus, there was the current situation. On Greed Island, the players who had returned from the outside were frantically spreading information about the conflict between Loki and the Five Vows. The players were all NIN users. At first, they didn't believe this kind of information. But later, under the oath of the information teller, they gradually began to believe it. Therefore, that adult is really strong to this extent. Even the most terrifying nuclear weapons can't do anything to him. Then what means can hurt that adult? Hurt Lord Loki, who can already be called a god. What else can hurt him? No, absolutely nothing. How can the power of NIN be as strong as Lord Loki? Someone couldn't help but ask this question. The other NIN users were stunned for a moment. They were only busy admiring Loki and hadn't thought about being as powerful as Loki. But someone immediately stood up and answered this question. It's absolutely impossible to be as powerful as Lord Loki, but we NIN users have infinite possibilities. As long as we work hard. The others nodded one after another. This person smiled. It's a pity that the Five Vows seems to think that Lord Loki's power is too strong, and seems to want to kill all NIN users. They ordinary people regard us NIN users as aliens. They want to completely eliminate us. Hearing this, someone immediately stood up. Why are these people doing this? Is it just because we possess power that far exceeds ordinary people, so they treat us like monsters? Seeing that someone was angry, this person continued to say, we should be like Lord Loki, following in Lord Loki's footsteps. Lord Loki has already fought with the Five Vows. We should support Lord Loki and create a world for NIN users. Lord Loki is our king, our god. He suddenly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and raised it high. And we will be the apostles of God. While continuing to practice Zanka no Tachi, Loki also took the time to look at the system. Before he had completed the mission, threats outside the game. He had obtained a grade reward, but Loki hadn't opened the system yet. Taking advantage of the rest time, Loki reopened the system. Entering the system interface, the first thing that popped up was the prompt that the mission had been completed. It seemed like it had been some time since he had seen the system's mission completion prompt interface. Loki was a little nostalgic. But unfortunately, this mission only rewarded a grade draw. It couldn't make Loki feel any interest. With a mere grade draw, Loki didn't have much hope. He only hoped that he could draw some special things. Mission threats outside the game completed. Reward, Grade Draw X1. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing Blue Dragon World, Shadow Black Type 1 Mecha 100 Man Team. It takes 24 hours to restore after being destroyed. Extracting in progress. Shadow Black Type 1 Mecha. Loki was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he found the memory of this thing from a corner of his memory. If the system hadn't suddenly drawn this thing, Loki would have forgotten that there was such a world. Blue Dragon. It was also an anime. It was an adventure story describing the young boys and girls led by the protagonist, who were able to control their shadows and fight against Nene, who wanted to destroy the world. They controlled shadows to fight, and everyone's shadows had unique shapes. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit patreon.com/bars45. For $10, all advanced chapters. Schedule Monday through Friday, update 3 chapters a day Saturday through Sunday, off. Don't forget to IKE and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.